Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We got big lore to read today. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We're just gonna let people get their notifications so that way they can join. Wait a couple minutes and then we'll get everything underway. All right, give me 1 second.
Welcome to Mondstadt. Wind go with you.
Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Appreciate you guys tuning in. What lore we're reading today? Basically everything that came out in the last 2 patches. So I didn't read anything from last patch, and I haven't read anything from this patch. So Luna 4 and 5 content, basically. Yeah, appreciate you guys joining. Thank you guys so much. Are you doing any anecdotes? Yes, actually, we will be doing, Varka. Varka's anecdote popped up today, thank God. Because, I've been avoiding doing his anecdotes until I streamed. And I was like, I swear to God, if his anecdote doesn't show up on Saturday, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. So, thankfully, we're gonna be starting his anecdote. I think he has a couple in Mondstadt, if I'm not mistaken, but I've done all of the other characters. So, the only ones that I haven't done yet are Varka's. But yeah, the last character that I did before Varka was, Kachina and, Kuki Shinobu. So, yeah, all other anecdotes are done except Varka. Actually, technically I did get a couple of Varkas, now that I'm realizing it. I haven't done any of the ones in Mondstadt, though. So he had like a couple of secret anecdotes at the artifact domain, and there was one with him in the artifact domain, there was one with him at, Catherine in Nodcry, there was, and then there was a couple, I think, at the, Favonius Keep. But yeah, the only ones I haven't done for Varka are, I guess, the ones that are tied with Godwin, which I wanted to stream. I wanted to be on stream when we did this one, so yeah.
Welcome to Mondstadt. Welcome.
Come take a look.
Is Colombina's interactions basically indefinite, even though you've already finished all of them? Yes, I assume they are. I guess they're a continuous way for you to still hang out with her, even though all of her content is done. Apparently, there are still some new ones that you can get, even after doing all of the rewards. But the last one that I got was a repeated one. So, like, it was one that I kind of already experienced, the Liar. So, I assume there's still some there here and there. I'm gonna do Colombina's as well, just because I don't know what I'm gonna get with her. But yeah.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange
What are we reading today? I said it earlier, but we're reading everything that I haven't. We're getting through any lore that came out last patch or this patch that I haven't read yet. So I didn't read anything last patch. I didn't read anything this patch. So yeah. Is there any way to see the options you didn't choose the first time? For what? Oh, you mean like the liar options? Maybe Wikipedia, but other than that, you'll probably have to pick like a different, Oh, I thought you were asking a question. Oh, okay. They are a way to see options that you didn't see the first time. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. right. Really quick, chat. I've gotten like 6 people asking the same question. If anyone comes in chat and asks, what are we doing today or what am I reading today, just let them know. So I don't have to keep repeating myself. I mean, you'll also find out if you just wait. Like, we're reading lore today. Yeah, it's also in the title of the stream too, so so there's that. But yeah, we got a lot. We got character lore, we got weapons, we got artifacts, we got books, we got a bunch of stuff. And no, that's not necessarily the reading order. I'm just letting you know everything we're getting through, because some people assume that what the order I say it in is the order I'm reading it in. We always read lore in the order that it released. I usually do character lore first, then weapons, then artifacts, then books. But we're, you know, like, I'm not going to read Varka's lore before I read the artifact set, because Varka came out this patch, and the artifact sets came out last patch, so I tend to want to read things the order they came out.
Together after all. Rebooting.
Wrapping everything up, or will it take more than one stream? I really couldn't tell you that because I don't know how long things are, you know?
Mondstadt welcomes you.
What? Yeah.
Welcome to Mondstadt.
We will be doing another stream, though, because we're not reading Millie Astra Wonderland today. Like, I don't know how long it's gonna take me to get through what's on my list, but I don't think we're gonna have time for Millie Astra. So, whatever I don't get through today, we'll do a second stream and I'll clean up whatever. But I'm at least planning on getting through some stuff today. So, yeah. I haven't even seen the last 2 Millie Astra like lobbies. I did get the last lobby on the battle pass, so I also want to see the 2 like the Lunar New Year one and the like the recent, like, it feels like it's like Greek inspired. So whenever we do Millie Astra, we're gonna check out those areas too. Yeah, I was gonna say Amphorius inspired, but like Amphorius is also inspired by like Greek mythology, so. When do you think we'll get a new Archon quest about Dottore? I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. Obviously before the summertime, so maybe in a couple patches. We still got to get like Dorman Port and everything first, I feel like. But I'm sure we'll get like one more, like an Act 9 and 10 Archon quest to wrap it up. But when that'll come out, I have no idea. Luna 7, 8. I won't be sticking around for a while tonight, unfortunately. Too occupied. Have a great stream. Thank you. Thank you, Libra. I hope you'll check out the VOD when you get the chance.
Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views. Which should I choose? The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port.
I hope we see Dane again. Yeah, I'm assuming we will. Like, I'm pretty sure we'll see Dane.
Hello again.
To be honest, like, we saw him way earlier than any of us could have expected during the Archon quest. That was genuinely a surprise. But it made sense given given the sinner connection. You know? But yeah, we see him every year, and especially with whatchamacallit, with A Space and Time for You. That one was kind of cutting it close. He showed up like a bit later than he tends to. But it was great. So I'm sure when we see him again, he'll have context with Rerir. And we now know about his brother meddling with Roland. So you know, maybe we'll end up talking to him about his brother since we've encountered him since then, you know? Or since we've heard about Vetterfulnir since then. They said Nodcry characters don't have story quests, but does that mean a new Archon quest patch for Linnea, maybe? So I think you have to take that comment in the context of why they said that. Like, I think what they meant is if you're getting an Archon quest, the characters featured in the Archon quest won't have a story quest. I don't think we're gonna get a story quest. I mean, it could be like, what do I know? But like, based on the fact that Linnea is an adventurer, I don't know if it makes sense to just give us an Archon quest just because she's in the story now. Because she's not even affected by anything that's going on with Dottore, so it kind of doesn't make sense. I don't think they meant Nodcry characters won't get story quests. I think they just meant, hey, we're gonna blend the Nodcry characters into the Archon quest since they're already there.
Come take a look.
Yeah.
That's another thing too. Colombina informed us on what happened in the moon's reflection, so we might even be able to tell him about like the aftermath that happened with Rerir after he went through the moon gate. Because I know like Rerir went through the moon gate and Danes was like, okay, my job is done, and he left. But I wouldn't be surprised if like we update Dainsleif on like the aftermath of Rerir. Or even like, I mean, who knows if Rerir will ever get out of there, if he's like forever stuck there. You know, because who knows what'll happen with the next Archon quest. But yeah, I didn't know you were streaming. I've only been live for like 10 minutes. But yeah, actually, speaking of which, let me send out my links, and I haven't sent out my tweets or my links or anything, so maybe that's why you didn't know I was streaming. But YouTube and Twitch are supposed to do their job. And unfortunately, I gotta pick up the slack for them. Bum ba da da dum bum 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 bum.
Moon pie.
Somebody asked if I'm reading everything today. No clue. I have no idea how long it's gonna take me to get through everything or how I'm gonna feel, so if I get through everything, great, but I'm just gonna go at my own pace. And whatever we don't finish today, I will schedule a stream next week to read some more.
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Is anyone else buffering on YouTube, or is it just me? YouTube chat, let them know. Hopefully it's good, because I feel like more people would be complaining. Weapons and books again? We're reading anything that came out in the last 2 patches. No, I haven't used the new Catalyst skin yet on anybody. I've only had this team. I mean, I guess I could use it for Charlotte, technically, but, like...
Hold that pose!
Actually, does she even... Okay, I was gonna say, does a Catalyst even show up for her? I think a Catalyst only shows up for her when you use her charge attack, right?
Say cheese!
So, very rarely would you even see it with Charlotte. No, I mean, sure, I'll try it on Mona when I use Mona, but I haven't used her at all. I don't really use Mona. Yeah, I guess her charge attack and her plunge attack. But again, who's using those things for Charlotte? Maybe the charge attack for, like, Osea. But, like, I'm just using her for her skill, her ults, and the camera. Yeah, I mean, initially, I was asked if I've used the skin on anybody. Realistically, no, because I don't really use Catalyst users. But I know aesthetically who it might look good on. I just haven't done it for anyone. What do you think about 4 stars not getting hangouts anymore? I'm pretty sure Hoyoverse has enough data to know that majority of people don't do their hangouts, and so why are they gonna waste their time making it if people aren't gonna do it? So, I don't really mind. I mean, I'm in that camp too, but I think there are better ways to integrate characters than simply hangouts. Anecdotes definitely replace those. Yeah, but I would actually say that hangouts are more substantial than anecdotes, because it's like an anecdote is like a 5-minute interaction, which, you know, I guess, but story quests are far more superior than hangouts, in my opinion. But, yeah, I don't know. I would love for some characters to just get a whole quest. Like, I really liked the Etlua quest. I know a lot of people are like, oh, but it wasn't voiced. Voice versus not voice isn't really a problem for me anymore. I mean, it never really was, but, like, obviously I would prefer a voice quest over a non-voiced one. But, like, that doesn't really affect my enjoyment either way, because I like reading. I like reading Genshin lore and, like, Genshin content, so... So, yeah. But, like, if they did more things, like, with Etlua, that would be cool, but, like, they have over 100 characters now, so it doesn't really seem feasible. What's your favorite track in Nod Cry? I don't know. It's always changing.
There's a strange wand.
Like, they just came out with the Pyramida, like, the new expansion soundtrack the other day, and I'm, like, still listening to those, so... I don't know. I can't really say for right now.
Can I help you?
Like, I knew what my favorite tracks were when Nodcry first came out, but, like, again, like I said, it's always changing.
Hello again. Haven't you heard? Wanderer near
Oh my god. That was a great stretch. But yeah, thank you guys all for tuning in. I appreciate it.
Recommendation is the steak.
We got quite a bit to get into for today. So just running you guys through it now before we actually start. I gotta do anecdotes first. So we're gonna be doing Colombina and Varka anecdote today. I'm just trying out Colombina to see if the anecdote she gives us is different. And then we have Varka's anecdote in Mondstadt, which I assume is gonna tie in because he's literally where he's literally over here where Glory is. So I'm assuming we're gonna get some Varka interactions with her and figuring out what the hell Godwin's been up to for the last 5 years, which is kind of crazy. But we're gonna check that out, and then we are going to. Oh, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and get through as much as I can today. I can't guarantee that we'll read through everything. But after we do the anecdotes, I have to read Colombina's weapon, because if you guys remember, I went through Colombina's lore, and it took such a while to get through all of it that I was, like, exhausted by the end, so I never ended up reading her weapon lore. So I'm going to read Colombina's weapon lore. Then we're going to read Zibai's weapon. We're going to read Zibai's lore and weapon. And then we're going to read Etlua's lore. Then I'm going to read the Abaid of Morning Star and Moon artifact set. And then we're gonna read the Rising Wind artifact set, which is like the Hexerai artifact set. After that, I think I'm gonna check out Nouvelette's weapon skin. I have the new Nodcry Wing Glider. We have the brief history of the Pale Starborn. So I think that's a Snezhnaya book. Do you guys recommend I read the Night Murmur book? I think there's a Night Murmur. There's like another book that I think talks about like Fae folk tales or something like that. I don't know if that's like ideal. I don't know if that's like something that's recommended. And then we have Varka's lore and Varka's weapon. So yeah. Wait, sorry, did I say Nouvelette weapon skin? Sorry, I meant Nouvelette's outfit lore. So yeah, that's everything right now. So I don't know how much of that we're gonna get through, because it seems like a lot. But I'll try to get through whatever I can, and based on how I'm feeling, if we need to do another stream, I will plan another stream next week, because after today, I'm taking Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, so I'll make another Genshin stream as early as Wednesday. What about Yao Yao? Well, here's the thing. I don't read all of the skins. I don't prioritize reading every single skin. I mean, I'm reading Nouvelette's because it's the Dragon Sovereign. So I figured if he has a skin, maybe there's like some interesting like lore or anything like that. It might actually just talk about the Melusine. But I'm not reading every single piece of everything. It's whatever's a priority. And I do want to do a future stream where I read some other, like, we're gonna read some other lore too after this, after we get through all of the up-to-date stuff. Because there are some things that I haven't read yet in Genshin that I do want to read. Like, for example, some of you guys are gonna be like, what? There's a comment that I got. I forgot I forgot the name of the user that mentioned it, but somebody asked me and I did respond to them. I want to read the Teyvat Travel Guide. I haven't read it yet. So I do want to read the Teyvat Travel Guide, and there are some other books and other pieces of lore that I haven't checked out yet. So I want to make it a priority to like read some things that I feel are very overdue. So I think we'll do another one. Also, yeah, guys, you got to remember, Pale Flame is Snezhnaya coded, so I'm gonna read the Pale Flame like when Snezhnaya is about to come out. I'm not gonna read it now. I'm sure everybody and their mother has already read it by now, but like, I'm gonna read it when it becomes relevant to read. So, I mean, we're gonna read that for sure. It's gonna be later this year. Oh, Cross-Age Dragon. Yo, I saw you in Honkai Impact 3rd yesterday in the lobby. Yeah, I actually got a friend request from you. I got 2 friend requests while I was doing the New Year mini games. I said what's up, but you left. I don't know how to communicate or navigate in that lobby thing. It's so chaotic. I just went in there to do my my tasks and then I got off. But yeah, 2 people sent me a friend request and I was like, oh, they must notice me because of my username. You know what's funny about that? I'm gonna do it after this stream, but I'm hitting captain level 88 today, actually. I have like 300 XP that I need to get and I gotta just do my dailies. But I finally broke through eventually and I'm hitting captain level 88 later today. Or tomorrow, maybe. It depends on how I'm feeling. But yeah. But yeah, I did recognize your username from the friend request you sent yesterday. But yeah, I don't know how to, like, there's so much pop-ups and like things going on the screen in that lobby, so I was like, yeah, I didn't even notice. Yeah, Polar Star and Pale Flame, I'll be reading those later this year. Have you listened to the updated voice lines of the Fatui in Mondstadt? Yeah, I mean, I haven't, like, listened to it myself, but, like, we chit-chatted with them back when they weren't, like, verbally voiced. But I have since heard their voice lines whenever I fast travel. All right. If you keep your eyes peeled and your mind engaged, you won't die for dumb reasons.
Try to keep up.
Yeah, Cross-Age Dragon, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Arnold, gotta leave now. It's pretty late where I am, but hope you have an amazing stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you'll be able to check out the VOD whenever you get the chance.
Someone to chat to would be better than just standing around.
There's a post for White Day and Genshin. Have you seen? Oh yeah, I've seen them. If you follow me on Twitter, I saw them all. I actually quote retweeted the one with our little Tipet Lissar companion. I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Do you think they will lead us back to Dottoro's Ruin Guard factory and Child's story somehow? I don't think so. Personally. Story quests, for the most part, tend to be pretty removed from the main plot. So that's just probably like one of his many like playgrounds that he just does random shit with. But I don't really know if it's gonna be like something that's recurring.
But we're working together after all.
Do you think when Nicole comes out, they'll give her an animated try? I hope so. Oh my god, can you imagine? I assume she's gonna be the first Hex and Zircle witch to be playable, and she's an angel. And so, like, that'd be so awesome if she was, if they did. Like, I would love for her to get the full treatment. Like a trailer, a demo, an animated short. That'd be awesome. Actually, let me see. I want to quickly do my commissions because I feel like I'm going to be like too tired to do them later. And I'm like, huh, let's see.
Hello again.
Grim, are you in the chat? Hi, Cal. Oh, sorry, Arnold. I didn't know you were live. Nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Do you mind helping me go through my commissions? Not my commissions, well, my artifacts, really. Also, is Stygian done? Yes, it is. Okay. That's sad. Did you do the Nicole anecdote? Yeah, of course I did. Yeah, the day it came, I got it the day the patch came out. I did hers and Varka's.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
What do you think the next weekly boss is gonna be? I did mention this during my, I think it was during the recent video I released about Alice. But I remember during the Archon quest, Alice was like, "It is I, the final boss of Nodcry." And I was like, chat, imagine she actually meant that. And we gotta, like, fight Alice before we go to Snezhnaya or something. I think that'd be cool if we had to fight, like, the leader of the Hexen Circle. But other than that, other than it being Alice, I don't know. Because we already got Dottore. But, I mean, they've been debating us with the, like, usually, so we got, let's see, what would it be? Let me think. Yeah, if it's not Alice, then I don't know who it could be, actually. Just because, Like, there's no other harbingers, really, that are present that really would want to fight us. Unless they did, like, a fucking dragon. Unless a dragon just comes out of nowhere. Yeah, no one predicted the chess boss, too, but, like, now that we got the chess boss, I'm like, okay, that was a trial. And I get it, it's like, you know, it was a trial for a specific thing, but, like, now that Alice is in the game itself, it'd be cool if she was the boss. Almost kind of like how we fight, like, I mean, granted, we're fighting her puppet, but I don't know. If it's not Alice, I legitimately don't know who it could be. So I'm gonna say Alice. Just based on that cheeky little comment that she had during the Archon quest, because it seems so weird to say. Either that, or it's some type of abyssal monster. But you would have to think, like, when would they release that? They would have to release it before the summer. But we just got Dottore last patch. So either Luna 8 or 9, we would get a new world boss. But, or we might not get anything. Like, who knows what, for all we know, we might get jack shit. And they're like, all right, have fun in Snezhnaya when you fight the rest of the Harbingers in the Tsaritsa. But yeah. All right, let's just do, I only have to do 3 matches right here and then we're done.
Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now.
On me.
Busted.
Thunder!
Barbados! Guide us! Three moons converge!
Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Take it easy.
Maria sweeping in!
A moonlit night for all. Surge!
Surge!
Game's
Oh man, we don't have any, I just realized we don't have any lunar reactions.
Gotcha.
I'm like, Bino, what are you doing here? Alright. Alright.
Wait!
Here comes the catch.
Converge! I swear by my sword!
Busted.
Maria sweeping in! Up the ante!
A moonlit night for
Things are
all.
about to get dicey.
Surge!
Barbados!
Take it easy.
Thunder! Thunder!
Alright. Alright. Alright, this is the last one.
Three moons converge!
Maria
Game's up.
sweeping in!
Fun is over. Quietly now. Take it easy.
On me!
Busted.
Oh, I'm so upset. They literally just freaking finessed me right there.
Moon rises!
Gotcha.
Alright. Alright, thank you, Grim. I appreciate it. Alright, chat. We're gonna lock in.
Surge!
Do you remember Inazuma event 4.6? Yai mentioned a big war. Yeah, of course of course I remember that.
Ah!
Yeah, that's gonna be that I'm assuming that's gonna be the end game.
Yeah.
All right. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Iano, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Chat, massive W's. Big hearts in the chat. Thank you, thank you. Holy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. What was I gonna say? Okay, I gotta run an ad. I gotta use the bathroom really bad, and then we're gonna start. Because we're doing Bina lore, I think I'm just gonna hang out in the, like, in this area. But yeah, if you guys got a sub, be sure to thank the, be sure to say thank you in the chat as well. Appreciate that. Oh, well, actually, you know what? I just lied. I want to do the anecdotes first. I want to do Varka's anecdote first. This has been 5 years in the making.
Try to keep up.
Okay.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most.
Oh, doing that co-op triggered the Varka anecdote. Oh, nice. Yeah, apparently you got to do the to get the Varka anecdote in Nodcry, you have to use resin on this artifact domain if you haven't already. If you haven't gotten any of the other, like, limited, like, hidden anecdotes. That one does show up for doing for using resin. And then Varka's just standing there.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do the anecdotes, and then Bina, and then Zibai, and then Etlua. So we're basically just gonna be doing a bunch of character-oriented stuff, and their weapons. Alright, gamers. I'm gonna run the ad right now, and then I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and we will start Varka's anecdote when I get back, so... You know, I'll leave you with Varka and his terrible dad jokes. I'll see you guys in a bit.
That's what I'll make tonight. Give me a better price.
God, Varka's so cool. Alright.
Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Dandelions? Of course they're flowers. But we grew up together after all.
Sure feels good to get away from my desk. Now, where's a good spot for a nap?
I can't go any lower.
Give me a better price. Better see Varka Cathedral if you're injured. Ooh, pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Fresh fruit, only at Quinn's Fruit.
But we grew up together after all. Gosh, all I can think about is Diluc. Of course they're flowers. Everyone can hear your voice.
I swear on the Archons, I can't go any lower.
We grew up together after
Fresh fruit, only at Quinn's Fruit. No wonder you're a master.
Better see Barbara at the cathedral if you're injured. Can't you give me a better price? Gosh, all I can think about
I
is
like to drink on
Diluc.
occasion. Any and every occasion. Good one.
Archons, I can't go any lower.
Everyone can hear your voice.
Holy moly, guys. You can hear every NPC on the planet from this spot. Holy moly. Shut up. Everyone's just yapping.
Price.
I'm like, man, I can hear Wagner. I can hear Wagner. I can hear Quinn. I can hear Donna. I was like, bro, I picked the worst spot.
Fresh fruit, only at Quinn's Fruit.
He did not just say good one at his own joke. Yes, he did. All right.
Sure feels good to get away
Leave
from
him
my desk.
alone.
Now, where's a good spot for a nap?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Monstatters being quiet challenge impossible. True. I'm so sad that these NPCs are gonna be gone. Ponya and Emetol. They're gonna be gone to. Oh, well, actually, they might. Some of them might actually be in. Like Glenfiddich is gonna be in Dormant Port, which I'm super excited about. Cause the cocktail night. That's so funny. That's like her new title. But yeah, I'm super excited to see some of the NPCs in Dormant Port. Also, speaking of Glenfiddich, is she still over here after you talk to her, or did she leave? Okay, she leaves. I was gonna say, because she's now at the bar up there, so I was like, is she in two places at once? But yeah, she was over here originally. Pretty sure they said that they would be in Dormant Port. Okay. Yeah, I forgot who said they're going and who said they're staying. So yeah, hopefully they're there in like a permanent setting, like in a sense of permanence, and not like just for an event or something. I'm actually kind of curious about what event we're gonna get when Dormant Port comes out. If it's gonna be like a Dormant Port Mondstadt focused event, or if it's gonna be something else. At this point, transfer the whole Knights of Favonius to Dormant Port? Nah, some of them need to come home. But, you know. Dormant Port technically is in Mondstadt, so you're not wrong. Alright, alrighty.
Can't you give me a better price?
Yeah, I'm gonna read Jean and Durin's birthday notes, which is so super cool. It's Jean and Durin's birthday today, by the way, which is awesome. That like, I remember last year, Jean's birthday letter from last year was talking about how her mother visited her and how like her dad is in Dormant Port. So like that was really cool. Actually, last year also no, last year was teasing the, like, her mother did visit her, but I think last year's birthday letter was teasing the expedition in Nodcry. And that was around the time that we started getting all of like the Nodcry reveals, which was really cool. So yeah. All right, chat. All right. I think we're ready to start. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, gamers, how does everything look? How does everything sound? Let me know. We're gonna read the birthday notes after I do the anecdotes, actually. Actually, I'm kind of wondering, where am I gonna... Actually, you know what? You know what? We're gonna read the birthday letters when I do Varka's lore. Hold on, let me write this down. Yeah, we're gonna read the birthday letters when we get to Varka's lore, just so I can have it included, like, with something, instead of it just being by itself. So yeah, we'll do that then. Alright, chat, say hi to YouTube, say hi to the VOD watchers. We are starting now. Alrighty, gamers, this should be the last line of anecdotes right now for the Luna 5 content. At the time of recording, I'm actually recording this live on stream. We're actually going to be going through a bunch of lore for today, me basically catching up on the last 2 patches of lore. A lot of the last few anecdotes that I've done, actually I think most of the anecdotes that I've done for this patch have been done off stream as opposed to on stream, just because I want to try to get these out as soon as possible and have them recorded and like basically just get through content as soon as possible. But I said to myself, I need to be on stream when we get Varka in Mondstadt. And I think this is like the 5th or 6th time that I've gotten Varka in Mondstadt, but I've avoided it because I wanted to be on stream, because this is a 5-year anecdote in the making. Godwin is still fumbling out there in the wilderness looking for that ring for the last 5 years, and has just been like a complete, like, he's just been, bro's just being a goofy at this point. He's just out there lost. Didn't go back home. Didn't catch up with the expedition, and it's like, what excuse is brother gonna have for why he hasn't been neither home in Mondstadt or back with the expedition? And it's been like this running joke that I've been thinking about, and I've even talked about over the course of my playthrough, like, man, I really hope when Varka comes back, like, Godwin just gets an earful. And Holyoverse was like, bet, we got you, fam. All right, we're locked in. So we are going to be following up with the Varka anecdote. I am so excited to see how this comes together and like how this is gonna play out, especially since they teased this a little bit during the Luna 5 special program. So with all that said, gamers, let's lock in and let's see what's about to happen. Glory, what's going on?
I know those voices. Why, if it isn't Paimon and the honorary knight.
Wow!
Praise be to the Animo Archon for this flurry of good news.
Holy moly, Glory voiced in 2026. I know she's got like random like idle lines. Most NPCs have idle voice lines, but this is awesome. This has like been one of like my most looked forward to features whenever we get a world quest or whatever. Mostly it comes down to events where we get to hear NPCs talking for the first time. So this is great.
Huh? Oh, hey, Glory. What's got you in such a good mood?
The expedition's back, which means my husband's back.
Have you heard? The knights who went on expedition are finally returning home.
Bruh.
Which means Godwin should be home soon too.
Oh no.
It won't be long now before we're together again.
This poor girl. You know what? I'm gonna just say this too, right? When you think about it, it's like, brother has been out there looking for this. Bro, are we gonna go out there and find the ring in like 2 seconds? He's like, man, I lost this ring. I cannot show my sorry face back to my love without this thing. And that's why he's been out there this whole time. He's like, I can't go back home and be like, hey, this important item that commemorates my commitment to you is missing. And I'm like, I don't know, man. After a while, you got to cut your losses and understand that it's just, you can get another ring. So this kind of sucks.
Huh? Don't tell Paimon Godwin still hasn't told Glory about getting separated from the expedition.
Yep, 5.5 years, by the way.
Could you help me scatter some more dandelion seeds?
Oh my god.
I want to thank the Animo Archon for watching over the expedition. Especially Godwin.
Yeah, yeah, you know what? Venti, you kind of have some explaining to do, buddy. All right, like, how do you just let this shit happen in your own nation, man? Also, this is a callback to the commissions that you do in Mondstadt with her, because that is a commission.
Oh, poor girl. Waiting for Godwin all this time? Should we tell her the truth? Or should we have a word with Godwin first?
Oh, dear.
Is something wrong?
Oh, God, am I going to have to choose? Am I going to have to break the news to her and be like, your husband is kind of three-head?
Huh? You want us to help scatter dandelion seeds at the Animo Archon statue, right? Piece of cake! We'll head there right away!
Oh, boy. At Glory's request, you head to the top of the Animo Archon statue. Oh, this is awesome.
How much longer do you think Godwin's going to keep the truth from Glory? Paimon doesn't want to make her upset, but if we don't tell her...
Well, you know what? Paimon, we're kind of already in the hole because we've had opportunities to tell her, but like, And Godwin's also like, hey, don't tell her some bullshit. So we're no, like, you know what I mean? Like, now we got a conscience.
No, she deserves to know. Let's find Godwin and give him a piece of our mind.
I'm not sure that'll be necessary.
Huh? Why not?
Because I think because I think Varka's already sorting it out.
Huh? Varka? And Godwin? Wait, Godwin's back in the city?
Oh my
We need to go
god.
speak to him.
Brother, it took the Grand Master coming back from his expedition for you to finally come to your senses. Bruh.
Hey, Varka! What's Godwin up to now?
Shh, watch closely. This Knight of Favonius is making the most important decision of his life. Try not to disturb him.
Also, does this anecdote mean that Godwin's not gonna be in the fields anymore? Dude, this is a crazy revelation. He's been out there for ages. He's always the butt of the joke whenever I'm out there. Now, like, who am I gonna make fun of now?
Glory, it's me. I've returned from the expedition safe and sound. I haven't stopped thinking about you this whole time. Oh, no. I can't keep lying to her. Let me think this over.
So Varka's gonna cover for him? Varka's like, yeah, I'll vouch for you, you idiot.
Glory,
Oh, dear.
I have to come clean. I never left Mondstadt in the first place.
My
Oh, no, that's even worse. Saying that will only hurt her more. Oh, I don't know what to do.
Bro, just be honest. Just be like, I lost your ring and I thought you would hate me. So I've been out there looking for it for 5.5 years. I don't really know how you, I don't know how you get around that fact. Like, that's kind of stupid. But like, I don't know, man.
Oh, so that's what you meant. Paimon agrees that this is a pretty important decision, but is it really the Grandmaster's responsibility to sort out Knights' love lives, too?
Yeah, Varka's like, man, we gotta maintain love here, all right?
No, not at all. As an organization, the Knights of Favonius does not interfere with personal matters. However, the issue he faces is about more than being a good partner. It's about being a good knight.
All right, and okay.
I should just tell her the truth. Honesty is a knight's greatest virtue, but Glory is so fragile. What if she can't handle the shock?
Seems like being Grandmaster isn't always so brother, this is the easiest thing in the world. Just be honest.
Well, it's not all that difficult. Besides, it's not like I'm entirely blameless in the situation either.
Oh, did he know? You didn't send someone for him either?
Back then, I had my hands full preparing for the expedition, so when he suddenly applied for leave, I told him to report to Jean instead.
Oh my.
The plan was that he'd rejoin us later.
So it's not even Varka's fault. It's literally Godwin's fault. Like, what the fuck? So, like, it was okay. So he was allowed to leave. He just decided to stay out there all these years.
Who could have guessed he'd spend all this time agonizing over how to report back to Jean? Although, I imagine a good chunk of that time was also spent worrying about how to report back to his girlfriend.
Yeah, I guess that's true too. It's like, bro, you're in the Knights and you decided to not go on the expedition? What kind of knight are you? Also, I thought he was out there because he's been looking for his ring all these years. Did he ever find it?
Naturally. I'll admit I was careless at the time. I didn't set a clear deadline for his report, which may have been part of the reason he spent so much time hesitating. That was my bad.
Brother, this is kind of crazy. This is actually ridiculous. So, Varka probably thought, oh, well, he's back in Mondstadt because, you know, he reported to Jean. And then Jean's like, oh, well, Godwin's on the expedition because he never showed up. This is such a mess. Certainly a very hands-off approach, I'll give you that.
Truth is, hesitation only ever complicates things. Once a day or two has passed, you start to think, Well, what's a day or two more? Then, after 3 or 4 days, you start to wonder if your current situation's really so bad after all.
Bro, he has to come back.
Oh, maybe I should just leave Mondstadt. Then I can pretend I never came back.
Oh my god.
Yes. Then I can think things over a little longer. Just a day or two more.
Bro's like, you know what? Maybe I just need to remove myself from society and let the wilderness claim me. He's so used to life in the wild that he doesn't know how to acclimate back into society. This is crazy.
At the very least, he should be able to make a decision on his own that aligns with the spirit of chivalry, without me needing to lecture him first.
No, we should probably lecture him. Does running away from your problems align with the spirit of chivalry? I mean...
Running away? Don't be silly, what kind of a night would ever... Wait, what did you say? Running away?
Oh, boy.
Darn it, Godwin! Stop right there!
Bro! Alright, this guy... That should be... He should get some jail time for that. Bruh.
Uh-oh. Lecture incoming.
Bro, Varka should have just freaking done his giant leap.
Grandmaster?
Alright, Godwin. What kind of sorry excuse of a knight are you? You're making everybody else look bad.
Hey, Godwin. How can you even call yourself a knight? You were loud and proud when you first confessed your love. Where did that guy disappear to?
He's in the fields of Mondstadt, sir.
Confessed my love? Grandmaster, how do you...
Please, half the Knights of Favonius know about you and Glory. Besides, that's not the point.
Bruh.
The point?
Honorary Knight, tell this scaredy cat what decision a true knight would make.
Oh my gosh. I love how we're over here like, you know what? Let's bully Godwin. It's been 5 years. Honesty is a knight's greatest virtue. Sometimes lies can be... This is not one of those times. Let's not conflate this with like an actual a noble lie with this. This is not a noble lie. This is... He's being an idiot. Either decision has its... No. Honesty is a knight's greatest virtue. If I can't trust you, if you're just a liar, like... What the hell? We need trust above all else.
Too right it is,
Hello
though,
again.
in all honesty. See what I did there? A little white lie now and then can be quite harmless, too.
Bro, he's so lame. Oh my god. Yeah, see what I did there? I mentioned honesty in the conversation about honesty. Isn't that so funny, guys?
See? There's honor in either decision. And yet, despite all that, you chose to skedaddle.
Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing.
Whether you choose to maintain Glory's illusion or come clean, as a knight, you should make a decision, follow it through, and bear the responsibility. What were you thinking when you confessed your love? Presumably something along the lines of, does she feel the same? Might she reject me? Truth is, you had no way to know, but you put yourself out there and told her all the same.
Yeah, and she's been waiting here for you. This entire time, this poor girl on that same bench for 5 years. And now you're like, yeah, she could just keep waiting for me. Like, what the fuck?
Now, all you've got to do is muster up that very same courage. The courage to make a decision, whichever one it is.
I'm not gonna lie. I would honestly not even give him a choice. I'd be like, no, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go there, tell her the truth. And if she chews you up for it, you're gonna take your lumps. I'm not gonna give him the choice to skedaddle. Or the choice to lie.
I don't want to be like this. It's just, whenever I picture Glory's reaction, I lose the courage to make up my mind. Will she be angry or disappointed? Will she forgive me? If it ends up leaving her as conflicted as I am, maybe it would be kindest not to tell her at all.
That's so cope. That's so cope. What? He like just convinced himself like, you know what? This is for her own good. All right, I don't want to conflict her, brother.
But if I don't tell her now, she'll find out someday anyhow, right? All these thoughts in my head, aren't they just excuses I'm making for myself?
Yes, wholly aware.
Hey, what are you prattling on about now? You won't achieve anything thinking like this. Instead of getting lost in your own thoughts, how about you just lay it all out on the table?
I'm so glad I'm streaming this.
Come on, let's head to the Angel Share. It's time to give you a refresher course in chivalry.
Yep. Oh dear. What is gonna happen?
Can you really train chivalry in a tavern?
Yeah, I was gonna say, brother, like, you need some liquid courage. That you're gonna get him drunk so he loses all of his inhibitions and then just doesn't worry about it.
Looks like there's a long way to go before this situation gets resolved.
Oh, is there another one? Oh, there's a follow-up anecdote, I'm sure. Okay. Holy moly, chat. Oh, man. Okay, I definitely need to follow this up with another stream because I need to see what happens next. Holy moly, Godwin. You're kinda... I can't believe we just went through that. Guys, Glory is still here. She's still waiting. And, yeah, in another 1 to 2 days, like, nothing has changed. He's just avoiding her in the city now. Good lord. Poor girl. Yo, you better make a move, buddy, before some other righteous knight comes through and sweeps her off her feet, god damn it. I'm kind of upset about that. I'm like, bro, I thought he would have found the damn thing. Also, chat, I can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. I actually can't believe it. Wait. Bro, there's no way. There's no way. What? I'm gonna kill this man. I'm gonna kill him myself. I'm literally gonna kill you, sir. I'm gonna set you on fire in the fields of Mondstadt.
Like this?
And she will never see you again. I cannot believe. Alright, I'm gonna burn you alive. No one will ever find you. Bro, there's no shot that he's just like, yep, I'm back on the grind. Okay, they should have updated it to take him out of the field. I don't know if it'll be updated after you finish the anecdote series, but like, unless he just went to the bar with Varka and he's like, you know what, let me just ponder my thoughts in the wilderness. And nothing literally changes. This is crazy. I'm assuming when this is done finally, I was not expecting him to be here, but I'm assuming Godwin will be permanently changed. Like, he won't be in this area anymore, which, you know, I don't know how many more anecdotes we have for this to be resolved, but we have another one, so I will follow up with that relatively soon. Bruh. You've got some nerve, buddy. You're not leaving, bud.
No, I can't go back to Gloria like this.
You shouldn't go back to her at all, buddy. Just stay out here in the wilderness, all right? This man is for the streets. Oh, man. Unbelievable. I can't believe that. Damn, dude, you could have come back home and told Glory this awesome story about how you survived an encounter with the Wild Hunt under Grandmaster Varka. But, like, you're contemplating how you're gonna lie to her. It's like, damn. And then if she finds out, he's gonna be like, but I thought you'd be upset with me. I don't know, man. Oh boy. Okay, so really quick chat. How many extra anecdotes are there to that? Was a pretty substantial one, honestly. But I actually did I thought that would be it. I thought it would just be a really long one, but I guess there's a follow-up. I don't know if any of you guys have done all the anecdotes already, but I guess I will just try to follow up with another anecdote the next time I stream. Two total for Godwin's story, including today. Wait, so you're saying this is one of two? Or are you saying there's three and I did this one? Oh, okay, so I got one more then. Alright. Yeah. Unfortunately, my next stream won't be until Wednesday, at the very least, especially if I don't finish all my lore reading today. So, we'll probably... I hope RNG's on my side, but we'll probably follow up with the last anecdote on Wednesday, then. If you do another anecdote off stream, the chances of getting the follow-up will increase. I don't have any other anecdotes. It's literally just this next one, and that's it. I already did all the other ones. So, at most, I'm going to make sure I go to the, I'm gonna make sure I go to, Inazuma to make sure that I get an increased rate for Varka. I just gotta stay out of Mondstadt. Alrighty. Alright, so we still got time, so I'm gonna do one more thing before we reset for Zibai. Alright. Okay, and so we just did Varka's anecdote. I'm actually gonna follow up and just quickly check and see if Bina has another or any new interactions outside of the ones that we've already done, just because it is Saturday today. If not, see, I can't tell from here if this is a new one or if it isn't. I don't think it's the liar, because she's a lot closer to us than I initially thought. So, let's see. Oh, the Kuhenki!
The Kuhenki and I were just playing a picture guessing game.
Oh!
Would you like to join?
Oh my gosh! It's been a minute! Oh, is this the,
Come on now, little ones.
where they, like, make the shapes? Oh, man, it's been such a long time. Okay, so it seems like these are recurring games that we've interacted with her about. Like, we had the liar last time, and now this is the guessing game, like, last time, so... Yeah, I guess we're kind of done with Bina interactions at this point.
See if you can guess what this picture is.
Is that... I was just about to say a moon. Like, you didn't even need to give me that. That was the first thing that was going to come out of my mouth. Like, oh, it's a crescent moon. A moon. Or the moon.
Huh, that was way too obvious!
Yeah. At least I can get some little screenshots here.
I'm afraid this riddle was a little too simple for us.
Once the game is over, the Kuhenki rush towards you. Oh.
Thank you for taking the time to play with the Kuhenki. I hope we can have just as much fun playing together next time.
Oh, wow. These are incredibly brief. Holy. It's literally just gaming with Bina, and that's it. Okay, not bad. Alright, well, I think at this point, then, we're done featuring Bina interactions. I think I'll probably just do any of these extra ones on my own. I'm kind of curious. Like, I'm wondering what the heck, like, this like moon resonance thing we're doing at the end there, like what that's all about. Like, if it amounted to anything up until this point. Like, I know while we're in Nodcry, we get a level up, but...
If you'd like, you're more than welcome to play with the Kuhenki again sometime.
Okay. It's a buff that's active only in Nodcry for a week. Oh, is that what it is? Is it a weekly thing? I actually didn't know that. Because I always had Nodcry characters in my party. But is that what it is? Does it increase your nascent gleam? Like you get a bonus on that for the week? Until the next time you do it? I see. I'm sorry, you get Ascendant Gleam without any Nodcry characters. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so I guess that's what helps you out too. It just gives you a Nodcry buff while you're in the nation. Okay. Yeah, I actually didn't know that. Hold on, let me Oh, I can't do it here. Alright, let's head out then. Alright, I guess if you want like a little buff in the region, you would do the Bina interactions for that then. Oh wow, I never even seen this. I've never seen the Hexerai symbol thing right here. That's actually really cool. That's a really cool icon with the witches. Yeah, so we got the elemental resonance. We got the thanks to the moon's blessing, new moon's embrace, your party will gain a temporary moon sign ascendant gleam effect in Nodcry. Yeah, I never knew that. I had no idea that that takes effect for the week. I thought it was just something in the story. Like, oh, we're... Originally, I thought that that was like, oh, we're eventually gonna get like Lunar Traveler or something like that. I actually had no idea. Okay, not bad. Okay. Dude, this is actually gonna get pretty crazy if we have Hexerai buffs, and then Adeptal buffs, and then like Yokai buffs, and all this other crazy shit. Can only imagine. Okay. Let me, I'm just gonna... Give me 1 second. Just gotta type something out. Okay. Alright, chat. We are going to run another ad so I can get the timer back up. And we are going to start lore reading. I'm going to quickly read through Bina's weapon because I haven't had a chance to do that yet. And then after Bina's weapon, we're going to get into Luna 4 stuff that I haven't read yet. What's the recent update? I haven't played in like 2 years. Varka just came out this patch. So that's pretty cool. At long last. The Grandmaster of Mondstadt. He dual wields claymores. Blah, he dual wields claymores. And he's kind of a badass. And he's slowly getting burned to death. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Some Genshin players would say he triple wields. If you know, you know. But, you know, that's on a need-to-know basis.
On me.
Okay, let's head back. Chat, you know what? You know what I wish? I wish the game gave us more of a reason to come to this area. Like, I really miss the music that plays here. This place was so good during the World Quest. Like, you literally only come here for the World Quest and then quite literally never again. And it's so sad. I love this track.
Try to keep up.
Ooh.
Someone asked me earlier what my favorite Nodcry track is. This has to be like in my, like, it's hard, man. I would have to do like a tier list for every like area. So I would have to do like a top 5, like, cause how many tracks are in Genshin? It's gotta be hundreds, if not thousands. Maybe not thousands, definitely hundreds. But like, I would have to do like a top 5 for just this expansion area, and then like a top 5 for just this area. I would have to do like a top 5 for every expansion spot, because like boiling every nation down to one song is diabolical. There's over 1,774 according to the Wikipedia. Jesus Christ. Hoyo mix. Bro, if Hoyo... Yo, when Genshin... This is gonna sound crazy. When Genshin Impact is finished, if Genshin doesn't win, like, best album whenever it's finally all out, I will be shocked. You know, like how people have very opinionate, like how there are very what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I know some franchises out there that are very like, there's controversial opinions, not even controversial, but I don't know what the word is. Like, I know franchises where some people like the series and some people hate the series, but something that everyone universally agrees on is that the music is goated. Like, one series that comes to mind is Final Fantasy. Like, a lot of people like the old school Final Fantasies, and a lot of people really don't like the newer Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy X and onwards. People are like, those are trash, but then Final Fantasy IX and earlier, it's like, oh, those are goated. But like, one thing that both sides of the community agree on is that all the music across the games are like peak. I feel like that's like Genshin. I feel like, you know, Genshin is like the most popular gacha game, but there are people that really like Genshin and there are people that really hate Genshin, but I've never heard anyone say anything disparaging about the soundtrack or about Hoyo Mix. And so, like, that's why I'm like, oh, I would only be shocked about that because I don't know anyone that actually talks down about the music. Like, in general. Like, I understand not liking a certain track, but I think overall, it's like S tier. It's like one of the... I actually think it will go down in, like, gaming history as, like... It's a crazy discography of music for one game. And they don't just do it for Genshin. They do it for ZZZ. They do it for HSR. I'm pretty sure Honkai Impact 3rd has its own catalog, like its extensive catalog of music. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just... It's crazy how they operate. Such a good track, man.
Try to keep up.
All right, let's lock in. Yeah, Hoyo Mix really never misses, and it's like, the music was great before and after Yu Peng Chen left. Like, I never thought that him leaving would have like this massive, there would be like this massive gap in like the quality of the music, but the fact that we still lock in and appreciate the music like whenever we get new albums and soundtracks just shows that, like, obviously Yu Peng Chen didn't make all the music himself, you know, but it's nice to see that you know, that they're still rising above that occasion even after he's gone. All right. Okay. All right, chat. We are gonna lock in. I got a lot of lore to read. I'm gonna be switching up locations for each one that I do go through. We're over here though because I am gonna be reading Bina's weapon, so I'm just gonna read this, get it out of the way, and then we will. Because I already read her lore a couple patches, last patch, like whenever she came out. So I believe I read it when I was in Canada, actually. So we're gonna read her weapon lore, and then we're gonna pivot to Zibai and Etlua, and then we're gonna read artifacts, and then we're gonna read Nouvelette's skin, and then the wing glider lore, and then books. And I don't know if we're gonna get through all of this today. It's already 3 p.m. as well. So I'm at least gonna try to get through the character lore. And if I need to stream again, then we'll stream again. But all right. Alright, I just have to use the restroom really quick, and then we'll start. Right back. Let's make sure I'm recording. All right, chat. How does everything look and sound? We're gonna start right now. I'm gonna add Bina's lore reading to her video when it goes up on YouTube. It's just gonna be, I'm gonna let people know, hey, I'm reading this a bit later. But yeah, I would never do like a weapon by itself as a video, I don't think, because it doesn't really warrant, and it's not long enough to be like a substantial video on its own, in my opinion. So yeah. All right, so this is just going to be something that I'm recording that's going to go at the tail end of the Colombina lore reading session of the video. We're currently in Luna 5, and I did not get a chance to read Colombina's weapon at the time where I read her lore because her lore was already pretty extensive, and I think I was doing lore reading of other things that day. So I'm basically putting this with that other video, but we're going to be reading Colombina's weapon. I have not read it yet. And so we're just going to tack this on to the video in question, and we're just going to see what this weapon entails. We have Nocturne's Curtain Call, a jade pearl shrouded in light. Oh, sorry. A jade pearl shrouded in light. Oh my god, hold on a second. Okay, there we go. A jade pearl shrouded in light of the moon. Even in the coldest winter night, its gentle warmth lingers like a song. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I think of the song that she sang to herself now that we've experienced the Act 8 Archon quest. That revelation was super cool. Alright, so let's check this out. O little dove, child of the moon, though dust may stain your fair white feathers, though you lie down not in a warm embrace, may the moon be with you in your slumber. A shattered husk falls towards the misty land that never became a moon, their blessings scattered into clear waters and mossy plains. In a prison beyond the reach of both time and wind, the one who traverses backward beholds the eternal slumber of three sisters. In the eternal and fleeting, unbound by start or cease, the imprisoned moon maiden drifts through the night. Her consciousness gently caressing the hazy ethereal memories woven in a tapestry of yesteryear. So this is basically the song that she sings to herself, and basically the retelling of how she shone her light across, like she basically used herself to protect Nodcry with Kuvaki, and that's how Kuvaki came to be for Nodcry, which was really cool. So, and then obviously her going back in time through the Moon Gate. Let's see. The silvery vessel patrolled between mountains and seas at the moment where day and night intertwine. In the age when the pulse of the earth's bones had not yet yielded to the heavens, the vessel guided the souls of the untainted, ferrying them across the corrupted mortal plane and the frigid atmosphere to rest in peace on the dark side of the moon, hidden from view. Oh, interesting. The silvery vessel patrolled between mountains and seas. Huh. Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like a boat that carries souls, which reminded me of the ferryman from Surumi Island, maybe. Because it says ferrying, almost kind of like a boatman of the underworld, and it's talking about souls. Let's see. Yet it could not draw the gaze of the three mistresses of the Golden Hall. Wow, they mentioned, bro, Surumi Island was crazy. They talked about the Golden Hall in 2.1. Or 2.2 rather. Yet it could not draw the gaze of the three mistresses of the Golden Hall to meet the eyes of the children of humankind. The Lord of the Seven Calamities would not tolerate the gods showing mercy for the petty suffering of the mortal world. That is crazy. For before the primordial law, only complete submission and humble reverence could be considered true care for humanity. Yeah, so there is this overarching theory that I have with the first theory video that I released, regarding the heavenly principles potentially being the artificial intelligence AI construct of our spaceship, and that if they are the reason, right? There's life, death, time, space. The reason and the logic of the heavenly principles is lost on humanity because they lack empathy. They lack the ability to emotionally resonate with the suffering of humanity, because at the end of the day, if you're suffering but you're alive, well, you're only allowed to suffer because I'm keeping you alive. You know what I mean? It's like cold, calculated reason that justifies their actions, that like life above all else is justified. So, and it seems like that lack of emotion is what's conflicting with humanity over the years since the Heavenly Principles has been in, power. But like, I remember reading the weapon lore, reading the Traveler's outfit lore, it mentions that this AI removed their association module, which implied that like it viewed worlds and it viewed the potential of worlds a certain way, but I guess removing its association module, it allowed itself to be more logic minded and calculated. So it's almost like it removed its emotional perception, like its ability to emotionally empathize. And with Paimon being Paimon, it's kind of almost implying that maybe Paimon could be this emotional module AI of the Heavenly Principles, because she's very emotionally based. Everything she does is based on emotions, how she resonates with the Traveler, even like her eating habits and stuff like that. Like if Paimon eats, then like she's kind of like at peace with her mind and everything. So I'm kind of curious if like Paimon is going to be the key to stopping or saving the Heavenly Principles from themselves, it seems like, because the fact that they say here that they wouldn't tolerate the gods showing mercy for the petty sufferings of the mortal world is crazy when you consider the fact that the humans were brought here by the Heavenly Principles and have been safeguarded by them. It just seems very cruel and like a complete lack of empathy for the suffering of others. But yeah, again, that's just a headcanon that I have at the moment. All right, so let's see. The Lord of the Seven Calamities would not tolerate the gods showing mercy for the petty suffering of the mortal world. For before the primordial law, only complete submission and humble reverence could be considered true care for humanity. Even the three sisters, high in their jade-colored chambers, spinning the silver threads of fate for all living beings. When it came to ancient peoples and mortals struck down by fate, they were bound in threefold silence. Pity, compassion, admiration, and longing were always separated by the gossamer veil of moonlight, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Whether compelled to turn against their dark, corrupted master of old in defense of the living beings on Earth, or being constrained to turn blind eyes each to the other, amidst internal strife, so that the embers of defiance may be kept alight, or being driven to stain their own hearts with darkness and corruption to seek vengeance against a tyrannical usurper. That last one right there kind of reminds me of Sonnet. Like her, they walked the mortal world. Like her, they were three moons that illuminated countless cold nights. In the end, it was their own path that could not light. In the end, it was their own path they could not light. At the end of all three ways lay the night of oblivion. It was the future once lamented by the vanquished moons. It was the future once lamented by the vanished moons in the era where three were still three. All right, let's continue. But in the dark night, where but in the Dark Night, were they truly only one... Sorry, I'm just like struggling to read today. But in the Dark Night, were there truly only 3 paths that they saw? In the memories that belonged to her alone, there was a golden star not of this world. Oh, the Traveler. It was reflected in the cold, lonely courtyard under the silver moon, or maybe, that strained the starlight that always lingered in her heart. And linger it did, even across millions of years, even across countless worlds long extinguished. That star, which her gaze once had captured, would truly illuminate her journey home. Ah, that's awesome. In the next timeless instance of such unwavering belief begins the era where 3 are no longer 3. At the edge of darkness, the Lord of the Crossroads looked back at the 4th path beyond the 3-way fork. Amidst honey veils of dreamy hues, she tarried silently, waiting for the appointed meeting with her companion beneath the stars. O little dove, child of the moon, let not sorrow for hardship or parting weigh upon your heart. The flowers will bloom once more by your window, and the moon will be with you in your slumbers by night or day. Interesting. Wow, this is like a perfect recollection and like consolidation of her journey through the Moon Gate. Experiencing what the 3 Moon Sisters experienced, realizing that despite their fate coming to an end, the end of their fate, or like the end of their journey, marked the beginning of hers, which is also very intriguing. And yeah, it just basically talks about how, you know, she's essentially the legacy of the 3 Moon Sisters. And despite her brief encounter with the Traveler, it seems like the Traveler was the key to her return through the Moon Gate and basically turning things around for Nodcry. And also, ultimately, like, she was the key to saving herself in the end, which is like the biggest plot twist of the game, which is awesome. I am curious though, because it does say here, at the edge of darkness, the Lord of the Crossroads looked back at the 4th path beyond the 3-way fork. Amidst honeyed veils, she tarried silently. So it almost makes it seem like Colombina is the Lord of the Crossroads based on this passage here, which reminds me of the Syrup Mother and Phlogiston Father that was mentioned in the Tenochtitlan World Quest. So I wonder if that was referencing Nibelung and Colombina potentially, since Colombina is like Dragon King Nibelung was the beginning and Colombina is the end. Like, Dragon King Nibelung was the beginning of all of this, and Colombina is the legacy of it all. So I'm kind of curious if that was maybe referencing, if it's referencing Bina. But like, Lord of the Crossroads at the time also reminded me of the Lord of the Night. So I'm not entirely sure. But I mean, now that we finished Nodcry, it kind of makes me think of Colombina, given the context of waiting for the appointed meeting of her companion beneath the stars. But yeah, so this was a very appropriate weapon lore for Colombina. If you read this before doing the Archon quest, then you kind of get spoiled on that, which is why, like, whenever people ask me if I read certain character lore, whatever, that's why I always wait to read lore after doing quest content, because I don't want a piece of text to tell me something before the quest does. Like, 9 times out of 10, reading lore just recontextualizes what you already played in the game. So that's one of the reasons why I prefer to do quests before I read anything. But yeah, that was fantastic. I'm gonna tag this to the Colombina lore reading, so hopefully it's well received, and I hope you guys all enjoy reading and going through that with me. All right, that was awesome. That was great. I'm a little late on that, but I do appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and hanging out while I go through that. Okay, so now we're actually gonna get festive with our locations. Should I go to the moonlit should I go to the bamboo forest? Should I go to the chasm? Decisions. We're gonna be reading Zibai's lore next. I'm confused. So did dragons, Conrians, Fanes, humans all live at the same time in peace? So what basically happened is I think Fanes came to Tevat with humans when Dragon King Nibelung was gone and decided to live amongst the Moon Sisters and things of that nature for a time before they waged war against the sovereigns. Hey, I guess Chenyu Vale's an option too. You know what? Yeah, let's go to the Qingwang Terrace. I think that's pretty appropriate. My god, guys, recite the ancient poem. Do you think Heavenly Principles initially came with intentions? I think so. They probably came to the planet not realizing how it... I mean, I don't know, actually. I can't really say for sure. Oh, maybe they didn't know how intelligent the life forms were on the planet. But what I actually what I assume is that in the short term, the Heavenly Principles agreed to coexist with the dragons, but in the back of their mind, they probably identified that the dragons would never truly coexist with humans, and the humans weren't strong enough to defend themselves if the dragons decided to kill off the people. So I think it could have, again, I like, that's an angle, but that it's a valid angle for Fanes to take, especially if they were fearful that the sovereigns would respond hostilely, which they did, by the way. Like, at least the Sacred Mountain quest, like, dragons looked down upon humans. Yeah, that's true too. So, like, they probably had to, like, terraform a specific area on the planet for humanity, but it's like, oh well, we have to I don't know. It's a conflict at this point, because the dragons are like, oh, well, we have to give up our way of life to make way for your humans. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's desperate times, desperate measures. Yeah, it definitely answered a lot, but, like, we still don't have, like, the root. Like, we don't have, like, the catalyst that... Like, I don't know if we know who, quote-unquote, who shot first. We just knew from, like, the Moon Sisters that, like, the Heavenly Principles had become, like, increasingly, like, anxious about wanting to, like, claim the planet for themselves. But, like, the thing is, based on what... I mean, granted, we don't really know the point in time, but the Sacred Mountain quests kind of established at least the Natlanese dragons. A lot of them did not respect or like mankind. And, like, some of them were just like, yeah, well, let's kill these people. You know? Especially because, I mean... When you think about it, at least the Natlanese dragons had a reason to fear humans and, like, look down on them because Kukulkan taught them how to use phlogiston, so they were probably the most ably capable of taking down dragons compared to any other nation. And then it actually happened. Like, I'm kind of curious if, Shielcoatl was the first sovereign to go down. Well, no, because they faked their death during the, well, I guess that would have been after the War of Vengeance, so I guess the Hydro Dragon technically would have been the first one dead. We still have, guys, it's so crazy to me that we still don't have any information on the Electro Dragon Sovereign. Like, I'm expecting we're gonna learn about the Cryo Sovereign when we go to Snezhnaya, but the fact that we've already been to 6 out of 7 nations, including Nodcry, and we haven't gotten any type of, like, Electro Dragon. I guess the Geo and Animo too, but I feel like maybe not that they're the sovereigns, but even if the Animo and Geo sovereigns aren't around, I feel like Dvalin and Azhdaha could have been like the inheritors, like the dragons that would basically be able to become new sovereigns. But I don't know. Actually, I don't even know about Azhdaha because he's not pure Geo. He could resonate with other elements, so I actually am not entirely sure about, unless that has something to do with the ley lines and all of that. Wiki says that Azhdaha is the Geo Sovereign. Well, the wiki isn't official. The wiki is just based on, like, literally, like, community consensus and someone's opinion to write that out. So I'm not entirely sure. Plus, if that's what they say, you should look at what how they source that, like where they get their source from. Because wiki, at least, the wiki tends to give sources. How many of the dragons have we met? We met Nouvelette, we met Apep. We technically, like, we didn't meet them, but we've experienced Shielcoatl. So 3? Because I'm not counting Dvalin or Azhdaha right now. Yeah. All right. I'm so sorry, chat. I keep yapping, but let's lock in. We're gonna be reading Zibai lore now. Anepha's court? They said sovereigns, though. Anepha's court isn't from a sovereign, it's just from a dragon lord. Yeah, we saw Shielcoatl's corpse, but we also technically fought a memory version of them through Ghost Oithoth, so. And I mean, there's a ton of lore about them in the Sacred Mountain quest as well. I know it sounds crazy too, but I really hope that Hoyoverse finds some type of way to make Nibelung relevant to the plot again. Like, either resurrect a Dragon King Nibelung, or, like, give us, like, all of Nibelung's backstory. Because it's still kind of crazy that this whole world was created alongside the Dragon King, and it's kind of wild how a lot of that history is relevant in the present more than Nibelung themselves. Like, the only person that's even talked about them in the story was a Pep, I believe. Besides, before we got Nodcry, like, only a Pep was like the only one to even mention them. And, like, thank God Nodcry, like, expanded on that, but I really hope we get to see what Nibelung looks like in an animated short, or in the anime, or in the game, like, in the future. Like, if the Saritsa gets all the Gnosis, I know the going theory right now is, like, the Saritsa wants to get all the Gnosis to bring back the third Descender, because, you know, that could be her lover. But, like, I think it would be cool if she used the Gnosis to somehow resurrect the freaking original Dragon King up to that. I think that would be cinema. But, like, I'm coping right now, but I just want Nibelung to come back into the picture, because they're so, like, pivotal to, like, everything that happened here. And, yeah, I don't know. Also, chat, you know what else is weird? Why was the... Who put our spaceship on the moon? Like, I'm still kind of curious that we never got... I don't think they ever answered that. Like, because our spaceship was on the planet initially. Oh, did Bina say that Fanes did it? I'm just kind of curious when that happened, and more importantly, why. Like, I understand them throwing the moon out of the orbit, but, like, it's kind of weird that they were like, yeah, and take this spaceship with you. I guess I should have implied that that was him, but I guess I meant, like, the reason why. Because it was on Tavad at one point, but the moon was already, like, you're telling me that Fanes threw the moon out first, and then hundreds of years later, they opened the firmament and threw our spaceship out too? It's kind of weird. Especially because I assume they threw the moon out because the moon could have been used as a weapon against them, like it was used against them against Nibelung. But, like, it's kind of odd why they would do that against the spaceship. Unless they, but then again, if they're the AI of the ship, they're probably like, oh shit, I don't want to go back into that spaceship. Get that away from me. You know, like it's like it's a fucking prison for them or something. That'd be kind of crazy. We gotta put the heavenly principles back in their spaceship. I don't know. We'll have to... I really want more information. I can't wait. I hope we get more lore before we go to Snezhnaya. Like the summer event. Oh god, the summer event's gonna pop off, dude. I'm so excited for that. Alright, chat. Let's lock in. I'm like yapping a little too much. But I haven't streamed in like a week, so I hope you guys don't mind. Alright, say hi to the VOD watchers, chat. We are starting. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. So, I'm going to make sure that I upload this video, most likely following the Lantern Rite event with Zibai, because at the time of recording right now, we are in Luna 5, as you can tell. Varka's in my party. However, I was not able to get through any lore reading content, weapons, artifacts, character lore, books. I was not able to get through any lore reading during Luna 4, and it wasn't until the end of Luna 5 now, where we have the next 3.5 weeks before Luna 6 comes out, where I'm actually sitting down now to get through reading lore and stuff like that. So when this gets uploaded on YouTube, rather than wait until we get to Luna 5, I'm actually going to upload this when it should have been read, which is sometime after Lantern Rite. So, because like nothing of consequence happens where me putting that in there wouldn't make sense. So I just want to let you guys know about that primarily, because that's how it's going to be for the rest of these lore reading videos moving forward. But I decided to come to the Chiweng Terrace in Chenyu Vale because it is thematically accurate and important to, given the fact that we're going to be reading Zibai's lore following Lantern Rite and everything that we learned about from Long Gone and I guess the ancient past of Teyvat during the Unified Civilization, and Zibai's influence as an angel of the heavenly principles of Celestia. We got a lot of lore from the Lantern Rite / like, it almost felt like a Zibai story quest as well. We got an Istaroth showcase, and we got more context on the divine nail that fell in the chasm. And so we're going to be reading her character lore as well as her signature weapon, and basically learning a little bit more about her beyond what the story gave. So I did get her to Friendship 10 already, so we're gonna jump right in. Thank you guys again for watching and for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoy. And let us start. So we have Zibai, birthday May 15th, so her birthday is in a couple of months. Affiliated with Liyue Harbor with a Geo moon wheel. The White Horse Adeptus from Liyue's legend, known as Zibai, the most mysterious figure in Liyue's myth. Also, shout out to Moonlit Bamboo Forest, shout out to the Spring of Hidden Jade, and basically everything that foreshadowed this character over the last few years, from 1.0 to Natlan's release when we got the follow-up book, and everything else in between. She's finally in the game, and let's see what we have in store. So we got character details. The Legend of Liyue make mention of a mysterious White Horse Adeptus. Traces of her story are scattered throughout books and folktales. Yet across these diverse sources, accounts of her appearance are never quite the same. Some say she becomes a steed as white as snow, and in the days of the Archon War, aided Rex Lapis in attaining supremacy over the mortal realm. That is so cool. So I'm assuming Rex Lapis has shooters in Liyue. He's got the Yaksha, he's got the Adepti. He was even kind of working in tandem with other gods like Guizhong. So like, bro just had an entire squad secure the W for him. The Lord of Geo, mind you, very sus. Heaven Star, by the way, potentially the Sun God, based on evidence that we've put together in the story thus far. But it's so crazy how like everything, yeah, like Ajdaha was on his side too. The Lord of Geo securing the Geonosis will never not be sus, and might have connections with Asmodee, given the cubes and all of that. So, and the subspace adeptal powers, and I don't know, Zhongli is so sus, bro. Others whisper that her eyes, like amber touched with gold, hold the power to gaze through the desolate wasteland of time itself. Still, others claim she has always lived on the moon, listening to the wishes of mortals and keeping watch over the world of flickering lights below. Yet, amidst all these different accounts, none could truly capture her visage, nor paint the likeness of her form. Whether amidst gentle tea time chatter or debates pouring out over ink-filled scrolls, each view was a glimpse through a keyhole. capturing naught but fragments, never the full picture. In any case, she was as a shard of blessed light, a wild goose upon the snow, whose footprints vanish with the morning. Still, her yesteryears linger in the mortal dust, and her tale awaits the day that it's unearthed by those who would seek it. Yeah. I also want to give a big shout out to the studio and the group of creators that made the Moonlit Bamboo Forest animation. Based on the Moonlit Bamboo Forest book alone, they pretty much nailed Zibai's aesthetic. You know, like obviously it was in an animated format versus in-game model, but like that's like the closest depiction of what Zibai ended up actually looking like, which was pretty impressive. And they went solely off of the descriptions of the book. So, you know, they're talking about, oh, no one could quite get her visage. No one can quite tell what she looked like or, you know, piece the full picture of her character. And I'm like, oh, Moonlit Bamboo Forest animation came pretty close. So I think that's really cool. All right, let's continue. Character story 1. Few realize that the legends told of the White Horse Adeptus across Liyue were born from her demise. She was an envoy from the heavens who descended millennia ago to guide the journey of mortals. She watched over the ancient kingdom of Langan, a realm of sand crystals and gemstone, which is so appropriate for the chasm in the present day. Like, we had to find those, I forgot what they're called, because I don't have any in my inventory anymore. But, like, the glazed stones, I forgot what they're called, but the stones that, like, mix the minerals with the celestial, like, energy. I forgot what they were called, but I think they were, like, sandstone frost crystals or glazed crystals or something. I don't remember. But I do remember that we had to collect a bunch of those when we first got to the chasm. It was she who taught the people of the kingdom to till and to weave, and as a result, they prospered with bountiful harvests, their granaries close to bursting. No, not the lumen stone. Yeah, it's like the archaic stones, but I feel like they had an you know what? I swear to God, I don't know if it's in this right here. Yeah, the frost glaze crystal. I was like, it was like sandstone frost glaze or something. It was this right here. This is what that passage just reminded me of, which is very different from this archaic stone, which is also from the chasm. So I was like, I knew, yeah, it's this. It literally says, a glaze crystal produced in the depths of the chasm. This special glaze sand crystal ore is one scattered during a battle against the giant ruin machine, which is super cool. So they kind of followed through with Langan being like the original location of the chasm because of those materials, which I really appreciate. All right, let's continue. Their granaries close to bursting. And so the people of that ancient kingdom came to worship her as the god of soil and grain. Under her wise counsel, Langan prospered. A splendorant pearl in a unified civilization. Wow. Alas, nothing lasts forever, and an unforeseen catastrophe descended from beyond the world. A devastating war erupted above the skies. Oh boy. The shockwaves of that catastrophe, laden with dark malice, crashed over Langan. What followed was the resolute will of the heavens to purge the darkness. Sacred will coalesced as though divine punishment... Sorry, let me read that again. Sacred will coalesced as though divine punishment to assail the ancient kingdom and scour its tainted land from the world. To secure a glimmer of hope for the people she watched over, Zibai defied the will of the heavens. Thus, with a grievous strike, her spirit was sundered into 3, never to heed the desire of the mortal world again. Yet, whether stirred by pity or to punish an act of betrayal, a shadow watching from the heavens above extended a hand to Zibai. That would be Istaroth. From that moment on, Zibai's 3 severed spirits had been frozen in that flickering instance, a fraction of a second before their dissipation, and her essence wandered eternally in a dream where both life and death are beyond reach. Yep, the moon shadow, I believe they called it. But, yeah, and again, this is kind of, you know, the 3, like, Zibai's 3 deadly selves. It's kind of akin to what we learned about, or what we had learned about from the Narcissenkreuz Ordo, which is the separation of, like, your soul. Like, you can split yourself up. The trifactor excision is what they call it in Liyue, which is really awesome that they called back to this, and there's other versions of it in other nations. We just got that, actually, with Andreas and Varka and the Knights of Boreas and stuff like that. So we don't know what it's called in Mondstadt, but Andreas was able to do it too, which is pretty cool. All right, character story 2. In a time long past, when Zibai descended upon the mortal world as an envoy of the moons, she befriended a being most unusual. Though he bore the resemblance of a mortal man, one with a striking visage, he could ride the clouds in mist, move mountains and fill seas, scatter rocks, and grind jade to dust. Oh my god, is this Zhongli? Or an Adepti, maybe? Yet, despite possessing powers that could rival the divine, he was not of the angelic race, much to Zibai's amazement. Chat, I swear to God. Chat! He could ride the clouds in mist, move mountains and fill seas, shatter rocks, and grind jade to dust. Ride the clouds, that's kind of interesting. I was gonna say, that kind of reminded me of Sun Wukong. And Zhongli has a pole arm. In before he's Sun Wukong. What in the world? Yeah, like that kind of reminded me of like the Nimbus cloud. Yeah, so this must be like her first time encountering Heaven's Star. Yet, despite possessing powers that could rival the divine, he was not of the angelic race, much to Zibai's amazement. One day, they agreed to meet high in the mountains to duel in the adeptal arts. Yet, when the hour arrived, her opponent was nowhere to be seen. There was not but a distant rumble on the horizon. Zibai followed the sound and discovered 3 identical figures. Wait. Discovered 3 identical figures aloft in the clouds, engaged in a fierce confrontation. Amidst the clash of their blades, she could hear faintly a battle cry. The Lord of Geo, Heaven's Star. Before long, the fighting ended and wait, what? Chat, what the fuck? Zhongli can split himself too? Oh my, dude, was bro battling himself? What the fuck? He was sparring with, dude, the only one that can beat me is me. What in the world? That's like some Dragon Ball Z type shit, where like the Z fighters would literally just create after images of themselves and then fight themselves to train. What in the world? He literally just performed the trifactor excision and started fighting himself. Amidst the clashing of their blades, she could hear faintly a battle cry. The Lord of Geo, Heaven's Star. Before long, the fighting ended and the 3 figures merged into one, alighting before her. It was none other than her astonishing friend. Can't Sun Wukong do that too? Can't he create like clones of himself? Oh my god, actually he can. Bro, you know how I remembered that? I was like, well, in Ruby, Sun Wukong, his semblance is that he creates light clones of himself. And I was like, well, the Sun Wukong is based off of the Sun Wukong from the Journey to the West, I think. And so, that's really cool. Oh my god. Actually, I'm now thinking, I'm like, wait, what if he's actually a Sun Wukong reference? Holy cinema. This matter piqued Zibai's curiosity, and her friend did not withhold his secret. Oh wow, he told her, imparting them most generously. And so she came to learn the ancient art of trifactor excision, or how to excise the 3 deadly selves. Bro, Zhongli has 3 deadly selves? Holy moly. Can you imagine? So, like, is Zhongli, are we seeing him unite? Are all 3 of his, like, in one? Or are there, like, other Zhonglis out there? Holy peak. This is crazy. What kind of lore drop is this? These so-called deadly selves are the impure thoughts and wicked desires that pollute the practitioner's mind. To cast them aside is to glimpse the unmarred self, pure and clean. But Zibai, as an envoy of heaven and the 3 moons, harbored no such wayward thoughts. No matter how hard she tried, she could not sever her 3 deadly selves. Which is why Istaroth had to assist. But like, if she can't even do it, and it took Zibai needing assistance from Istaroth, how the fuck is Zhongli able to do that by himself? And he's not an angelic being. Holy moly. He is... Bro, this is crazy. Her friend was unperturbed, simply remarking that the will of heaven shifts and does not stay, while white clouds drift and turn to hounds of gray. Holy bars. Refuses to elaborate and leaves. I hate this man so much. And with that, he turned and left. Bro, he literally is just like, yeah, that's a pretty cool ability. I'm not gonna tell you specifically how I do it. You have yourself a good one. Oh my god, at that time, she did not yet know how, on the long journey of guiding humanity that lay ahead of her, human emotions would surreptitiously take root in her heart. Nor how, in the future, more distant still, when her own eyes beheld the divine punishment that would descend upon the nation she cherished. Holy moly, dude. Resentment, fear, and sadness would gnaw at her soul like maggots feeding on rotting flesh. Like maggots feeding on rotting scraps of flesh. In that moment, she would surely sever her 3 deadly selves, an act through which she would abandon her former self, lie hidden amongst the mortals, and keep kindled a final chance for vengeance against the heavens. Yep, she's like, my hatred for the heavens is enough to keep me alive. Spite is enough to keep you alive. But as her friend had said, the will of heaven shifts and does not stay, while white clouds drift and turned to hounds of gray. It was at that very moment that the shadow, which had long been watching her, would cast upon her a cage wrought of pity and damnation. Holy cinema, chat. What in the world? Bro, this character story too is like akin to Nouvelette's story talking about the Gnosis being created. This is like akin to like Nouvelette's character story 4. This is nothing. This is secretly a Zhongli's character story. Oh my god, bro. I can't wait for Zhongli to spill. I don't think he'll ever tell us. I think we'd have to like break his NDA or something. Or like the heavenly principles would have to like break their NDA in order for Zhongli to talk. But this is wild, bro. Zhongli, and this is back in the day too. This was when she descended upon the, so he was already on Earth, like he was already on Tevat rather. So he was already on the planet. And he's just like, where the fuck did bro come from? Like what? This is so crazy. This is, bro, that character story too, I was not expecting that. Wow. How do we move forward from there? Character story 3. 3, 5, 7. In the void moon, where time stands still, all things appear to have ceased their flow. Oh, the prime number count. Okay, I remember now. So, oh my gosh, I forgot the names. I know, like, she had, like, her 3 selves each had a different name. It's been such a long time. Was this one the blue-eyed one? I think it was Ziju. It was the blue-eyed one that liked math. And, interesting. No, not Jeff. Stop that. 53, 59. But time does not truly stop. It merely slows to the point of imperceptibility. A single day in the mortal world feels as though a century has passed here. I'm sorry. Let me read that again. A single day in the mortal world feels as though a century is passing here. 151, 157, 167. Yo, 67? Indeed, time must slowly pass. How else could one explain the erasure of the memories once engraved in my mind? 557. Yes, Ziju. See, that was her name. I was right. 563. Long gone. 569. Nice. Their voices, their face. Their voices, their faces. What do these things mean? It's as if I can't bear to forget them, no matter what. But what do these things mean? What do these things mean? 1,553. Is this brightness over there? Is that brightness over there the light from a lantern? It feels familiar. It's as though someone once told me it's the direction of home. There will come a day when I can return to my homeland. This is something I must not forget. 1,560, 67? What is home? 3,557. So lonely, these numbers. Besides one, they have nothing but themselves. 3,559. Yes, I am counting myself. Even if I forget my name, I won't forget that I exist. 16,157. What am I counting? 3, 5, 7. Bro, this is torture. Holy moly. All she has is like numbers and faint memories that she cannot afford to forget. This is literally torture incarnate. It's like, oh, if I can count, then that means I can count, therefore I am. Sheesh. Oh man. All right, character story 4. The white horse adeptus who frequently appears in Liyue's legends is Zichao, the 3rd deadly self, severed by Zibai. She was the white horse that the elder of Chinxa village said would assist the campaigns of the Lord of Geo. She was the daughter of time. No, oh, okay, so she's the one that's credited, because she's the one that was in the mortal, she had the mortal form, so that makes sense. She was the daughter of time, known to the clans of, she was the daughter of time, known to the clans of Chenyu Vale. She was the golden-eyed Celadon mare, referenced in the sanctification of Tao Do. She was even the White Horse Adeptus who leaped across the chasm of 500 years, according to the genealogy of the Liu clan. In the days of the Archon War, she was freed by the Geo-Archon from the painting of Zhangzhou, the Moon Devourer, and entered into a contract to aid him in his battles. Okay. Damn, Zhongli just found everybody, helped everybody out, got everyone to sign an NDA, and was like, all right, we're in business. He literally just assembled, like, the perfect, like, army of Adepti. Yet the traces of time upon her still exerted an inexplicable influence on the ancient Geo-Archon. Thus, after the Archon War, Zichao, aware that she carried a threat upon her person, retreated into the forested mountains, never to reveal herself again in the mortal realm. However, she was carefree and unrestrained by nature, and she took much joy in displaying her powers. Since mortals' lifespans scarcely stretch 100 years, little did the traces of time leave their marks. And so, she would sometimes reveal herself... That's crazy. She would sometimes reveal herself to mortals beset by woe, while helping them in their plights. She would quietly pass on stories from before the sky collapsed and the earth sank into itself. So it was this version of her that told that story to the boy in Chinksa village from the Moonlit Bamboo Forest, which is kind of cool because it says here every so often she would, you know, that kid was like lost in the forest and she was like, hey, I'll help you out and I'll tell you a story. So really cool how they connect all of this. Let's see. But if the tale that humans recorded strayed from her intentions, she would likely give them no more than a glance before tossing them aside. After all, she was akin to a wild horse, galloping freely across the empty wilds with nothing to restrain her unfettered bounds. Though birthed from Zibai's demise, she deemed it not her fate to don her bridle, nor suffered the spurs of anyone else. Ever is she ready to spring with grace and mirth into the ends of time. Then, with a bang, transform into a shimmering cloud of golden dust. Very, very interesting. Yeah, so they're giving context to like how Zibai, despite being in the moon shadow, had such influence on the world itself, and it was thanks to, I believe, the yellow-eyed Zichao. So, and again, that gives context to the Moonlit Bamboo Forest and the Spring of Hidden Jade. So, really, really cool connections there. Alright, character story 5. Much like the unforeseen catastrophe that befell the land she loved, the turning point that altered Zibai's fate once more arrived from beyond the heavens. Oh, but it's me this time. Thanks to the efforts of the golden-haired traveler and his companions, the true moon returned to the skies of Tevat, while the false moon that had imprisoned Zibai's essence began to crumble. With the aid of another old friend, the 3 fragments of Zibai's soul, tempered, slumbering, and carefree, greeted the hour of their return to the realm of mortals. Was all this foreseen by the shadow that had kept watch over Zibai? And had it now become the true reality beheld by the first angel? Whatever the truth, the guiding grace of the ancient kingdom had finally returned to her homeland, led by the summons of countless wishes. Though the land she returned to now bears a little resemblance to its former days, the people worship a new god. The rites associated with lighting lanterns are completely transformed, and even the tales that she birthed have become unrecognizable. Yet, Zibai understands that the mortals she once protected did not allow their glorious civilization to perish. Instead, they took root in the soil of their homeland and flourished, carrying their traditions through the ages. Their visage may have shifted with the passing generations, yet still they endure to this day. As her old friend once said, Had Longon's magnificent masonry not become part of the foundations upon which Liyue Harbor now stands, from whence would it gain its reputation as peaks adorn the clouded moon? And now, starved of all discontent, even the once insatiable fire of wrath has dimmed beyond sight. After all, her efforts were not in vain. She has returned to her homeland once more. This, it would seem, is enough. That reminds me of what Istarath said to her, like, you have done enough. Enough indeed to offset the bitterness and hardship she has endured. Yeah. So basically, her becoming free and being liberated from the moon basically melted away all of that resentment and hostility that she had. I mean, it's probably still deep down for the Heavenly Principles. Like, if she ever sees or hears from them again, it's on sight. But, like, she probably was a lot worse off when she was in the moons, because all she could do was lament the fact that, like, lament her situation and be spiteful about it all, even though she was only doing her job, you know, and watching over the people. Also, I'm just gonna say Perna because I don't know how to pronounce your entire username. Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube channel member. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, yeah, overall, very, very great character story reading. So we have 2 more, and then we're going to get into voice lines. A boundless land of mountains and rivers. Everything that makes up today's Liyue feels both familiar and fresh to Zibai. Hence, while her spirit remains stable, she journeys across the land's vast mountains and rivers. She traveled to Mount Chinksa to watch waterfalls cascade from on high, crashing down and flowing anew through limpid springs. She ventured to Guyun Stone Forest to witness spears of rock thrust high into the vast sky above, their grandeur assailed by the howling wind, steadfast and resolute. She journeyed to Jademouth to glimpse fishing boats dot the water beneath piercing pieces of ancient jade as mountains sing. Oh my gosh, as mountain songs echo in the distance. Shout out to that experience going through Chenyu Vale for the first time. The boatmen singing back and forth depending on if you're coming or going from the wharf. But yeah, that's so cool. She wandered to Jueyun Karst to behold ethereal mists swirl and bellow, like a lake of shifting white or an endless unturned sea. She was the angel who had taught ancient Longon the art of silk painting. Now, she called on those skills that had lain dormant for millennia. Whenever she encounters a scene of exceptional beauty, she would harness her adepto powers to embroider the majestic landscape onto silk. Over time, the mountains and rivers she captured spread over thousands of miles, a magnificent, resplendent tapestry of silk. When free from all labor, Zibai would happily retrieve her silk painting and admire it. The longer she is, so is that her idol? I think they're referencing the idol animation where she kind of like opens up this tapestry scroll and it's like it just looks like it could go on forever because it literally does. So I think that's her idol animation artistry that she's done over the years. When free from all labor, Zibai would happily retrieve her silk painting and admire it. The longer she looked, the brighter her face would shine with joyous pride. It said that the Lord of Geo, upon observing her behavior, took quite an interest in the painting as well. Many times he asked to borrow it, but was consistently rebuffed. Zibai's reason being that it was not yet finished. Who knows how magnificent and grand this splendid landscape will be when it is finally completed. Aww. Let the girl have her hobby, Zhongli. All right, why don't you go do some finger painting and leave her to her hobbies? That's so funny though. He's like, yo, can I borrow that? She's like, get out of here, sir. All right, tell me how you split yourself into 3 and then we can talk. You know, give us some lore, goddammit. What have you done for what have you done for lore players lately? Besides give us more questions than answers. So, I'm on Zibai's side for that one. All right, and lastly, we have also, give me 1 second. I'm a little off center, so I just want to make sure that I'm like centered on my webcam here. All right, let's continue. All right, and lastly for lore reading, we have the Moon Wheel. As with her kin, Zibai was born in accordance with a divine plan. Thus, she appeared beneath the skies of Tevat, bearing the mantle of the heavens mission. The sparkling stars in the sky loved this world and sought to shape it into a garden of joy. Understanding her mission well, the emissary began to cultivate the soil. If the soil were fertile, the flowers and plants would flourish. But if the soil were spoiled, the garden would become a putrid swamp. Flowers of joy would bloom under the fervent morning's light, while flowers tainted with putrescence, that's how you say that, must be uprooted with the soil, lest they profane the heavens' love. Thus, Zibai's destiny flowed the course of the divine plan and had birthed her, until, that fateful day. For reasons unknown, the shadow of the king, that shade of time, placed before Zibai a crest engraved with the sigil of the moons. Its meaning was that she would no longer just be an agent of the morning stars. She would become an envoy. Oh, okay, so they did say that, like, she became a moon envoy, which not anyone can become a moon envoy. So she was an angel, and then it seemed like she got, like, an upgrade. So I do remember they mentioned this. Yeah. So let's see. Its meaning was that she was no longer just an agent of the morning star. She had become an envoy of the moons as well. Was this, too, destined by the divine plan? So she wondered. Indeed, it was part of shaping the world. Thus, she began to travel back and forth, from the morning stars to the moons, to the moons to the garden. Though she did not accept this crest. Since she did not understand how such an extraneous crest could make the divine plan any more perfect, she judged its acceptance unnecessary to her mission. But over time, she began to realize that the will and love of the morning star and the moons for the garden she was cultivating did not seem equal. The brilliant light of the morning star always shone with vigor across the entire garden, not lingering on any single plant for long. They did not worry about scorching the flowers and soil that were not sacred, even if it would turn them into pure nothingness. The silver moonlight was different. Shunning the soil, it preferred to sweep the roots of each scorched plant, offering solace to those that had suffered the withering light. Okay, so what it's basically saying, like, by day, the flowers would be under the, like, the freaking scorching rays of the sunlight, but then at night, the moon would basically give them, like, would basically give the flowers, like, respite. Okay, so let's see. Of the two, whose will and love was more sacred? Such doubts would arise within Zibai's heart from time to time. The answer was clear. The solution lay within the riddle itself. The divine plan was, naturally, the most sacred. Yet for some reason, Zibai's gaze followed the moonlight, lingering closer and closer to the small patch of flowers and plants she tended herself. When flowers bloomed, they were like laughter. When flowers withered, they were like falling tears. but the soil cannot laugh. So why should it be born? So why was it born from it? Sorry, let me read that again. But the soil cannot laugh, so why should what is born from it be capable of sorrow? Lost in thought, Zibai caught her gaze. Flowers blooming, flowers withering. Fruits forming, fruits falling. New buds blooming, flowers withering. Oh, like time is just fucking going. Later, she heard that the flower bed managed by a peer had profaned the divine and was completely uprooted. So, I wonder if this is like... I wonder if that happened because she was showing a particularly vested interest in these flowers specifically. Instead of looking at the whole picture, she was fixated on this one thing, and the Heavenly Principles was like, that's that's not good. We don't want you showing favoritism for one specific thing over others. So yeah. Later, she heard that a flower bed managed by a peer had profaned the divine and was completely uprooted. Sorrow washed over her, but it soon turned to unease. Indeed, her mission from the heavens did not include sorrow. So how could one born from that very mission feel such an emotion? Yeah, that's true. It was supposed to be sunshine and rainbows and happy smiles, but now they're feeling negative emotions, and they're like, wait a minute, that's not right. Had she been reduced to a plant that needed guidance? Had the will and love she once bore lost its sanctity? This seemed to mark the moment that fate first went astray, only to culminate the other. The moment when the sky collapsed, the falsehoods descended. The garden turned to scorched earth, with flowers and plants teething on the brink of collapse. The scorching heat seared her will, leaving her powerless to gather her thoughts. At that very moment, the moon crest dropped onto her back like a falling tear. It was the same cold glow she had once beheld and turned down, yet it bestowed upon her the same tranquility and solace as it did upon the flowers and plants in the garden. In that fleeting moment of chill, she realized that before she was consumed by the scorching brilliance of the morning star, she could still love her flowers for untold ages. Interesting. So okay, you guys are talking. Hold on, let's see. Oh, you guys are talking about the Morning Star reference? I see. I think the Morning Star in this context is referring to the Heavenly Principles. But yeah, I wonder if Istaroth was the one that... Because she was offered the Moon Wheel initially and she declined it. But then, when all of this shit was happening, I think Istaroth at the last minute gave her... I mean, the Moon Wheel may have been the key to keeping her alive. So, I'm kind of curious, because it says in that fleeting moment of chill, which was basically at the moment of her death, like where everything froze. So it seems like, I wonder if Istaroth was the one that ended up giving her this moon wheel as a way of saving her life. Very, very entertaining lore from Zibai here. Holy moly. This was fantastic. All right, let's get into her voice lines.
My name is Zibai. I was once known to mortals as the White Horse Adeptus. But now that I have descended to the mortal plane, you may simply call me Zibai.
Hell yeah.
The whole world shares the bounty of the skies, the rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath. The moon was never meant to be a foreign realm.
Oh my gosh, she's got so much, no pun intended, but she has so much shade. in her tone with that moon mention. She's like, damn, the moon was supposed to be more than just my prison. She was pissed.
Mathematics is the foundation of all things. If you're interested, I can teach you some arithmetic. First, hold out both your hands. We'll start with the 10 fingers.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, and then we'll go with the 10 fingers and then the 10 toes and then we just have to get good.
The Adeptus arts are most miraculous, but unless one first cultivates the mind before cultivating these arts, all their feats will be like the moon's reflection on water, shattering at the slightest touch.
You hear that, guys? Before Zhongli could master and teach the subspace adeptal arts, he had to first cultivate his mind. And what better way to do that than to fight yourself? Split your being into thrice and just be at war with your own body, mind, and spirit.
The moon is barely visible. Hark! The thunderous wrath of heaven!
Yo, what's up, Raiden?
At least it's not as cold as on the moon. Journeying through the desert is as arduous as one might imagine.
Yeah, said every Genshin player when 3.0 came out. Actually, 3.1 and beyond.
Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? The sun is now at its peak. If you are tired, you should take a rest.
The sun? Peak? Zhongli, where are you?
The moon creeps silently into the sky. Until, all of a sudden, we notice it shining down from the heavens.
Oh my god. Bro, do not talk about the moon with this lady. She is so pissed.
Are you trying to stay up longer than the moon? You should go to sleep now. Good night. After I severed my 3 deadly selves, my third self wandered the mortal realm and experienced many things.
Yep.
The most well-known of these are recorded in the book Moonlit Bamboo Forest, which recounts my nighttime wanderings. Perhaps I should visit the bamboo forest for myself when I have the time.
Oh my god, that is so cool! Yep. Damn, Hoyo fucking cooked, brother. They put this book in the game at launch. That is so freaking awesome. That's so rewarding to just... She's like, oh yeah, they made they wrote all about my lore in that cool book.
When I lived alone, I would often resort to mathematics to pass the time, devising and solving arithmetic puzzles. If you are interested, I can take you through some of the more amusing ones.
Oh my god. Hey, I appreciate it, Zibai, but I suck at advanced arithmetic. I'm sorry.
When the people of Liyue write poems about homesickness, they often express their feelings by waxing lyrical about the moon. This makes abundant sense, as no matter how far apart we may be, everyone in the world shares the same moonlight. And yet, to truly appreciate the experience of gazing at the moon, surely the traveler would prefer to return home and share it with their friends and family.
Damn.
For as the saying goes, the moon always shines brightest back home.
Yeah, that might hit a little hard with Aether and his predicament right now with his sister. And, home. You know, Teyvat feels like... I mean, Aether literally said Teyvat is home to him. So, you know, maybe he feels a little differently, but he's still... He even said that... I think he said it in the, He said it... I think he said it this patch. He was like, with Varka, he was like... At the end of the day, like, Lumine is the most important thing to me still. So... Lord knows when we're gonna get that confrontation, but yeah.
You mentioned before that you do not hail from this world, and that you were separated from kin. Yet despite the great hardships and dangers you have faced in this foreign land, you have fought on most courageously, displaying a rare degree of fortitude.
Hell yeah.
Heaven does not forsake those who strive on. I am confident that you will achieve what you hope for.
Ah.
I do not say this as mere consolation either. The people of Liyue often wish upon the moon for family reunions, and as a longtime resident of the lunar plane, surely my blessing counts for more than most.
Aw. God, she's giving Cloud Retainer energy right here. Like, Cloud Retainer was so reassuring to us during her quest, and so she's like, I believe in you, Traveler. You can do it.
Once divine power is obtained, one may wield it as they will. As for me, since I now dwell in Liyue, protecting this land naturally comes first.
Hell yeah. And she decided, hey, if you guys are ever going against Celestia, make sure you call me. She literally already, like, gave us her allegiance, which is kind of cool.
My third deadly self, counted among the 8 adepts, was named the Gold-Eyed Celadon Mare.
Peak.
But in fact, she, had very little to do with the other adepts outside of the Taudo incident. She spent most of her time roaming elsewhere. According to my later memories, several other members of the 8 adepts attempted to track her down, but 4 legs will always outrun 2.
Bruh.
I don't believe they ever did catch up with the horse.
So she just took all the lore credit for the 8 adept and then just, like, bounced. She's like, yeah, I'll take all the credit and you'll never take me alive, and she just ran off.
I am amazed that the Glaze Lily survives to this day. I still remember how the Yunlai Angler and the Wuwang Kid enjoyed pairing the petals with a glass of wine.
Oh my god.
Then a few drinks later, they'd start doing a sword routine to add to the fun. Was some mysterious sword style born in the process? It's possible. All too often, however, they got too drunk to remember anything after the fact.
Holy moly. That's so cool. Yeah, glazed lilies, there's like, I mean, the only ones that are around are the ones that I sing to, but that's so cool. The Wu Wang Kid, I haven't heard about that in a while. In the Yunlai Angler. Oh, chat, really quick, we gotta run an ad. So, sit tight. I'm surprised it took us this long to get through everything. But, we're gonna run the ad right now. So, sit tight, 3 minutes, and we will resume. Just gonna make sure I'm recording so I don't forget. One second. Since Zibai is the one who introduced the term Heaven Star to refer to Zhongli, and the sun seems like the obvious candidate to the Heaven Star, I do wonder if he is more linked to the Heavenly Principles. I said that in my my Heaven Star video, actually. I made a theory video about that, but I was like, I also just thought it was really weird that he's the Lord of Geo before, like, how are you the Lord of Geo? In what way are you the Lord of Geo? How do you have dominion over Geo when you're not a sovereign? And how are you the Lord of Geo before securing the Geo Archon? It's just weird. It's like so weird to me that that's even like a thing. Like why are you the Lord of Geo? Possibly Geo Lord outside of Tevat. Morax is a Heavenly Principles industry plant. What's the reading list for today? I mean, well, we just read Zibai's lore. We read Bina's weapon before this. We're reading, basically we're reading everything that came out in Luna 4 and Luna 5. There's a lot, so I don't feel like going down the whole list, but yeah, we're reading everything from the last 2 patches. Lord of Geo Heaven Star is one title. Yeah, I know, but it's like people call him the Lord of Geo still. So I'm like, okay, I understand why the people call him the Lord of Geo. It's probably because they assume it's because he's the Geo Archon. But when you realize that he was called the Lord of Geo Heaven Star before then, I'm like, okay, like, where'd that come from? Okay, ads are done. So let's lock in, gamers. Okay, let's continue. We're gonna cut back in here. Editor, you can cut back right here and let us continue. Another thing too that I just wanted to mention, so she says here that Yunlai Angler and the Wu Wang Kid, which were 2 members of the 8 Adept, I'm pretty sure that sword art is used by some Liyue characters. I also remember that, like, the Wu Wang Kid, I believe, used like talismans or something like that from what was mentioned during the Lantern Rite, the Lantern Rite with Hu Tao. And I think I mentioned that, like, oh, I wonder if that's somehow related or in regards to Chi-Chi. Yeah. So Keqing uses the sword. It's a sword stance. So for Liyue sword users, that would be Keqing and Chi-Chi at the very least. That are, like, connected with this. And it says, and she even says, like, oh, was a mysterious sword style born in the process? They don't know, but yes, in fact, there was one, and it's still being used to this day, which is pretty cool. All right, let's get into... Oh, boy. Mr. Sussy over here.
Though mortals call me the White Horse Adeptus, I was not bestowed with this title by Morax, the Prime of Adepti. I joined the Celestial ranks very long ago, in ancient times, where I served as a moon envoy. But what is past is settled, and there is no need to dwell on it. Here in the present, people seem accustomed to calling me the White Horse Adeptus, and that is fine by me.
Mm-hmm.
Do I ever see Zhongli around, you ask? Why, yes. I occasionally see him walking the streets with Director Hu or enjoying a cup of tea on his own.
Ooh.
I must say, his life as a consultant seems far more pleasant and relaxed than his life as Rex Lapis.
Oh yeah, he's retired. That's the best thing. When you're retired, you can do whatever you want. You can be as lazy and leisurely and laid back as all hell. But here's the thing, guys. Zhongli is not retired. All right, he's lying in wait right now. And I'm sure when the moment comes, he's gonna stand up and be like, I'm out of retirement, gamers. Let's get this bread. And he's gonna pull up with us against the hopefully against the Heavenly Principles, and not against us for any specific reasons. But I'm sure Zhongli is just enjoying his extended vacation right now.
I understand that the Liyue of today is built on trade and commerce, a highly involved and complex affair. For the Tianquan to shoulder the enormous responsibility of ruling Liyue, she must be a truly exceptional person. But I have heard that there are a total of 7 Qixing within the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and I have only met a handful of them. I wonder where the others are. I suppose they must be busy elsewhere with their duties.
Yeah, we haven't met all of them, but I don't think any of them are, like... I don't know if we even really need to see any of the other ones. I think they're all just, like, gonna be, like, NPCs, besides Ningguang and Kuching. But, yeah, I was laughing earlier because somebody said Zhongli works at a funeral parlor because he's about to body everybody when he gets ready to fight in the future. He's just gonna body everyone. He's gonna bring... So that's why he's spending all of Hu Tao's money right now. It's because he's just gonna have, like... They're gonna have so many clients once this war with the Heavenly Principles and the Abyss pops off. So yeah. I thought that was hilarious.
I ran into the Yuheng once on the outskirts of Liyue. She was there with a team from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to conduct some land measurements. The terrain was inhospitable, mountainous, with sheer cliff faces. But there she was, leading from the front. I happened to notice her and was about to clear some overgrown brambles from her path when, to my surprise, she drew her sword and swiftly cleared the path ahead by herself.
Hell yeah.
I had heard that she had a reputation for being a bold and unstoppable commander, and I must say she certainly lives up to it.
Respect. I love the respect for Kuching. She's been, I really enjoyed, like, the development that we got for her, especially during Moonchase and like the Lantern Rites over the years. But yeah, she's very, very capable, so I appreciate that. Guys, oh my god, I cannot believe it. I'm still baffled that we got all of the lore and, like, potential setup for Chi-Chi during Zibai's character anecdote this patch, where she's like, yo, maybe we can save Chi-Chi. Maybe Chi-Chi has 3 deadly selves, and she's infected with Fetter, and we could basically save her. And I'm like, oh my god, that would be cinema. I don't know if they're foreshadowing, like, a Chi-Chi Adeptal buff, or a Chi-Chi story quest in the future, or both. But, like, I am so happy with how much we've gotten from Chi-Chi especially. And I really hope that they follow up with that in the future.
Chi-Chi is an odd case. A little girl with the body of an Adeptus, but not the soul, whose mental clarity fades in and out. I believe I have seen these symptoms before. If fate permits, I should like to examine her more fully and diagnose her condition.
And she did! During her character anecdote. That is so cool. I love that. I really hope they follow this up in the future. I do think it's about the Adeptal buffs, but even if it's... Because here's the thing. If it is the Adeptal buff, then that means Chi-Chi gets a quest. And that's gonna be the quest. That we get her the Adeptal buff. And so, it's not a story quest, but I'll take it if it happens, because I have Chi-Chi, and so I'll be able to have that. So that's gonna be a W moment.
I have met with Cloud Retainer, or Chen-Yun as she has taken to calling herself. Although she is an Adeptus, she rarely makes use of her attendant powers, preferring instead to tinker away with her mechanical devices.
Yeah.
She explained that she seeks to create mechanisms that even ordinary mortals can use with ease. As it happened, I recalled some mechanical blueprints from Langan, so I proceeded to draw them for her. However, those mechanisms are so ancient that I'm not sure they'll be of any use in this day and age.
Oh my god, that's funny. Yeah, so she said that she rarely uses her attendant powers, and I was like, well, back in the day before she was actually playable, this character showed up as a bird constantly. And very rarely does she show up. I don't know if she still uses her crane form, because now that she's playable, there's really, like, no reason to go back to it. But I still always loved whenever she was, it's like, oh, the bird's in the background. Actually, no, I think she was, before she was playable, during the Lantern Rite with Gaming, she would go back and forth between the bird form and and her actual, like, human form. So I guess that is still a thing. Also, I just remembered my autofocus on my camera is off, because I had to change it for the special program yesterday. All right, let us continue.
I understand this young lady is part human, part Adeptus. Most remarkable. From what Streetward Rambler has told me, it would seem that she belongs to a younger generation of Adepti who have never seen war in their lifetime.
Yeah.
And with her consummate mastery of the legal code, I also doubt she has to rely on her adeptal powers to gain wisdom.
Oh my god.
I still remember a few examples of case law from ancient times. I'll have to write them down in the coming days and ask Streetward Rambler to pass them on to her. I hope she'll like them.
Aw, I love that. Guys, I hope Yanfei gets a buff. Actually, I don't think she will because she's a 4-star, unfortunately. But, yeah, I love that. I love the... It'd be super cool if Yanfei's like, hey, you wanna help me with my rap lyrics? That would be great. Also, she's going through, like, all of the Adepti as well, I just realized. Like, Chi-Chi's Adeptal, Cloud Retainer, and now Zhao.
I've heard there was a time when the Yakshas, led by Morax, cleansed evil from all corners of the land.
Hell yeah.
They performed many outstanding military feats in the process, but it came at the cost of a karmic debt, which tormented them. Today, only General Alatus remains. I wonder if his karmic debt still troubles him. Perhaps there is some way in which I could help? What?
Wait.
Someone has already healed him? I see. Very good. I'm glad he's at peace.
Oh my god. She was like, oh man, I wanted to help. I was just thinking, chat. I was like, Zhao buff? Holy moly. Yeah, I guess they're referring to Venti, right? Because his flute is able to calm Zhao and calm his karmic debt. So yeah, she seems so disappointed. She's like, man, I wanted to help. Yeah, I guess you guys are right. I was like, well, they've given Adepto buffs to 4-stars as well, like Fischl, for example. But I feel like there's so many contenders in Liyue. But I don't know. Maybe they could potentially do that.
A disciple of Streetward Rambler, if I'm not mistaken. She possesses commendable strength and spirit for a mere mortal. Cloud Retainer has taken on several disciples as well, yes? It is good to have successors. I wonder why I have never heard Mountain Shaper or Moon Carver display any interest in taking on disciples. Could it be that they haven't found any suitable candidates?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Or perhaps they're too busy trotting off to enjoy themselves to think about such matters. Each of the Adepti is so mystifying in their own unique way.
Yeah, they're too busy picking mint and berries. Bro, you know what I was just thinking right now? What if the characters that get the Adepto buffs are all Adeptal disciples? Chat, that means Shangling's getting a buff. Can you imagine if Shangling of all characters gets a buff? Cause she's also Streetward Rambler's disciple. So, dude, I think they teased. I can't think right now. They teased Shenhe, and Shenhe's a disciple of Cloud Retainer. That would mean, hold on, let me think. Top 5. Ganyu, Shenhe, Shangling, Yao Yao, and Chi-Chi. Those 5. Because those are all current disciples of Adeptal, of the Adepti. Yeah, Guoba gets a buff too? Holy moly, that would be I'm like, wait a minute, that would make sense lore-wise. They're all training with the Adepti. They're all, I guess, decent in their own way. And she even said it too. She was like, oh, she possesses commendable strength and spirit for a mere mortal. And I was like, oh, well, Ganyu and Shenhe are also being trained up by an Adepti, and she also was like, oh, Shenhe, you don't need those red ropes. You're completely fine. So that would be kind of crazy if that's how they set it up for the Liyue characters, at least. Because I think they started out with, did they start out with 5 characters? I don't remember how many they started with. And then they added... like, they added, Varka recently. So it could be more than those 5, but I wonder if those 5 at least will be in it. I think that makes a lot of sense, in the context of their position in the story and with lore and, you know, them already being trained under the Adepti. So if they're Adepto buffs, it makes sense for them.
Lanyan must surely be a descendant of Windreader. I recall that Windreader traveled
Whoa,
with the
wait a minute. Hold on a sec. Let me read that again.
Lanyan must surely be a descendant of Windreader. I recall that Windreader traveled with the jade-plumed Silverwing for a time, creating quite an enchanting tale.
Wait, what?
I'm sure both of them would be delighted to know how very wise
Is
and capable
Windreader
their
an
latter-day
Adepti?
descendants have turned out.
I'm like, who the hell's Windreader? Why don't I remember that? Hold on, let me write that down. Oh, it's one of the 8 Adept. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. She literally skipped over a line. I was like, wait, I was a little confused. I was like, wait, what am I missing here? Not Adepti. There's no Adepti in 8 Adept. Well, no, I was asking if it was. I wasn't saying it was. Oh, okay. All right, let me go through this one more time then.
Lanyan must surely be a descendant of Windreader.
One of the 3 beasts of Tao Dao, but like for some reason this line here isn't being read.
Lanyan must surely be a descendant of Windreader. I recall that Windreader traveled with the jade-plumed Silverwing for a time, creating quite an enchanting tale.
A little odd.
I'm sure both of them would be delighted to know how very wise and capable their latter-day descendants have turned out.
I'm surprised they haven't updated this, but yeah, I don't know if they... You know what's crazy? It's crazy to me how... Like, I'm kind of curious how Hoyoverse manages, like, recording. Like, how they manage, like, the talent coming in and recording voice lines, because it took a really long time for them to have, like, certain old lines be recorded for, like, A Space and Time for You and Paralogism in particular, even though those talents were definitely in the booth a lot sooner because they had lines in Nodcry. So it's just interesting how, like, I don't know if they go in and they're like, okay, you're only here to read these lines because, like, maybe they're on a tight schedule or something. Like, even right now, Aether has been voiced in all of Nodcry, but they still haven't done the voice line, or they haven't added the voice lines for the Pyro Traveler. So it's just stuff like that that I'm like, he's definitely been there recently. Like, I'm wondering if they only do that if they literally have nothing else booked or something. But, I don't know. It's just weird to me how they don't do the up-to-date stuff and they clean up whatever else they have. But, I don't think the devs care, to be honest. It's old content. That's not true, because they literally just... Because if that's the case, they would just never add voices for past content, and they've done that. Like, Paralogism and A Space and Time for You and the Nodcry and the Natlan Archon quests, those have all eventually gotten voice lines in it. Natlan Archon Quest is older than Paralog... Dude, they just updated it with Koi Dao. What are you talking... But that's just my point. Like, that's my point. Are you saying, like, they don't care, so that's why it's not being voiced? Because they do get voiced. Like, they've updated their voice lines already. I understand it not being a priority, but to say they don't care, if they didn't care, then why would they do it at all? It's like, oh, if you missed it, then who, like, they just wouldn't do it. Like, we may have played it already, but what about someone that's playing it now? Like, they still want that there for those other players. But yeah. Alright, anyways, let us continue.
I am well apprised of Director Who's heroic act, facing death alone to protect the lives of others. Her courage and determination make her a worthy successor to the Wuwang Kid's legacy. It is most fortunate indeed that, thanks to your help, Director Who did not end up like the lone butterfly of the Crimson Flame.
Yeah.
Never mind that. No sense dwelling on what is past and gone.
Holy moly. They likely have the statistics that most players are past the Natlan Archon quest. Yeah, but paralogism and a space and time for you were after the Natlan Archon quest, is what I'm saying. And those still got voice lines updated. Anyways, I'm sure it's a time management thing, but like, long story short, if the devs didn't care about adding in those voice lines, every piece of content that was never voiced, that wasn't voiced on release, would still not be voiced now. So yeah. So yeah, I just don't think that's I don't agree with that take. All right. Holy fucking essaying. Oh my god, guys, the voice line has a scroll wheel. Oh my, bro, granted it's about the 3 Moon Sisters. I don't think I've ever seen a voice line this long before. Holy moly.
The 3 Moon Sisters. Well, I understand that they had a very close relationship.
Sheesh.
When one of them did not feel like being on duty, she would beg another to take her place, then make it up to her later with gifts of makeup and jewelry.
Aw.
However, so liberal were they with this ad hoc shift-swapping business that it sometimes led to chaos.
Oh god.
For instance, there was once a year when all 3 moons aligned, but this only happened because they all got the timing mixed up.
Oh my god.
And so there came a day on which only 1 moon should have been on duty, but all 3 appeared in the sky at once.
Oh my god.
They hurried to line up in a row, 2 moons, trying their best to hide behind the one who was supposed to be on duty.
Bruh.
But alas, they still gave the poor people down below a most terrible fright.
Jesus.
They burned incense for several days straight. After that incident, the sisters asked me to try to convey to the people of the world that the sight of 3 moons together in the sky was not an omen of impending disaster, nor a sign that regime change was nigh.
Jesus.
Naturally, I put the question back to them, inquiring what such a phenomenon should represent to humanity. They hemmed and hawed for a while before finally saying, It means a festival is coming, and everyone should eat full moon cakes and stuff.
Bro, that is crazy. I want to believe in my heart that that was Sonnet that gave that excuse. Yeah, the and stuff seems very Sonnet coded. Oh my god. Bro, so technically speaking, was that like a moment of trilunar authority? Would you consider that to be like a trilunar syzygy because all 3 moons were collectively together when they're not supposed? I'm surprised the Heavenly Principles didn't step in and be like, whoa, what the hell's going on here? What is this? Or the... I don't know if when that was actually technically, so maybe that was during the harmonious existence. Sheesh. I would have been like, how many moons are there in the sky? But, you know, we've already been there, Chad. That is crazy. Bro, that is such a funny story. All 3 of them were just like, yeah, we got the day mixed up. So they all showed up. That's so funny.
The Liyue of today is a vastly different place from the land I once knew. Even the name Liyue did not exist back then. Many moons have passed and many tides have turned since that age, and everything I remember is now long gone.
There is no fucking way they just did that, chat. Hoyoverse could not help themselves. There is a no way. Bro, that was supposed to be a community bit. Something that we laugh at amongst ourselves. And Hoyoverse was like... God, man.
The Liyue of today is a vastly different place from the land I once knew.
I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am.
Liyue did not exist back then. Many moons have passed and many tides have turned since that age. And everything I remember is now long gone. Poets like to say that time flies like a white steed. And curiously enough, my third deadly self was known as the White Horse Adeptus. Perhaps this is karma at work. You'd like to hear more about my past?
Oh, absolutely.
Very well. One more person knowing the truth can only be a good thing.
The truth? Gosh, don't tell me too much that I get in trouble.
Long ago, I descended from the heavens to Langan to act as an envoy,
Langan.
guiding the people of that nation towards a peaceful future. The people of Langan called me the god of soil and grain, believing that I blessed their nation with favorable weather and bountiful harvests. I indeed had some influence over the weather, but the bountiful harvests were entirely due to the hard work of the nation's people.
Hell yeah.
How did I guide Langan? Not with any grandeur or majesty, that's for sure. Save for a few interventions to divine the future, ward off evil, and prevent disasters, I spent the majority of my time as a teacher. I taught children how to read and write, do arithmetic, and play music. In my spare time, I compiled and edited texts on matters of etiquette, music, and the like.
Bro, she was literally their parent and teacher, guide. It was great.
In my view, the most important thing to focus on when guiding a nation into the future is the education of the heart. A people without virtue cannot build a nation that endures, however abundant their material wealth may be.
True.
Consider those from Liyue who climb the mountains in search of the Adepti, motivated only by selfish gain. Even if they are lucky enough to obtain Adeptal treasures, those treasures will ultimately be their undoing if their intentions are impure. Now, of course, while cultivating virtue in one's heart, one must also sharpen the blade in one's hand. As the saying goes, one ought to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Yep. Oh my god. Wow, what a wise mindset. I mean, granted, you know, she led a nation. This is, you know, she's just speaking from experience. But I love that. I love a people without virtue cannot build a nation that endures, however abundant their material wealth may be. So it doesn't matter how much money you flaunt or how much power you have. Like if your people don't have things, they have no values in their life, then it's just gonna be a very short-lived experience. I'm like, wow. Say it louder for the people in the back.
I have always been an avid reader. Nowadays, books are the only place where I can find the home and friends that I once knew. As ever, I annotate the text whenever I find factual errors.
That's sad.
Recently, someone noticed my annotations and spent several days tracking me down to request that I teach history at his school.
Oh!
He was quite insistent, but his attitude seemed sincere to me, so I acquiesced and taught the classics there for a month. The sight of those students, eager to gain knowledge, took me right back to when I taught at the school in Langan.
Oh my god.
I never imagined that I would become a teacher again today. I suppose it was meant to be.
Dude, that is awesome. She's a teacher now? You know what? If I would be the same. I'd be like, Zibai, teach me history, teach me lore. I need to know everything. So I would be right there too. I'd be excited to learn. I mean, look, I'm right here. I'm basically doing that.
Although I spend much of my time wandering, I occasionally return to Liyue to teach classes at various schools.
I love
where
this.
I take the opportunity to correct the historical records on Langan. Back in my day, the study of history was considered a singularly important affair.
Actually?
After all, the mirror of the past teaches us lessons for the future.
Yeah.
I'm sure the ancient sages would be delighted to know that someone is still curating the historical records of long gone, all these centuries later. You don't think this is very Adeptus-like of me? Well, so be it. What the Liyue Harbor of today needs is not the extraordinary might of a handful of Adepti, but the combined strength of its mortal populace, united. I'm sure the other Adepti are quite cognizant of this fact too. In any case, my role is to be a guide, and I continue to fulfill that by being an educator.
Hell yeah. Dude, I love this day and age. It's so crazy, too, to think that there was so much hostility between humanity and the Adepti at the beginning of the game. Granted, it was because of the Fatui and, you know, everything was going on and, you know, humans were trying to prove themselves and the Adept were looking down on them. They've come such a long, like, this is like Liyue at its most ideal. It's like humans and Adepti coexisting and helping each other out for like the survivability of everybody. And so to see Zibai teaching, to see, you know, Cloud Retainer and Streetward Rambler taking on disciples, human and Adepti. You know, the old fossils are kind of picking mint and berries right now, so they're doing their part. They're keeping that shit away from everybody else. I love it. Like, Zhongli is still kind of... He has everyone's best interests in mind. You know, he's looking out for the Adepti. Like, he saved Zhao that one time. And, I don't know. I love it. I feel like this is like the golden age, I feel, of Liyue now.
I suppose my hobby would be moon gazing. Now that I think about it, the thought of moon gazing in Liyue is quite an interesting one.
Yeah, it's like, damn, I spent all of my time up in the moon that I actually want to just sit here and look up at it now. So, also, yeah, Liyue also means like moon, like Moon City, like Mondstadt.
The idioms used in literature of this day and age are most idiosyncratic. I fail to understand most of them. Oh, you're a boomer! And trying to trace their origins is a very laborious endeavor. I suppose it will take me some time to get acquainted with a modern parlance.
Yeah, AKA, I'm too old. Back in my day, we didn't have this kind of jargon. What are the kids into? What are the kids saying these days? Oh my god. Bro, she's just old. And she works with kids, like she's a teacher now, so she's probably, oh my god, she's got a bunch of Zoomers in her class.
Have you ever tried a full moon cake? I used to share them with friends while moon gazing, but now I can't seem to find them anywhere. It's quite a pity.
Yeah, they're an ancient food. Okay, but here's the thing, chat. Is she talking about she can't find the full moon cakes, or she can't find the friends to eat the full moon cakes with? Because where are those that share the memories? I was actually thinking that. I was like, wait a minute. Is she talking about she can't find her friends anywhere? I'm like, damn, man. She just hit me with the Zhongli feels.
Ugh, raw meat is quite simply... I just think meat should be cooked through prior to consumption.
Does anyone not think that's a cold take? Like, no pun intended, cold, raw. But like, who's out here eating raw meat? I don't think sushi counts. I don't think that's what she's talking about. It seems like she's talking about like beef and steak and stuff like that. I don't know. But you know what? I'm right there with you. I do not want to eat raw meat. Just saying.
I see. The moon waxes and wanes. The spirit returns to its dwelling. As an Adeptus, I must fulfill my duty.
Bro, this was one of the best This was like one of the most entertaining. We spent like an hour and a half on Zibai alone, just for her profile. We haven't even gotten into the damn weapon, but this was cinema. This was so good. We learned quite a bit. We learned a lot more than I was expecting, to be honest, especially that instance with Zhongli. My goodness. And last but certainly not least, gamers, we're gonna check out the signature weapon, Light-Bearing Moonshard. A legendary sword said to be forged from the glimmering moonlight gathered in a well by an adeptus hidden amongst clear springs. Its true form is revealed only at the meeting of dusk and dawn. All right, let's see what this is all about. Passing through layers of rocky ridges, the hidden spring of a forgotten tomb, absent from all chronicles, finally revealed itself at dusk. A whispered tale it was, that ran only amongst the mining tribes, speaking of an adepti who forged swords from flowing light, an adepti who once vanished into the watery moon beneath the depths. Seeking traces of that adepti, the girl ventured into the shadowed gorge, landing softly amongst the pines of her climbing sandals. No one was around. Only moonlight spilled through the narrow clefts, sketching half-formed phantoms behind bamboo curtains. In ages past, before Mount Tinghang rose and the sea still knew no calm, there was a kingdom named Longon on the western coast, with roasted millet and boar proffered, beating earthen drums on Wicker's stands. The people honored the gods with utmost sincerity. Thus the heavenly being descended, teaching them to till earth and sow grain, to spin thread and weave cloth. And thus it was proclaimed, fair shall be the fortune of your kingdom, long endured as the heavens. Vast shall be the blessing of your realm, limitless as the earth itself. But the mighty dragon who once Ajdaha. But the mighty dragon who once stood alongside the Lord of Geo could not escape sudden ruin, trampling the flourishing... Oh, so Ajdaha's erosion kind of like destroyed the land. But the mighty dragon who once stood alongside the Lord of Geo could not escape sudden ruin, stampling the flourishing lands of humanity's master. The mountain folk could only take up their ancestors' weapons and follow the Yaksha beneath that lord's banner, resisting the calamity that descended from the heavens. Searching for the sword that could save them from calamity, the daughter of the sheer cliffs and crystal sands followed ancient songs, at last reaching the kingdom of her forebearer, hidden within the caverns. Hearing now her purpose declared, the silver shadow seems to stir with a soft laughter, rippling along with the spring under the moon. Alas, oh my god, this is a long passage. Alas, the path of the heavens is ever shifting and unknowable. Fortune and woe are intertwined and unpredictable. In those days, a blazing comet fell from the east, descending upon the western frontiers. Unrest following in its wake. Thereafter, the heavens toppled and the sea lay in ruins. Is that the chariot, maybe? Because they say a comet, but it's also referenced as a star. So I wonder if that's the solar chariot. Thereafter, the heavens toppled and the sea lay in ruin. The earth was swallowed into chasms, deep as the whale dives. The peoples The people perished and the realm was left to woe. Glorious blooming flowers and splendid woven brocades are naught but reflections on water, phantoms and mirrors. Eternal prosperity, how could it ever be attained? Perhaps the stone fortresses in the mountains could one day crumble into jade-colored ruins, becoming glazed sand crystals in the hands of merchants. But to the young girl, such things were yet 100 generations off. They were idle tales of a distant future, not for today. The shadowed figure casually pulled a wild bamboo stalk from the slanted cliff. The tip broke and fell, but the girl caught it before it touched the ground. In the waxing moon bears its light, one might chase forms and shadows. Now, you understand the true essence of the sword. Why seek its physical form then? It is said that the girl later trained 100 elite warriors in sword and halberd combat. Alongside the Lord of Geo, they subdued the oh my god, that's so cool. Alongside the Lord of Geo, they subdued the dragon and quelled evil across the land. By the time the malevolent demons were vanquished and the world was now at peace, those once fierce warriors became shrewd merchants, haggling over every coin in Shenglu Hall. Today, it is only when selling their exquisite porcelain fired from sand crystals that they speak of those ancient, fanciful tales. The mountain stands still while the cold moon hanging over the harbor holds vigil, illuminating every river just as it did thousands of years ago. Interesting. All right, so this seems just like it's like instances of the past, a specific individual during the time of Long Gone and during the time of the War of Vengeance and the aftermath of that. Also referencing Zhang Li's battle with Ajdaha and taking part in that battle too, which was super cool. In which case, they also referenced those Giga Chad Millilith from the Chasm era, who wore like those giant stone armor. So yeah, very interesting. I don't know specifically if this bearer is Zibai or if it's somebody else, but it's just referencing a young girl who fought alongside the Lord of Geo. So, very interesting passage altogether. Nice. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the goated lore of Zibai in Genshin Impact. I hope you guys enjoyed my thoughts, my theories, my talking points and commentary. That was like a very entertaining piece of lore that we got from her, especially regarding Zhang Li, some of the things that they've set up with her, including like potential adeptal buffs, Chi-Chi, and things of that nature. But yeah, this was great. I hope you guys enjoyed. We're gonna take a short little break, and we got more lore to read after this. All right, gamers. I just realized how long that took. Oh my god. And that was, I mean, granted, I read Bina's weapon. I did Zibai's lore and weapon. Now we have Etlua. So for Etlua, we're gonna go to his outpost in the north.
happens, we must defend this outpost.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. I completely forgot about that, but no one no one informed me or even reminded me. Well, here's the thing. I can't really look up the lore for Cloud Retainer right now because I don't have Cloud Retainer. So it's like, unless she says something like groundbreakingly important about Zibai, I'm not entirely sure. But I do know about Zhang Li saying something about Zibai. We did check that out a while ago. But I don't have Cloud Retainer, so I can't look into that. But apparently Ningguang does. So let's see. Oh, yeah.
I was surprised when I learned that a new Adeptus had joined the ranks. The White Horse Adeptus. It's a good thing she prefers to spend her time traveling. Or I'd have to accept the truth behind Yelan's favorite Adepti quip. You want to hear it? Okay. I quote, "Everyone says that the Adepti want peace and tranquility. But I think they just like hanging around Etlua."
Yeah, honestly. They're like, oh man, the humans, they're kind of based. They're pretty entertaining to be around. So much so that some of them are even moving into the city. They're like, man, if humans weren't around, we'd die of boredom. So that kind of tracks, honestly. All right, gamers. Want an in-game screenshot of what Cloud Retainer? No, I'm fine. I can read that on my own. I don't really need to document it here right now. Did you do Etlua's interactions in Pyramida? I forgot. At his house? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did. He had 3 different interactions. Chat, is the Windbloom event over? Guys, it was never a Windbloom event. Who said that it's a Windbloom event? Is everyone just collectively assuming it's a Windbloom event? I don't think they said Windbloom once in this, unless I'm drunk. Yeah, this isn't a Windbloom event, but it's just a Mondstadt event. It's like a homecoming because the knights are coming back to Mondstadt, but it ends tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day to do it. So it ends on Monday's reset. Yeah, I'm gonna make a tweet about that. I'm gonna be like, all right, guys, now that the event is over, I would just like to remind you all that this is not a Windbloom Festival. And everyone that said that during this patch, your tweets were annoying me. But I kept it to myself. But yeah. Okay, so we're gonna be reading. We just have Etlua lore to read for this session, so it should be. I mean, actually, it might be pretty extensive. Freaking, I think Flynn's has the most voice. I think Flynn's has the longest. I think Flynn's has the longest character stories in the game. Like, that shit was like, honestly, I felt so exhausted after I read his lore. It was so much. Actually, you know what? For the sake of this, I think I'm actually gonna... Like, the music here is a little somber. I think I'm just gonna go to Etlua's house. That's appropriate, guys. Let's go to Etlua's house where we learn about Etlua. And we have some pretty chill vibes. Also, it's kind of crazy that you can see Celestia from this man's backyard. Also, we got goated music. All right, chat. I will be right back. I gotta use the restroom, and then we'll start. Will you read Durin's birthday letter? Yeah, I already said I'm gonna read Durin and Jean's birthday letter when we get to Varka's lore. Whether we make it there today or not, I'm not sure, but that's when I'm gonna read them. So if it's not this stream, it'll be the next one. Justin Nodcry, what faction would you want to be a part of? To be honest, I'd probably be a part of the Clink Clank Krumkake Craft Shop. I'm not even gonna lie. If I'm a part of the Wild Hunt, I'm sorry, if I'm a part of the Light Keepers, there's a chance I'll die. That's probably the highest chance of death. So that's the one I respect the Light Keepers and all that, but like, I don't know if I can do that and like not be constantly in fear for my life. I wouldn't want to be a part of the Frost Moon Scions, no offense, because I feel like there's just not, like, what are they doing? They're just sitting around praying all day? I'm like, no, that's kind of boring. I'm also not a very religious person, so, personally, I'd just be like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. At least at the Clink Clank Krumkake Craft Shop, I can, like, make little, I could tinker around with Ino, you know what I mean? I could like make stuff and do stuff. Like I feel like that would be the most productive reputation faction to join. Curatorium of Secrets, I feel like I would just be Nefer's lapdog, which some people probably want to be in that position, but I'm good. All right, I've worked thankless, soulless jobs. I don't need to do that again. So I'd probably avoid that one. Maybe the Adventurers Guild, but again, Adventurers Guild, probably a high mortality rate because you're out, like, I gotta grab that, you tell me I gotta grab that violet grass for a commission and now I died because I slipped off the cliff and I lost my footing and now I'm dead because I chose to be an adventurer. So that's kind of a bad vibe. I don't want to be a treasure hoarder because I'm not a thief. And I don't I don't really need to be known for my thieving ways. I don't need to be the Robin Hood of today. I'm good. So, so yeah, I think I would just work at the curate. I think I would just work with Aino and Anefa. You know what the thing about that is, though? Like, I'm working with, like, heavy machinery. And so there is a possibility that I die, like, I die from that. Like, I get fucking crushed by the freaking metal, like, the magnet malfunctions and it falls on me and I die or something. But at least, like, that... I feel like I'm a very cautious person, so I feel like even in those situations I would be careful. But, let's see, what other... Snowland Fae, I don't really know much. I mean, I don't really think I can join that one. I'm not a Fae, so I think I would be kicked out immediately. Like, they would know. They're like, brother, you're not a Fae. Get out of here. So, I don't think I can join that one. I think that one, you have to be, like, born into that. Definitely not the Fatui. The freaking... The military state of Mother Snezhnaya. Where, like, no one likes me. Only the people... And, like, even the people I work with probably aren't gonna like me. So... Maybe not that one. What does that leave us with, actually? Knights of Favonius might be nice. Knights of Favonius might be nice, actually. And I could live in Mondstadt or Dormanport if that ever comes out. Maybe that. That'd be kind of cool. I mean, that's kind of... When you think about it, too, it's like, well, Arnold, you didn't want to join the Lightkeepers, but the Lightkeepers are fighting exclusively the Abyss. Sometimes the Knights of Favonius are trying to help a cat out of a tree or help an old lady find her glasses or something. You know what I mean? Like petty... Like petty tasks and duties and stuff like that, you know? Maybe I could be like a trainee, like a drill instructor, like I could train up the next generation. But, there's that. Someone said you could join the Wild Hunt. I'm pretty sure that's, like, solely based, like, I don't think that works. When you think about it, too, the Wild Hunt is just one man hanging out with himself. If the Wild Hunt is just different pieces of Rerir is literally just hanging out with himself. When you think about it, it's like, Rerir's just like... It's like Rerir's Club, population 1. It's like one person, like, sliced into like a bajillion pieces. But yeah, I think that's funny. Yeah, so I don't think I can do that because I'm not Rerir. So technically, the only people that can join the Wild Hunt is Rerir, actually. So no, I don't think that tracks. I don't think that could work. I'm not very business savvy, so I don't think I could join the Voynich Guild either. Like, I would just be like, I have to sit here and wait for someone to buy something. I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I could definitely do that, but it's like, I don't know, man. You gotta, like, scam people. I have too much of a conscience. So it would be either the Adventurers, top 3 would have to be the Clink Clank Krumkake Craft Shop. I mean, I'm hanging out with Aino. Like, outside of, like, the Clink Clank Legion accidentally killing me, I get to have Krumkakes on my break. Aino would probably goof off half the time, so we would probably only get in trouble with, actually, now that I think about it, this would probably be the same situation in Mondstadt. I would be at the Knights of Favonius, but I would just be hanging out with, like, Durin and Klee, and I'd be sent to solitary confinement, like, every other day. So, The only reason I'm not jumping at the chance for the Hexen Circle is because I think you have to... I don't think they allow men in the club. I think you have to be a witch. I think you have to be a woman to join that club, so I don't even think I'm invited. And I'm not Venti, so... And I'm not the Grandmaster, so I don't get entrance. Albedo? Albedo's not a Hexen Circle witch. He's an apprentice of one, but he's not in it. So yeah, my choices are either the Adventurers Guild, the Knights of Favonius, or the Clink Clank Krumkake Craft Shop. I just feel like I would have the most fun at the craft shop, honestly. Adventurers Guild is like a hit or miss depending on what commissions I get. I could hang out with Bennett and Fischl though, so that would be kind of fun. And the Knights of Favonius would be like rigorous. It's almost like joining like the military, like the army or something, but I would wear that. I would do that with pride, honestly. So yeah, probably those are probably the three that I would choose. That was a fun question. All right, chat, sit tight. I'm gonna run the ad, and then we will start. All right, I'll be right back.
Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by the masters of the Nightwind for a millennium.
Recent batches of recruits can use some more listening.
Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by the masters of the Nightwind for a millennium. Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by the masters of the Nightwind for a millennium. Don't underestimate these fungi. Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by the masters of the night wind for a millennium.
Recent batches of recruits could use some more discipline.
Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by the masters of the night wind for a millennium.
Recent batches of recruits could use some more discipline.
All right, I'm back.
Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by the masters of the night wind for a millennium.
Okay.
Don't underestimate these fungi. This is a secret art passed down by
Okay. All right, chat. If everything looks good, sounds good, we're gonna start right now. Alright. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back with more Genshin Impact lore reading content. We just finished reading up on lore with Zibai and her weapon. Got a lot of pretty cool, interesting details regarding her past, as well as some sussy information regarding Zhongli, which is kind of wild. And so, continuing on with the other character release for Luna 4, we are at Etlua's house, and we're gonna cop a squat right here, and we are going to check out my goat's lore. We're gonna check out his character stories as well as his voice line, and I am super excited to finally have him in the game. I remember reading Flynn's lore back during Luna 2, and getting a lot of the initial, I guess, presentation of this character, our first impressions of him, and kind of like the interactions that they shared together. And so I was like super hyped and really looking forward to Etlua before he released. So we're gonna cop a squat, we're gonna go through his character lore, and we're gonna just get a little bit more information about him. So we have Etlua, birthday December 23rd, the day before Christmas, which is awesome. Affiliated with the Lightkeepers with a Geovision. Member of the investigation squad, the Nightmare Orioles, the youngest squad leader among the Lightkeepers. Hell yeah. All right, let us begin. I do remember that Flynn's lore was exceptionally lengthy. He's a yapper. That man can talk. That man could talk your ear off. So I'm kind of curious if that's a Lightkeeper thing or if that was just exclusively Flynn's. And I know Flynn's is around for like 500 years, so there's a lot to say about him. Anyways, let us check this out. Character details. Spring in Nodcry is cruel. Unlike the Northlanders, let me try that again. Spring in Nodcry is cruel. Unlike the Northlands, where snow blankets the earth through all 4 seasons, Jesus. Denying even a glimmer of hope to the life buried beneath, the spring in Nodcry ushers in the false sense of optimism. When the bitter winter loosens its grip, Hold on. As the bitter winter loosens its grip, the frost melts into the thirsty soil, and seeds buried deep. I lost my place. Hold on. And seeds buried deep since the year before drink once more of the sweet, damp earth. They sense warmth above and stir, believing the frigid foe who shattered their stems and leaves has vanished with the passing of time. Spurred by that fleeting promise, tender sprouts strain to press through the cracked earth and taste the air above. But it is all a lie. A trap woven for the unwary. A single night of early spring frost is enough to obliterate all their efforts, leaving behind an empty wasteland, desolate, broken, barren. Spring in Nodcry is cunning, but if a plant can survive the recurring wind and frost, a harshness that the very earth itself seems wary of, then even the humblest winter Etlua can find sunlight in a world reborn. It is a reward for resilience, or perhaps for courage, though the two are often intertwined. Perhaps for this reason, the Lightkeepers of Nodcry are known to liken themselves to winter Etluas. Yet those who endure the bitter cold and survive the early spring are few. And rather than a plant, Etlua, who grew up in the shadow of the lighthouse, dreams of becoming the sunlight itself. In a tale passed down among the Lightkeepers and known to few beyond, nightingales carry burning wicks of their beaks. Sorry, let me read that again. In the tale passed down among the Lightkeepers and known to few beyond, nightingales carrying burning wicks in their beaks take flight in darkest night and streak through the sky like shooting stars, the smoldering blades of grass they hold bestowing the light of day. Etlua never told Nikita that he preferred to be a nightingale rather than a winter Etlua. I really like this analogy and the story. It's like, you can be the flower in the spring that's trying desperately to survive through the wind and frost, or you could be the bird that braces the storm and, like, carries the flame of hope. And he prefers to be the bird instead of the plant. So I like that. That's a sense, again, that's a deeper sense of his resilience as a man, as a Lightkeeper. So I really liked that. Also, thank you guys all for hanging out and tuning in as long as you guys have. I really appreciate it. Some people are heading out for the night, so I hope you guys will enjoy the VOD whenever you guys can check it out again. But, alright, let us continue. Alright, so that was a great startup. Character, story, oh my god, this is kind of lengthy. Yeah, this first one was pretty extensive. Alright, character story 1. Accompanied by the cheerful blare of its horn, the passenger ship slowly eases into Nashatown's new harbor. Before the port officials can inspect the manifest, the passengers are already streaming ashore. It should go without saying that custom procedures have always been a bit more than formality here. Nodcry is a paradise for vagrants, its gates standing open to anyone who might choose to enter, regardless of wealth or status. But this time, something is different. As the customs inspector casually solders over, a single couple still remains on board. Are you two waiting for someone? The customs inspector steps forward, wondering if the couple might perhaps have encountered some difficulty. Oh no, not really. We just thought someone would need to inspect our travel documents. My dearest here was worried that if we simply upped and left, it might cause some trouble. But here you are. But now you're here. As the husband spoke, his wife seemed to hide behind him, as though she was unaccustomed to showing her face in public. Perhaps they were a young couple struggling to make ends meet, taken in by the boundless boast of sailors and resolved to start a new life abroad. Or perhaps she was a pampered lady, yet eloped with a penniless youth who had boarded the passenger ship under the cover of night to defy the strictures of society. Whatever the case, it hardly mattered. This was Nodcry, a land where no one asked about your past. I wonder if, I don't know if these are his parents or if this is just what they're building up to. With their registration complete, the customs inspector stood and watched their silhouette fade into the distance. A faint, inexpressible feeling stirring in his chest. For ordinary people, finding a stable livelihood in Nodcry had once been a luxury beyond reach. Yet fortunately for this couple, these were rare times indeed. Oh, so they may have been lightkeepers. The wild hunt that had long haunted the region had not launched a large-scale assault in decades. The terror it once inspired lingered only as fragmented memories, diluted by time and the passing of those who witnessed it firsthand, until it was little more than folklore whispered in local taverns. They would settle down here, perhaps build a home, perhaps start a family. They might yet enjoy a pastoral yet idyllic existence, one without danger or risk. But can such peaceful times ever truly endure? Disaster is not in the habit of issuing warnings. Oh my god. Disaster is not in the habit of issuing warnings. When Etlua awoke, all that greeted him was a sea of flames. If it truly was fire, then it should have burned red. Yet what hemmed him in were curtains of obsidian black, leaping and writhing like flames. He remembered hearing of similar flames from old tales, stories told in the backdrop of wolves howling. Stories told to a backdrop of wolves howling in the night. Stories that had shaped his earliest nightmares. Perhaps they were not nightmares after all, or perhaps nightmares are simply the truths that reality refuses to speak aloud, revealed without disguise. I like that. If he had been any other kid, if he had been any other child, he would probably have wept in fear. But Etlua still remembered what his mother had said when telling him the story of the Black Fire. He must not cry, for if he did, the monster, seeking signs of life, would find him. Sure enough, the wailing and screaming around him soon fell silent. The monsters must have taken them all. How long that deathly stillness lasted, he could not tell. Gradually, Etlua began to hear faint, fragmented sounds stirring within the darkness, like whispers raising up from hell itself. Yet those sounds soon faded too, and in their place, the heavy rhythm of hurried footsteps followed by spreading light. Poor little thing, shaking so hard. This is no place for someone so young. Nothing living, only the wild hunt. She really was an amazing mom. For her child, a child who can survive all this is certain to grow up strong. Damn. Losing his parents... Yeah, those were his parents. Losing his parents, along with everything they owned, felt less like a tragedy to Etlua than like waking from a dream that belonged to someone else. Had he truly survived that disaster? He could no longer recall his parents' name. He could no longer recall his parents' names. Perhaps the wild hunt had destroyed more than the place he once called home. Perhaps, in passing, it had erased his former life as well, leaving behind an emptiness that could never be filled. And yet, given enough time, even the deepest wounds will close and heal. And fortunately, this was Nodcry, a place where no one asks about your past. Wow. That was quite the picture. Yep, Etlua came from a humble mother and father looking to make a new life for themselves, and unfortunately, Rerir got here first. And, was just an absolute menace on this place. And, among the many, Etlua's mom and dad got caught in the crossfires, and surprisingly, amongst all odds, he survived. So... I assume a lot of people are the same as Etlua. Like, they joined the Lightkeepers to fight the Wild Hunt because the Wild Hunt, like, is responsible for their predicament of, like, orphaning them or killing their family and stuff like that. So it's kind of a way of, it's kind of like a revenge tactic. It's like, you know, you took away from me, so I'll make sure you never take away from anyone else. So... And this is the beginning of much more to come, because he lost his squad, he lost his parents, he's been through a lot. That was a great starting passage. I love how it started and ended with, "In Nodcry, nobody asks about your past." So, yeah, I love that. He's such a great character. Alright, character story 2. Compared to the hustle and bustle of Nashatown, Pyramida, perched atop its hill, feels like a military stronghold. Built around a towering lighthouse, the city stands like a lone warrior on the open plain, keeping solitary watch beneath the clear blue sky. Aside from the occasional merchant bringing much-needed supplies, the city is populated almost entirely by Lightkeepers. While there, Etlua's life was one of peace and tranquility. I was actually about to say, like, the only thing that would make it worse is if the Wild Hunt, like, en masse just fucking, like, just stormed Pyramida and destroyed it. But, like, they're secluded on a they have the vantage point, and it's not like the Wild Hunt could just, like, I mean, they tried to during that one world quest, but they're just kind of situated in a good location to where, like, they have the upper hand on the Wild Hunt down below. And they got the cannon too. The man who had carried him from the ashes of his former life was Nikita. Yep, a Lightkeeper who had recently inherited the role of Starshina. Though perhaps this description does not do justice to the task he faced, as his job was now little less than to rebuild... Sorry, let me read that again. Though perhaps this description does not do justice to the task he faced, as his job was now little less than to rebuild the Lightkeepers from scratch, with only a handful of their numbers having survived the great battle just past. Yet, after enduring such catastrophe, the people of the Lempo Isles finally came to realize that the terrifying tales passed down by their ancestors were no more than myths. Many young men and women resolutely stepped forward, joining the ranks of those that would stand vigil through the long night. Long night's oath? The newly recruited Lightkeepers affectionately referred to Nikita as Old Man, even though he was at most a middle-aged man marked by years of hardship. Truthful and perceptive, he had a knack for putting square pegs in square holes, giving each member a sense of purpose that made them feel at home. For an organization that demands its members forsake a life of comfort to live eternally on the margin of danger, one that offered little in return but mere honor, it was nothing short of miraculous. For the time being, however, this had little to do with the young Etlua. During his first year or two in Pyramida, Nikita himself looked after Etlua. He wasn't much good at teaching the finer points of life, of everyday life, largely because he didn't know them himself. But he did teach Etlua a great deal about combat. Things like how to track the movement of wild beasts and how to catch them off guard to deliver a fatal blow. Etlua learned quickly. When he focused on the fight before him, the nightmares no longer seemed able to trouble him. Before long, however, Before long, however, perhaps feeling that he was doing the children a disservice with military duties growing ever more pressing as the Lightkeeper's rank swelled, Nikita decided to house the orphans of war who had sought refuge in Pyramida in a separate residence and provided them with dedicated caregivers. Among these children, Etlua was the oldest, and he was able to move freely about the city. Among these children, Etlua was the oldest, and he was able to move freely about the city on his own. The Lightkeepers were like an extended family. There were many unks and aunts. There were many uncles and aunts among them who cared for him as if he were their own. Yet Etlua kept a cautious distance from such kindness. Aside from helping to look after the other children, he spent most of his remaining time alone in the Lightkeeper's archives, losing himself to the dull stacks of records. Those records were filled with tales of heroes, yet not a single one ended in triumph. At the close of every entry, the same formulaic line appears. This great Lightkeeper laid down their life to protect their home. Home? Etlua instinctively shied away from the very concept. While he had long since come to see this place as his home, he had never allowed himself to speak the word aloud, as though by refusing to acknowledge it, he might somehow deceive the world. Yeah, he's been through a lot, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to refer to anything as home because anything that you regard as home could be taken away from you, especially by the Wild Hunt. So it seems like he was just very guarded. He was like emotionally guarded, so that way if things were taken away, it wouldn't hurt as badly. So I get that though. He's doing his best. All right, character. Oh, hold on. All right, character story 3. For most of the character story 3. For most of the year, life in Pyramida was hard, especially for children who thirst for novelty and excitement the city was unable to quench. Only when a banquet was held in the great mead hall at the very top of the fortress do the Lightkeepers return from their postings to lend a hint of vitality to an otherwise grim stronghold. At such times, the older children will help out in the kitchen. For them, the focus of any banquet is the rare delicacies they get to invaluably they get the invaluable chance to taste, and Etlua was no exception. The returning Lightkeepers brought ingredients from far-off lands, and under the guidance of the cooks, Etlua picked up quite a few cooking skills. Yeah, he's a great cook. Yeah, we got that from him, from his anecdote. Etlua picked up quite a few cooking skills of his own. In accordance with the rules laid down by the Starshina, the children were only allowed to take their seats once the adults' banquet had ended. Nikita's explanation was simple. Children aren't allowed to drink mead. A reason that could only fool a child, Etlua thought to himself, for he had already outgrown his childhood. Once, he slipped into the hall unnoticed, curious to see what delicacies they were keeping for themselves. What he found instead were grown-ups in tears over their cups, so lost in sorrow that, aw, man. They don't want the children to see them sad and depressed and crying. What he found instead were grown-ups in tears over their cups, so lost in sorrow that none of them noticed his presence. Are banquets not supposed to be a cause for joy? Why did everyone seem so sad? Etlua kept those questions buried deep within his heart. Time ground slowly onward, day by day. For reasons he could not understand, the banquets became more and more frequent, yet the adults showed no sign of cheer. If anything, their gloom only became harder to conceal. Even Etlua began to sense that something was wrong. His uncle in the record room, who would always hand him a slice of laccaberry pie, did not return to his desk once winter ended. His aunt, who had taught him to bake bread in the kitchens, was suddenly replaced by an unfamiliar man. Yeah, they're dying left and right. He asked the adults about it once or twice, but the answer he received was vague and uncertain. During the 4th banquet of the year, the shortage of hands in the kitchen had grown so severe that Etlua was tasked with leading the children to prepare the appetizers. This time, he was finally able to enter the hall as the banquet began. The room was silent. Carrying a tray, Etlua saw the Lightkeeper standing in solemn rows, raising their cups towards the sky in wordless offering. The sharp crack of porcelain shattered against the floor broke the stillness. In that instant, it all became clear to him, and tears spilled forth before he could stop them. The Great Mead Hall at the very top of Pyramida was a place where banquets were held to mark bitter, hard-won victories. The adults had painstakingly fashioned a papier-mâché shell, hoping to shield the children from the cruelty of reality. Yet the unstaunched blood of that reality had seeped through all the same, unnoticed, saturating their fragile shield. Perhaps Etlua had understood it all along. He had witnessed far crueler scenes replaying in every uninvited nightmare. He thought that by hiding in the dark, as he once had, he could keep the monsters at bay until he noticed that the sand he clutched so tightly, had never stopped slipping through his fingers. One day, that sand will run dry, just as the nightmares will eventually catch up to him. Before that day came, he had to do something, anything, to slow its flow, if only a little. And so, he finally made up his mind. A strange sense of relief washed over him as he headed for Nikita's command post. I think it was at that moment that he decided he wanted to be a squad leader and he wanted to fight back against the Wild Hunt. But yeah, that's so sad. The guy that always gave him a slice of pie, the lady that taught him how to bake bread, like family members, his aunts and uncles, were slowly dying and phasing out of his life through the Wild Hunt. Which again, it's just like, it's easy for the kids to be excited because it's like, oh, we get to party, but like they still have their innocence. They don't realize the severity of life and what the adults go through. And because Etlua lost his innocence from his parents dying and through the Wild Hunt attacks, he could see it before anybody else, so pretty tragic. Character Story 4. In the thick of night, the command post of Starshina Nikita shines bright against the darkness. In the mind of the people, Lightkeepers only ever appear after dark, as though they have no need for sleep. Naturally, this is far from the truth. As the Starshina, Nikita had drawn up a meticulously balanced nighttime let me read that again. As the Starshina, Nikita had drawn up a meticulously balanced nighttime patrol schedule for his order, doing his utmost to ensure everyone received sufficient rest and remained fit for duty. Nikita himself was no exception. He was not a man known for working himself to exhaustion, and so it would come to no surprise that he did not demand such from others. On the desk inside the command post, neatly processed reports were stacked to one side. Only a thin bundle of letters lay before Nikita. The broad-shouldered, middle-aged man braced his hands against the tabletop, his posture portraying no small measure of unease. Just then, a flicker of ghostly blue fire. Oh, wow, so that's Flynn's. Just then, a flicker of ghostly blue flame flashed past the wall. Nikita could hardly have failed to notice it, though he seemed long accustomed to such occurrences. Good to see you, Flynn's. Next time, I would be grateful if you used the door. I was on patrol, the ghostly flame replied, as it took on human form, ignoring Nikita's remark. He pulled up a chair and sat beside the desk. I saw your lamp still burning, so I thought I'd pay you a visit. Speaking of patrols, I'm afraid you'll have to shoulder more of the burden for a while. We've taken heavy losses this time, and we're already stretched thin. If manpower is tight, then it's only right and fair that I do my part, Flynn's answered solemnly, though he had never so much as glanced at the patrol schedule. Has recruitment also been down recently? After such brutal fighting, many have been frightened off, Nikita said with a bitter smile. They were all young, with bright futures ahead of them. Yet, I had no choice but to send them to the battlefields. Damn. Maybe this is the burden a Starshina must bear. It is unclear whether Flynn's meant this as consultation or merely a statement of fact. His gaze drifted to the letter on the desk. These are the applicants? Take a look. You know this one. Nikita handed him a letter. Etlua. I remember him. The child you rescued from the ashes. I don't remember those children just to raise them. I didn't save those children just to raise them into soldiers. He deserves a better future, not to die on some battlefield. But you do require his aid, do you not? Flynn's countered. Does he have skills? His combat skills are already flawless. When he faces monsters, he hardly seems like a child at all. You were his teacher. Nikita fell silent. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh. I should have found him a good home. Let him start anew, rather than keeping him here in this castle, following the same path I did. But you've met the people in Nashatown. You can never be sure who they really are beneath the surface. How could I be sure I was leaving him with good people and not someone whose true motives were hidden behind a harmless smile? The dawn approaches. I should take my leave. Flynn's knew that the answer Nikita sought already lay within his heart. He's gonna take him in, I guess. Raising, he returned the letter to the desk and departed for the command post. This time, he left through the door. Seeing someone emerge, Etlua, who had been waiting outside the command post, felt a twinge of confusion. When had the man entered? Could it be that Etlua had dozed off while waiting and missed him? Before he could open his mouth, the approaching lightkeeper spoke. Go inside. The old man is waiting for you. And with that, he vanished into the night. In the eastern sky, the morning stars have already risen. Across the land, shrouded in darkness, the first light of dawn was about to break. Dude, that's so cool. I love that. He's like, wait a minute, how the hell did Flynn's come out of that room when I didn't see anybody go in. I love how he's just like getting debated at every turn by Flynn's. And then Flynn's just pretend, oh yeah, you know. Yeah, you were dozing off there, buddy. Yeah. So I think Nikita was like slowly hinting, not even intentionally, but I feel like he was just naturally worried, and Flynn's took that as, I'll look after him, you know? And he's almost kind of like protegeing Etlua from time to time, so that's nice. All right, character story 5. Etlua achieved his wish of joining the Lightkeepers. Perhaps because Perhaps because Nikita was not so callous as to throw a child straight into the heart of battle. He was assigned to the logistics squad. It didn't take Etlua long to realize that his new responsibilities were much the same as those he had done. Were much the same as those he had before joining the Lightkeepers. He considered protesting to request an assignment to the most dangerous posts where his abilities would be truly tested. In the end, though, he remained in the logistics squad, trusting that the old man had good reason of placing him there. He doesn't want you to die, that's why. At least one thing was different. He could finally open his heart to the world. Perhaps because he wanted to hold on a little tighter. Nearly everyone in Pyramida felt the warmth of his goodwill. After all, he was a Lightkeeper now. Surely it was only natural to view his colleagues as family. Logistics work involved many varied tasks, organizing supplies, collating reports, delivering messages, the list goes on. Before long, he had visited every outpost the Lightkeepers kept, both large and small. There wasn't a Lightkeeper in Nodcry who wasn't familiar with this enthusiastic young man. Etlua, too, took care to remember every face. The strict... Oh, wow. Okay. I thought they were gonna... Yeah, the Sergeant Major. The strict Sergeant Major, Marushkin, the calm and composed Olav, the ever cheerful brothers Ivar and Roland. Even those he had met only once were treated as family. This attentiveness, perhaps, was in no small part inherited by Nikita. During missions, he would even prepare every person's favorite food. If someone half-jokingly wished for a particular treat, they would later find a small surprise waiting for them, courtesy of Etlua. Aww. Many who joined the Lightkeepers arrived with bitter pasts, and in a sense, he came to fill the holes in the heart of his colleagues. Perhaps the empty void he himself carried inside him was also beginning to shrink, slowly filled with the presence of family. Those he cared for often asked him about his favorite foods. Perhaps he didn't want others to feel burdened by returning the favor, or perhaps he simply didn't know. Either way, he would always deflect their questions, deftly steering the conversation in other directions. Even so, on the first anniversary of his joining the Lightkeepers, everyone prepared a surprise. Each person brought carefully chosen ingredients, which were all cooked together in a single pot. Gathered around the fire, they spent the lively, joyful night together. The next day, Etlua was reassigned to the investigation squad. It felt like a natural move. His teammates trusted that this young man would lead them towards a bright future. Let me read that again. It felt like a natural move. His teammates trusted that this young man would lead them towards a brighter future, just as Etlua trusted them. Perhaps that had been the old man's intentions all along. It is really unfortunate that, because like we know about the people that he lost under his leadership, but obviously these are like humble beginnings. This is like a coming of age moment for him to really prove himself. He moved from being an office guy, like pencil pushing and like delivering mail, to having his own squad and trying to prove himself. So, you know, the natural progression is great for him, especially knowing where he came from and how this all started for him. Yeah. He's not a leader yet. Like he went from being logistics and now he's in a squad, and then eventually he'll become squad leader. But like, it's, you know, these people, like the names that they mentioned, I know that some of them were caught up in that incident from the past. How much has Arnold read this stream? We read Colombina's weapon, Zibai's lore, Zibai's weapon, and we did Varka's anecdote, his first anecdote. So right now we're doing Etlua, and then after this, I'm probably gonna read the 2 artifact sets, and then I might have to call it for tonight because it might get too late. So we'll definitely do another stream cleaning up everything else, but I do want to make it through the artifact sets tonight at least. But we'll see. Depending on how this is going, I might actually keep going. Alright, let us continue. Oh, so now we have Aiden, which is the freaking Kuvaki passed down by Sylvester Solove, which was super awesome to learn that in the quest. Alright, so we have Aiden. Influenced by Kuvaki, many of Nodcry's creatures have followed a unique path of evolution, astonishing even the most seasoned of travelers. Beasts that tread upon crackled thunder with floating horns, fruits that sprout from plant roots and scurry and hide, even gargantuan insects that could only be seen in ancient times. Compared to these, a nightingale that ever glimmers with golden light hardly seems remarkable. Etlua first encountered Aiden during a perilous mission. He had become separated from his squad and was lost in the endless expanse of a dark forest. Though in hindsight, it was likely the wild hunt's mist-shrouded illusions from the wilderness of Nodcry held no forest so deep. Running through the darkness, he chased a faint glimmer as it guided him out of the woods. Only when the moonlight pierced the mist did he see the light's source, a bird as translucent as crystal, radiant and pure. From then on, the nightingale often traveled by his side, helping him deal with countless problems, and wherever he was stationed, Etlua would always leave a place for him by his door. To Etlua, Aiden was a reliable companion. Even when he later learned from Aliyah that it had once belonged to the Torchforger, Solove, it had little effect on him. Also, shout out to Aliyah in the freaking lore reading here. That's awesome. The creatures that dwelled beneath the moon stand guard over this land. They who predate even the Lightkeepers. Long before humans set foot in Nodcry, they waged their endless struggle against the eternal darkness. In the story of the wicked-bearing nightingales, the sun that illuminates the mortal world is, in fact, formed from countless birds carrying burning embers in their beaks. Yep, that goes back to his story 1. Etlua felt that Aiden was a nightingale from that story, and one day, he too would become just like that. A bird, one bird among many. Dude, I love the Lightkeepers. This shit is so peak. Oh my god, I love how I don't know, I just really love the valor of it all. Like how much they give, how selfless they are, and how fiercely they fight to preserve life. Alright, and so now we have the vision. Etlua stood before the gravestones, unmoving. Just last month, they had endured a brutal battle. What was meant to be a routine investigation had turned disastrous when something unforeseen at an ancient ruin triggered a surge of wild hunt to sweep across the northern reaches of Nodcry. Only after deploying multiple squads and paying a grievous price did the Lightkeepers finally purge the monsters. Many innocent civilians lost their lives in the chaos. Etlua's squad was the first to encounter the anomaly, bearing the heaviest losses. Their captain, Olsen, had died heroically while covering their retreat. Only Etlua and Ivar survived, the latter dragged from the battlefield by the former. Once more, Etlua found himself surviving a catastrophe that had left those around him dead. Of course, he hadn't fled the battlefield out of fear. He had left the wounded behind so he could seek reinforcements to save them. Or was that a lie he told himself? That night, he heard familiar, fragmented voices calling from the darkness, as if mocking his cowardice. If he had been the one to cover their retreat, would more of them have... if he had been the one to cover their retreat, would more of them have lived? At the very least, Olsen would still. Yeah, this was also mimicked and replicated in the world quest that we did with him, like those same voices. After the battle, however, Starshina and Nikita sealed off Kipumaki Cliff, the source of the wild hunt, and forbade anyone from getting close. With nowhere to lay his doubts to rest, Etlua could only wander the graves of his fallen comrades, searching for answers that were not there. Yet, on this particular day, he was not alone. Mr. Flynn's? Are you here to pay your respects as well? This ratnik stationed on the lonely island no longer belonging to any active squad. His seniority among the Lightkeepers seemed to rival even Nikita's, and Etlua suspected that he too carried an unspoken history of grief. one shrouded in the same veil of mystery as the man himself. My old comrades rest elsewhere. This place was built to house those who fell in the last decade or so. The old man asked me to see if anything here needed repairs. I spent most of my time around graves after all. I've become something of an expert. Nikita had also asked him to keep an eye on the melancholy young Etlua, but Flynn's left that part unspoken. Etlua had a sense that perhaps he should share his troubles with Flynn's. Someone who had survived as many battles as he might be able to dispel his doubts. Yet Etlua couldn't put his troubles into words. Perhaps he only needed an opportunity, a chance to confirm the answer he already carried in his heart. Mr. Flynn's, in your opinion, which is more unforgivable of a Lightkeeper, recklessness or cowardice? I'm afraid the premise of your question is misguided. To join the Lightkeepers is itself a testament to courage, and as a steadfast, upright Lightkeeper, what reason would you have to doubt your choice derived from a sense of justice? Bro, Flint has a way with words. I love that about him. He's like, yo, he just flipped it back on him. I love that. After returning from a cemetery, Etlua submitted his request to assume command of the investigation squad. Ivar's injuries meant he could no longer fight, so in truth, Etlua now was the squad. Unlike with his request to join the Lightkeepers, this time he received a swift response. His appointment letter was heavier than he had expected, and when he opened it, a gleaming gemstone fell out. He had seen such a stone in Flynn's possession, but only now did he believe the stories, that had once been so implausible. It was indeed a gift from the world. The gemstone weighed heavy in his palms, much like the responsibility he was about to shoulder. Yeah. That line right there reminds me of, in Flynn's voice lines, there was a line about Etlua asking Flynn's about his moon wheel, because at the time he didn't have a vision yet. So yeah, that's really, really cool that we learn, like, it harkens back to that, which is nice. I mean, he didn't get a moon wheel, but he got a vision, which, you know, they're kind of indistinguishable to, like, the average human. So yeah, that was great. I loved the getting more context to... I mean, they did a great job at fleshing his story out through the reputation quest and that world quest that he was a part of. But, you know, getting the inner details, you know, are like, it just kind of creates the full picture.
Hey there, I'm Etlua, leader of the Lightkeepers Investigation Squad. Lost your way, huh? Don't worry, that happens a lot. These paths aren't exactly traveler-friendly, even on the best of days. Just follow my lead. I'll light the way ahead.
Hell yeah.
They say that the calmer things seem on the surface, the more likely that danger lurks in the shadows. Not sure if that's always true, but it never hurts to stay alert. You cold? Gotta be careful you don't catch a chill.
Oh my god.
Come on, I'll fix you a bowl of hot soup.
Whenever I'm idle with Etlua, I think this is the line I hear the most. I was like, oh my god, that's like stuck in my brain.
Just doing what you're good at won't cut it, you know. Sometimes the only way to grow stronger is to step out of your comfort zone. Sun's back. Looks like the light won again. As my old pops always says, the gods are at it again. Just hope they don't drag the rest of us into it.
Yeah, Raiden Shogun. That's so funny.
Finally, some decent weather for a change. If only it were like this more often, us Lightkeepers wouldn't have half as much to worry about. Wind's kicking up. That's never a good sign. We'd better make camp before it turns nasty.
Oh boy.
Another dawn. Another night safely behind us. Now the sun's up, I should probably take the chance to scout out our surroundings. Problem is, I could really use a nap.
Yo. He's just like me for... I could always use a nap. Naps are goated.
You never know what might be lurking in the shadows of night. If you really have to travel, make sure to stay sharp. It's getting late. You go ahead and get some rest. I'll keep watch tonight. It took a lot of pestering before my old pops finally let me join the Lightkeepers. I just couldn't bear the idea of staying in Pyramida safe and sound while others were out there, risking their lives.
Yeah.
Like I told him, I'd rather be on the front lines, helping keep the wild hunt at bay.
Yep.
Being squad leader essentially means I'm responsible for keeping my comrades alive. Some days, I still wonder if I'm really cut out for it. But since they've placed their trust in me, I can't let them down.
Ugh, I love him so much.
It's a Lightkeeper's duty to protect the merchants and travelers who pass through our lands. Does that include adventurers, you ask? Well, technically it's not part of the job description, but I can tell you this. No one's getting hurt on my watch.
Yeah, that'd be crazy if he's like, I'm not obligated to protect you, so I won't. I feel like he would do that for everybody.
Now that you're a member of the investigation squad, I'm responsible for your safety, and a whole squad's worth of little birds tell me you've been off adventuring in dangerous places again.
Okay.
Seeing you safe and sound puts my mind at ease. But I'd feel even better if you let me come with you.
He's like, hey, somebody told me that you're off doing some dangerous stuff. I love that.
Someone once told me these were no more than pretty gemstones. It wasn't until I held one myself that I understood what it truly meant. I don't think fate gave it to me by accident, but still, the onus is on me to prove I'm worthy.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that was Flynn's, because Flynn's loves his pretty gemstones.
If you look north from the highest point in Pyramida, you can just about make out the edge of the Snezhnayan tundra.
Oh my god!
They say that was the homeland of our first Starshina, Torchforger Solove. He ended up losing everything, even his home.
Wow.
Yet here, he found a place to belong. Maybe that's why this fortress exists, as a refuge for people like us, a place to find warmth in each other.
If you look north from the highest point of Pyramida, hold on. Say less, my goat. We're gonna do that shit right now. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I've done this before, especially when I was on the cannon. But, hold on. Is there a moon lane? Yeah, you know what? Let's take the moon lane up. It's on the other side over here. Let's go! Holy cinema. Alright. He said north of the highest point. So, over there? Yeah, that area over there. All the way up and beyond. You can see the tundras and, like, the mountain ranges of Snezhnaya. Interesting. Yeah, I think I remember we did that when I actually got up here for the first time, so... And that basically means, chat, we could potentially learn more. I'm expecting that we'll learn more about Aurelian when we go to Snezhnagrad or Novokitezhgrad. Like, whatever territories in Snezhnaya, because, like, that's where he was executed, and that's also, like, where we have, like, more extensive lore about Aurelian and Solove. So, and Papa Wrench, too. So a lot of the NPCs we've met and learned about through these quests have extensive lore in the nations where they're actually from. So that would be great.
Around Pyramida, you'll run into all sorts of strange creatures brimming with Kuvaki. Mandragoras, sloth sheep, you name it. They might look like animals, but they're actually plants. So don't be fooled by the mimicry. Still, they taste delicious. I could whip something up for you to try if you'd like.
Oh my god.
How do I know how they taste? Let's just say, when you're out in the middle of nowhere on night patrol, a little improvisation goes a long way.
Oh boy, he's like, hey, be careful for those creatures, but if you can, you should kill them and eat them because they taste delicious. I'm like, I beg your pardon? Are you out there eating them in the wild?
When I first met Mr. Flins, I assumed that the reason he lived alone was either because he didn't like being around people, or that he was just a little eccentric. Turns out that the complete opposite is true. Well, at least in terms of his social appetite. Only thing is, every time we talk, he always seems to end his stories on a cliffhanger. Sometimes I wonder if that's his way of making sure I'll come back to hear the rest.
Yeah, oh my god, absolutely it is. He does that all the time. You know what I'm also curious about, chat? Like, maybe the earring's a little off. Like, the earring's like a personal thing that he's wearing. But like, I wonder if we'll ever know about Etlua's mom and dad, because like, they were very vague about his parents. But I'm like so mesmerized by his eyes, and I wonder if there's any like significance to Etlua's eyes, but because he doesn't even remember his parents or their names for that matter, I feel like that's something that's just always going to be left a mystery. But yeah, and like the mom was hiding her face, so I'm like, was she a recognizable individual or something? You know, I'm kind of curious about that. Because depending on where they came from, I don't know if they were. She could have been a freaking. I don't know about a Crimson Moon descendant, but I remember when I first saw Etlua. Like, oh, sorry. When I first saw Etlua, I was like, oh, his eyes kind of remind me of someone with like a reduced, like Crimson Moon bloodline. But then there's also the Snowland Fae, so. That'd be kind of crazy, actually. You know what? That would actually be kind of crazy if he was a Fae, but he didn't know he was a Fae, because he hangs out with someone that he doesn't know is a Fae. So he like hangs out with Flins, but if Flins is a Fae and he's not, that's really funny. And he also just talked about eating the Kuvaki plants. And I know that like you can't I think it was in Mona's lore, but apparently trying to like drink hydro element is like poisonous. Like it's like you can't do that. So it's like the hydro element is not the same as water. But he basically was like, hey, those Kuvaki creatures, yeah, I just eat those. I'm just built different. And so I'm like, oh, so I guess Kuvaki, I mean, granted, Kuvaki is an elemental energy, so maybe it's fine, but I also think that that's rather interesting too. So, I don't know, just a very interesting situation for him all around. Oh, was it the Hydro Slime description? Yeah, it may have been the Hydro Slime description. That sounds a bit more accurate. All right, chat. I gotta run an edge. 3 minutes. Sit tight, and we will resume. Oh, man. Flins did recommend Etlua to when Nicole was trying to find people who could handle Kuvaki in the world quest. That is true. Dude, imagine, bro, that's just a hilarious interaction. Like, I feel like that interaction in general is just such an interesting, so like, when you think about it, if he's eating Kuvaki, it's like the body of Christ. He's like eating an essence of Colombina because she's the god of this nation. So I think that's hilarious. But also, I think it would be hilarious. Like, just think of this scenario. Like, you and Etlua are out in the wild, and a bunch of like Kuvaki creatures start coming out and trying to fight you, and he just starts eating them. Like he just runs up and like just takes a bite out of their leg or something. Like some like, if he's a Fae, that's like some crazy like Fae behavior. But I just think that's hilarious, because like they're like wildlife, but I guess they're like, you know, they're like game for him. So it's like, you know, you go out and kill a deer, you cook the deer, you feed your family. So yeah, I don't know. I just never thought in my head, like, those little mandrakes, like those little mandragoras that we're throwing and using for their light energy. I'm like, yeah, this thing looks like it would make a great snack, you know? Or even the freaking goat that we like trail along with the Kuvaki. I'm like, oh, this would make like a nice domesticated animal or something, not livestock. But yeah, I just think that's funny. Alrighty, gamers. Alright. Let us continue, gamers. Why does Nodcry have such good music? I mean, Toyo Mix. They've never missed. Actually, you know what? They did miss once. The freaking 4 Orthents music. That short looped track, man. I will never forgive them for that. I think that's the one time I could say they didn't even miss. They did that intentionally. They're like, yeah, we want to be remembered for this. But anyways, let us continue. Let's get back on track. Okay.
You're saying there's a lot more to Mr. Flynn's than meets the eye?
Oh!
Huh. Well, that's hardly unusual for a Ratnik. We're all from different walks of life, so who doesn't have a few things they'd rather keep to themselves? Even my old pops rarely talks about his past. As for Mr. Flynn's, well, I've certainly got to know him a lot better, and after everything that's been going on lately, I've got a rough idea of what he might be hiding.
Yeah.
I actually asked about it once, but he neither confirmed nor denied my suspicions. In a way, I guess that's an answer in itself.
Yeah, he knows, guys. I'm pretty sure he knows now. It took him forever, but he knows now that Flynn's is a Fae, and that interaction actually happened during the Archon quest, so he's like, oh, your non-answer is in fact an answer. Thank you, Mr. Flynn's.
Our friendship with the Frostmoon Scions goes all the way back to the days of the Torchforger himself. Truth is, though, even if it didn't, I'd still have nothing but admiration for the current Moonchanter. She's kind, gentle, and I end up learning something new every time I visit. In times like these, her job can't be any easier than ours. Yet somehow, she always manages to stay so serene. I'd bet that she's been shouldering a lot more than she lets on.
Oh, yeah. Llama's held it together for a really long time, and it kind of worked out, too, especially with her and Bina becoming friends, and seeing that aspect of her past when we were going to the moon with Colombina was great, too.
I fought side by side with Mr. Varka against the Wild Hunt.
Hell
and
yeah.
I can tell you this. His fighting skills are up there with the best of them. I've heard that the Knights of Favonius were founded to defend their homeland, just like us Lightkeepers. I hope that someday, once we've finally driven the Wild Hunt from Nodcry, we'll be able to travel beyond these lands and fight for those living in hardship elsewhere as well.
Oh man, please don't say that, sir. You might, that day might be sooner than you think. I'm not even capping. All right, that actually might be like a few years off.
Our operations in Nasha Town have become way smoother in recent times, and it's mostly thanks to the Curatorium of Secrets. It sure wasn't like this before, I'll tell you that. Before Miss Nephra arrived on the scene, It was like we were locked in a constant battle with the town's gangs, and it used to worry my old pops sick. Things have improved immensely since then, though. That said, Miss Never seems to love teasing me just as much as Mr. Flint's does. And I have to admit, that can be a bit of a headache sometimes.
You're an easy target. I'm sorry. You're too innocent. You're too you're too earnest.
Whenever the Lightkeepers need help fixing complex machinery, we tend to ask for Miss Aino's assistance. She really seems determined to teach us how to do it ourselves, though. Ever since she caught me trying to repair something on my own, she's been constantly insisting that I attend her classes.
Oh my god.
How exactly was I trying to fix it, you ask? Well, if you must know, it was a trick I learned from my old pops. As he likes to put it, if something's not working, just whack it a few times. To my shock, that set her off something fierce.
Oh my god. Guys, we literally got that anecdote where he literally had to show up to her classes. I mean, granted, Flynn's like set him up to do that and then just like left him out to dry. But yeah, your pops is just a boomer. He's like, man, just hit it a few times and it'll fix. Also, I didn't realize that Flynn's had... I'm sorry, I didn't realize that Etlua had a voice line on Linnea.
Even in a place as diverse as Nodcry, Fae ladies like Miss Linnea are few and far between.
Let's go.
I originally figured she'd be the quiet, graceful type, but it turns out that was way off.
Whoa.
For instance, the first time she saw Aiden, she got so excited that she practically pounced on him. It spooked him so bad that now, the second he hears her voice, he bolts for my lamp.
Oh my god.
And remember, this is Aiden we're talking about here. A messenger bird who's usually so unflappable that he wouldn't flinch for anything. Not even the wild hunt.
Holy moly. Is she literally like over the top, eccentric, outgoing, excited, bubbly personality? I'm so excited. Yeah, so I guess this kind of revealed that she was a fae before the drip marketing did, but I didn't get a chance. I would have known she was a fae before the drip marketing, so I guess this confirms that she is a fae lady. I mean, the drip marketing pretty much already confirmed that, but Etlua came out weeks before the drip did. So that's great. Nice little confirmation. And we're getting her next patch. At the time of recording right now, we're halfway through Luna 5. We're getting Linnea next patch, so very excited for that.
Nodcry is an Elysium built by human hands. A dream kept alive over the centuries by the blood and sacrifice of countless generations of Lightkeepers.
Hell yeah.
There might be a new deity in town, but I don't think our way of life will suddenly change because of that. It's not that I doubt the moon goddess herself. Far from it. I just believe that, rather than waiting for someone else to save us, we do better to rely on our own strength.
True. God, I always love, I'm like a sucker for that kind of message. You know, don't wait for things to happen, make them happen. I love that.
You want to know about my past? Let me think. Nope, I don't think there's anything in there that would put a smile on your face. You sure you want to hear it?
Oh my god. He's like, do you want sadness and depression to creep into your life? Because I got nothing good to talk about with my past. But, also, we're breaking the one cardinal sin in Nodcry. We're asking about someone's past in the place where no one asks about your past, so not a good look, traveler.
Meet Aiden, my messenger bird. The trusty little guy who comes with me whenever I head out on night patrol. Honestly, I couldn't ask for a better companion. Not only does he alert me to danger, he even lights the way ahead. Huh? You mean, despite all that traveling, even you've never seen a bird that glows like this before? Hold up. Could he actually be more than just a regular messenger bird?
No shot! Etlua, this is why people tease you. How do you look at that bird and not think that it's anything but ordinary? It's translucent. You can literally see through it. It's literally a light, it's like a polygons of light. Oh god. Guys, this is why Nefer bullies Etlua. He makes it so easy. He is not a... He's literally a light bird.
You've probably noticed that my oath lantern is a bit different from the standard issue ones that everyone else carries. It's not because I'm a squad leader or anything like that. It's just the signal lamp I used back when I served in the logistics squad. Later, when our equipment was upgraded, this became the last of its kind.
Aww.
I guess you could say I've grown kinda attached to it. The idea of replacing it doesn't quite feel right.
Oh, that's... I like that. That's great. I was also curious of that too. I'm like, why is his drastically different? But everyone else has got an upgrade. But he likes the vintage approach.
You know how I call Nikita my old pops? Well, it probably wouldn't surprise you to hear that the others all call him old man too. Despite that though, I don't actually think he's aged much at all. He still remembers the positions of every lighthouse and who's stationed there, even better than I do. And no matter how hard I try, I can never hide a thing from him. But that's exactly why I can't help but wonder, what will happen someday when the years finally catch up to him?
Stop. Oh my god. Depression. I mean, I guess it's valid and mature to think like that, but like, bro, enjoy your days while you have them.
Whenever the wild hunt comes forth, the wails of the dead follow in its wake. And every time I hear those cries, I feel like I'm back on that battlefield, reliving the day that my old pops took me in. Perhaps as long as the wild hunt still roams this land, the nightmares that haunt me will never truly fade.
Chat, they better leave Rere's ass in the freaking moon's reflection. That's all I'm saying, bro. On one end, I'm like, man, sucks what happened to Rere, but, you know, it is what it is. And then sometimes I'm like, man, I wonder if there will be, you know, like, I'm conflicted with Rere in general, but then I see things like this and I'm like, yeah, maybe we just leave him there. Maybe that's a good call, you know? I have to be reminded because I'm so swayed by others. Not other people, I just mean by the characters. I'm like I try to consider everybody, and I'm like, god damn it, man.
Now you mention it, I guess I spend most of my downtime with my squad mates too. Lately, we've all been hooked on this new game called Tabletop Troop.
Oh my god!
We're still short a couple of players though. So how about it? Want to join us?
Bro, I have so much love in my heart for the fact that they gave this man an anecdote where we actually got to see his tabletop troop like attire. That whole sequence, that whole anecdote with Clorand was awesome. I'm so glad they did that. And Yehoda's. So we got a couple of new reveals there. So good. I want tabletop troop game anecdotes with other characters from other nations. I need to see Mondstadt characters. I need to see Sumeru characters. I need Liyue characters too. Holy cinema.
The thought of innocent people dying in sudden, meaningless calamities is something I can never accept. I just wish that no one else ever has to go through something like that again. That's all I've ever worked for.
He's so wholesome.
To be honest, I don't really have any strong preferences when it comes to food. The way I see it, as long as we can all gather around the fire and share a warm meal, whatever's on the table tastes like the finest cuisine there is.
Aw, that's sweet.
As long as it's hot, I'm fine with just about anything. Cold food, though, yeah, not so much. Imagine, you're out on night watch in the dead of winter, and you're handed a bowl of stone-cold gruel. Ugh, the mere thought of it makes me want to say something I really shouldn't.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Ah, gamers! Etlua is goated. I love him. He's awesome. We finally got his lore. And I think Hoyoverse did a great job with him, especially given the fact that he is one of the few characters, I think one of the only, like, quests, like, one of the only playable characters that has a world quest that kind of expounds on his character, which was super entertaining. If it was voiced, it would have been like peak, but even outside of that, it was still great in terms of the context and the lore of everything. But I hope you guys enjoyed my read-along, my commentary, my reactions to everything Etlua focused. We're gonna take a short little intermission, and then we got artifact sets to read. I don't know when those are gonna be posted compared to when you're seeing this video right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed the lore reading all the same. But yeah, this was great. I absolutely loved it. All right, gamers. I'm gonna take a little break. I gotta run my edge. And, okay, so we have 2 sets, actually. We have a Bade of Morning Star and Moon, and a Day Carved from Rising Winds. So, hold on, let me see. Alright, Gunhilder clan, so this is Mondstadt focused. And this is... Hyperborea? Oh, okay, so this, I don't know what... Is this, Ancient Civilization? It might be, That's like ancient lore, so I don't know where we go for that. But also, it's a Hexerai set. Wait, was that the wrong set? Wait, did I read that wrong?
No matter the mission.
Oh, I did. Hold on, my bad. I meant to do this one. Moonwheel. Oh, okay, so this is God's Envoy. All right, so this seems... Okay, so this one was... I guess it's still the same thing. It's ancient lore. Yeah, I thought I was on the... I was on the wrong flower. Okay.
We already cleared the map.
Where do you guys suggest I go for these readings? I'm gonna read the Abide of Morning Star and Moon first.
No matter the mission.
I think I'll read that one first. Hisi Island? Yeah, I wish there was more places to go than just Hisi Island. I was already there for Bina's stuff. Koitar? So here's the thing, I would go to Koitar's, but the problem is I would probably get distracted because of the music, because the musics have lyrics. So, I don't know if I would do that. Dvalin's Lair for the Mondstadt set. Alright. Inside the Disc? No, we did that when we read Hymns of the Far North, and that OST is way too short. It was on loop for hours. So I literally don't want to go back there. So good. Actually, let me see. Yeah, I feel like the audio, I feel like the music would distract me. Nicole's meetup? Oh, we could probably... maybe. I want to listen to this track, though. I haven't been here in a while. What are we reading next? We're going to read artifact sets. Yeah, I have the reading order, by the way. Abide, I was told... Obeyed. I was told Sands, Plume, Flower, Goblet, Circlet. Oh, somebody has a different opinion. But, like, yeah, my... people in my server put this one together. Oh, no, you got the same one. Okay, yeah, you said crown instead of... I'm like, what? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. My mods and my people in my server, I already know the reading order. This is my teapot track. Yeah, I might update my teapot track. I don't remember what mine is actually at the moment. I'm assuming, chat, we're gonna go to Hyperborea when we go to... unless Hyperborea is the next expansion we get for Nodcry. I'm wondering if we're going to Hyperborea before Snezhnaya or after Snezhnaya comes out, since... like, I really hope they don't just leave Hyperborea as that domain that we got in the Archon quest. I mean, I say that too because we're listening to Koitar, and apparently she returned to Hyperborea. Like she got her memories back, and she's like, I'll be back at our home. Which is kind of crazy.
Hello again.
All right, we're gonna go to... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, didn't you guys say there's like an update? Like a daily situation with this? I haven't been back here since... Oh, no, I forgot how to do this. Oh, there we go. Hello?
Whoops! Looks like we made a mistake here.
Uh-oh.
Reset and try again.
My bad. Oh. I fumbled again.
Whoops! Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again. Whoops! Looks like
Wait,
we
what's
made a
happening?
mistake here. Reset and try again.
Alright, I'm like 3 head right now, chat. I'm sorry.
Whoops! Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again.
Am I blind?
Looks like we made a mistake here. Reset and try again.
Alright, chat, I'm not getting this one. You know what, I'm leaving. Alright. Alright. Get the puzzle away from me. I'll do it later. Yeah, we'll chit chat here then. Alright, chat. We're gonna run the ad, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes. When will you do the rest of the anecdote? What do you mean the rest of the anecdotes? I have 1 anecdote left, and then they're all done. Guess I'll watch the VOD for this. Time for bed. Alright, you have yourself a good night. Yeah, we should be getting through the next 2 artifact sets, and then I'll probably end up calling it for today. I'm gonna be, for whatever we don't finish today, I'm gonna see how far I can go. We might go beyond the 2 artifacts, but whatever I don't get through today, I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. I'll be streaming Genshin again on Wednesday, and we'll clean up whatever we don't get through today. And that'll probably be the rest of the lore, at the very least. And I think next weekend I'll do some more Honkai Star Rail. Did you read Varka's lore? No, we're going in chronological order, so Varka's is gonna be the last thing we read, actually. Just because, I still need to read the 2 artifact sets. I need to read a couple books. I need to read the Wing Glider as well. So there's a lot of things before we get to Varka. Alright. Let me just use the restroom and then we can start. Do you read YouTube chat? Yes, I do. Yeah, Justin, I saw your comment earlier, but I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. But you typed the same question. I noticed you haven't mentioned the law of the universe in any of your lore videos, and it's starting to seem like you don't remember it. Do you still remember it? And I'm just like, I have no idea what you're referring to. In terms of, like, do I know the laws of the universe of what? Real life? Genshin? Like, have I indicated that I haven't? But I was just like, I don't know what they mean by that, so I'm just not gonna respond. Anyways, yeah, now everyone in chat's like giga confused. Those are also the only comments you've ever left in my stream, so kind of weird. Anyways. Is this from YouTube or Twitch? No offense, but take a wild guess. Yeah, you know. There's just a track record, man. I don't know, man. Not everybody on YouTube, but always YouTube. Not all YouTube chatters, but always a YouTube chatter. Alright, I've been recording for 10 minutes. Oh my god. Let's, Alright, chat, I'm gonna run one more ad and then we're gonna start. Sorry. Also, Perna, thank you for the super chat earlier from, first time following live. I love your content. Love from Brazil. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know you, you became a channel member earlier today, so I appreciate that as well. Is Mr. Strimmer live on I'm always live on YouTube. If I'm ever live on stream, I'm live on YouTube unless I'm watching a special program. 9 times out of 10, I should be live on both. I love this OST. The good thing about it is Varka will be Friendship 10 by the next stream, so all my characters will be maxed out until Linnea.
Try to keep up.
I'm probably gonna pull for Linnea. I'm probably gonna skip her weapon though. So I'll have to find someone that gets her weapon, but I'll at least pull the character. Why are you getting her? Because she's a fae? Like, I'm pretty sure she's gonna have interesting lore. And that's like 9 times out of 10, that's why I pull certain characters. Alright, chat, let's lock in. So 6.x is gonna be skip list for you? Probably. Never thought I'd see the day, but we're back, boys. I mean, I still think I did pretty good. I didn't go for any cons. I skipped some weapons. I skipped Nefer's weapon. I skipped Lauma's weapon. I'm skipping Linnea's weapon. But yeah, Nod Cry, I folded. They made it so tough, man. They were just like, up. There are all these characters you've been waiting years for. Here you go. Putting Varka and Nicole and Durin was devious. And Bina. Like, come on, man. I was gonna skip Nefer, and then they were like, hey, she has extra lore details about Nodcry NPCs. And I'm like, fuck, they got me. You're getting Linnea? I thought you said you were gonna skip her. I said I was contemplating. I never said I was going to. I said I would have to wait for her drip marketing, but given the fact that she's not drip, like I'd have to wait to see how she plays in the special program, but given that like she's a confirmed fae from the Adventurers Guild, I feel like there's gonna be enough about her. And like I'm pretty sure they're gonna have some kind of Nod Cry gimmick with her. Either she's gonna have a unique quest or some type of lore incentive, and I'm gonna be like, god damn it. So. Ugh. And I got taxes. I gotta pay taxes next month. Yeah, I'm gonna be hurting next month, actually. Chat, please contribute to my Genshin pulling fund. I'm cooked. Yeah, I got tax. Guys, you know what's crazy? I have taxes and jury duty next month. They got me. They got me with the double whammy. Yeah, I got jury duty. In the same month, the first week of April. So sad. Are your pulls business expense? Yeah, anything I spend on gacha is a business expense. So, well, maybe not anything, but definitely pulls, because I make videos out of them. Basically, anything that I spend money on that I make content out of is an expense. Maybe you'll meet your fans in the courtroom. How would I know they're my fans, though? I should just be like, guys, I can't be on this case because I'll have a likelihood to tell people what my case is about because I'm a content creator and because, like, social media and online content is probably, like, a nuisance on... it's like a nuisance in this day and age. I could just be like, I'm just gonna make content about the case, so you should probably take me off. Obviously, I wouldn't do that. Okay. We're gonna start in 30 seconds, chat. Let me make sure I'm recording. Okay. Alright, gamers, let's lock in. Say hi to YouTube, say hi to the VOD watchers. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to another Genshin Impact lore reading session. We just finished doing some lore reading for Zibai as well as Etlua, and following that, I have a list of other pieces of lore that we're going to be getting through now that I have a moment to breathe and make my way through some other like books and artifact sets and stuff like that. We're actually going to be reading one of the two new artifact sets that dropped in Luna 4, being the Abade of Morning Star and Moon, which I believe is the new set focused on the lunar reactions. I'm not entirely sure what the artifact set entails necessarily, but I am going to be going through reading in a specific order, thanks to my community and mods for putting the reading order together for me. So, yeah, we have Abade of Morning Star and Moon. So, I I don't know if the morning star is a reference to the heavenly principles, and the moon is obviously a reference to either Colombina or the Moon Sisters, or, you know, the three moons of Teyvat in general. But we're gonna be reading this, and then after this, we're gonna be reading the Hexenzirkel set, the Hexerai buff set, for the patch following this one. So I hope you guys look forward to it. So we're actually gonna be starting with the sands here. But all right, let's see. We have Moonlit Offer. So we're gonna start with the sands. We have Moonlit Offerings Libation. A wine cup lost in the final a wine cup lost in the final revelry of an ancient rite in which believers once offered sacrifices to the heavenly moons. Well, they're kind of stupid for that, unfortunately. Wait, that's the goblet? Oh, god damn it. Hold on a second. Oh, sands. Okay, that was one over, my bad. Yeah, chat, be sure to remind me in case I'm, like, off the mark, because that's happened to me before. All right. Let's start this over again. All right, so the first thing we're gonna read is gonna be the sands, then the plume, then the flower, the goblet, and the circlet in that reading order. So we have Moonlit Offerings Final Hour, an hourglass meant to commemorate the final hour, prepared by sages who, in ancient times, sought truth from the heavenly moons. Okay. Let's lock in, gamers. Once there was an age when the silver wheels that guided the primal heavens yet remained three. At that time, the primeval dragon, nurtured by the perfumed sea, sailed deep into the skies, disappearing into the mist among the stars. Okay, so this is during the time when the three moons were in Teyvat sky, and Dragon King Nibelung was gone from Teyvat. I don't know what perfumed sea? Is that the primordial sea? Nurtured by the primordial sea? Sailed deep into the skies, disappearing into this, you know, into outer space. Okay. All right, so this is like 6,000 years ago, roughly. So deep were those dark mists that even light of 1,000 stars could not escape their gravity. To find the answer before this planet was also consumed, the great dragon embarked upon an arduous quest alone. Yo, shout out to the Voyager. I love that you meddled, because that's the only reason bro's doing this. He raised 3 bright moons. He raised 3 bright moons from the ground and bound this tiny world tightly with the chains of the tides. Moonlight would illuminate the bountiful land throughout the long night of the end until the dragon returned from the mist-shrouded realm. So basically, the moons would basically govern the world in his absence until he returned. Yet, as 1,000 years passed into another, the 3 moons... Oh my god, he was gone for that long? Yet, as 1,000 years passed into another, the 3 moon sisters awaited in vain the return of their former lord, until the day that the winged descender arrived, treading upon the morning star. Bro, it was 1,000 years that they waited for Nibelung to come back, and he still wasn't back. I don't know if we knew that there was that amount, that massive gap of time. That's crazy. All right, let me write that down. That's new information. 1,000 year wait. Interesting. Okay, and so they waited for Nibelung to return for 1,000 years, and instead, the primordial one, the heavenly principles, pulled up. It was not the great enemy that would extinguish the stars, nor did it... Sorry, it was not the great enemy that would extinguish the stars, nor did it seem intent on plundering the wellspring sustaining the world's existence. Faced with this uninvited guest, the 3 guardians who represented the will of the planet debated endlessly. But whether by submission or rebellion, by battle or by death, the Lord of Hosts would mercilessly crush all that stood in its way. For this was the new world it had chosen for the children of humanity. And according to its design, both earth and sky would be reborn. Before the conquest of the day reached its fated close, the servants of the night could but bide their time. Wow. Yep. So this is the story, I guess the context of the heavenly principles coming to Teyvat while Dragon King Nibelung was gone. And based on what we learned in the Archon quest, the three sisters debated whether or not they should coexist with the heavenly principles, if they should fight them, or if they should trust in their original order by Nibelung. But again, the heavenly principles was very cordial and was actually like willing to live amongst them while they were here. So yeah. Wait, as 1,000 years passed into another? Oh, so that's actually more than 1,000. Is that like multiple thousands of years? That's at least 2,000 actually. Yeah, the wording of that was a little odd. Yeah, as 1,000 years passed into another 1,000 years? Is that the implication, that it was actually 2,000 years? Holy moly. Yeah, the wording there tripped me up a bit. Okay, so it was actually 2,000 years that they waited. What in the world was bro doing? Was he having a yapping contest with the Abyss? He was out and about. That's kind of crazy. I mean, then again, like, where the hell do you go to look for the Abyss in the infinite cosmos? So yeah, actually, that's even worse. 2,000 years, not even 1,000. And so, while Nibelung was gone, the heavenly principles arrived. But they weren't immediately like, I'm going to take over this world and I'm going to destroy all of you. And the Moon Sisters decided at that point, like, obviously they had mixed feelings, but at the same time, whether they submitted or whether they fought back, the heavenly principles had their eyes set on this world, so they were always intending on inevitably taking it for themselves. It was a new world. It had been chosen for the children of humanity, and according to its design, both Earth and Sky would be reborn. So the world as it was not hospitable. It had to be terraformed, and so that makes sense. Holy moly. So this is like the earliest recorded instance of that point in time. Interesting. Okay. All right, so next up we have the Plume. Moonlight offerings parting light. A quill that in ancient times granted boundless inspiration to priests who penned prayers to the heavenly moons. Once there was an age when the silver wheels that guided the primal heavens yet remained three. At that time, the winged one who treaded upon morning stars and dwelt high above the moon became the Lord of the eternal heavens. Okay, so at this point, the heavenly principles and Celestia, I assume, were established. The Ark was moored. Bro, the Ark! Oh my god. The Teyvat was moored. The Ark was moored, the matter of creation complete. The mountains and rivers were wrought in their turn. Beneath the earth and deep within the seas dwelt the fallen clans of broken kings of the old world, aka I bodied the sovereigns, me and my shades. The Lord of the world within the eggshell drew a false veil to shut out the true bedeviled skies, obscuring dread that once robbed kings of sleep, even those who held dominion over beasts. Wow. Yeah, so I guess confirmed. The Heavenly Principles brought humans to Teyvat as an arc for humanity. This is so crazy, bro. Like, thank God we're getting, like, clarification on, like, a lot of these long-thought theories, especially during the Sacred Mountain World Quest. Because, like, I remember when the Sacred Mountain World Quest, when Kukulkan was like, oh, yeah, the freaking Reaver from Beyond the Skies brought... I remember how they brought humans from Beyond the Sky, and I was like, wait a minute. Before Sun and Moon said that humans were created after they took over. So it's so cool how we're getting like the story we're given is never the whole story. It's just a piece of the bigger picture. So so at this point, the initial war with the sovereigns was fought. The moons were seized. The dragons submitted. And the Heavenly Principles was established. The world was terraformed. And humanity was on the rise. The sun's fierce light swept the heavens clean, but the freshly forged throne still reserved a place in the heavens for the three sisters of the moonlit night. Perhaps by its design, even a world where the elements surge in perfect order still needed tides. Ah, I see. So basically, regardless of everything that they did, they still needed the moons to, like, command things because they were already doing that, so... The lectors of 30 Nights knew that none... Sorry, the lectors of 30 Nights knew that alone they could not protect this lonely, desolate planet from the inevitable doom that approached. Before the coming of the final extinction, no victor in the struggle of good and evil could be worse than the doom of falling together into eternal oblivion. Perhaps their former lord, shrouded in mist, could never find the answer, or perhaps that answer was already at hand. So, what are the lectors of 30? Oh, wait, the lectors of 30 Nights. So 30 Nights, the moon cycle. So the lectors of 30 Nights, I assume that they're the Moon Sisters. So the Moon Sisters were basically like, we can't fight the Heavenly Principles. Like, there's no shot that we can stop them. But, like, you know, if you can't beat them, join them then? And they also were kind of at a loss because it's like, well, Nibelung's been gone for 2,000 years. We don't even know if he's coming back. So if somebody else is deciding to move in and basically take Nibelung's place for the betterment and we get to live amongst them, I feel like they decided it was better than just dying out or submitting to the Abyss. Right? Because if they didn't get the Heavenly Principles protection, the Abyss would have eventually swept to this world and killed off everybody, because that's the whole reason why Nibelung left in the first place. So I guess they just decided to weigh their options, and they decided to side, or I guess majority of them decided to side with the Heavenly Principles. As they had hoped, the great ruler of the firmament spurned the destroyers veiled in black mist. Oh wait, hold on. As they had hoped, the great ruler of the firmament spurned the destroyer veiled in black mist. Oh, okay, I see. So this was them basically contemplating, oh, well, the world's fucked because Dragon King Nibelung is already submitted to the Abyss. So we're either gonna die. Nibelung is either gonna kill all of us, or like the Heavenly Principles will end up saving us in the end. So I think that's what they did. And as they hoped, the ruler spurned the destroyer veiled in black mist. No doubt, though, its long voyage across the shadowed realm, it had witnessed countless stars meet their end. And so they too chose order. or more accurately, made space to accommodate it. That was the age when the three moons shared governance with the morning star. Yeah, morning star. That was the age when eternity was yet eternity. Okay. So, it seems like in the end they opted to side with the heavenly principles because Dragon King Nibelung was going batshit crazy, and in his like blind rage with the abyss was slowly killing his world off. So they were like, if we side with this, we're all probably gonna die. It's talking about the abyss, not Nibelung. Are you sure? Because it says the great ruler of the firmament spurned the destroyer veiled in black mist. Destroyer veiled in black mist sounds like Dragon King Nibelung souped up on forbidden knowledge. At least that's what it sounds like to me. It's Nibelung? Yeah, I had a feeling, but someone in chat says it's the Abyss. And it's referencing here that though through its long journey across the realm, it witnessed the countless stars meet their end. So yeah, that's definitely Nibelung. All right, anyways. Let's see. Yeah, so, and then it says here they chose order, and that's what the heavenly principles gave them. It gave them order, whereas Nibelung, with forbidden knowledge, gave them chaos and destruction. And it says here, that was the age when the three moons shared governance with the morning star. So I assume the morning star in that instance is the heavenly principles, Fanes, the primordial one. That was the age when eternity was yet eternity. That reminds me of A. And she does say that too. She says, something along the lines of like, only eternity is closest unto the heavenly principles, or something like that. She basically says eternity is the closest thing to heaven. So, I assume that that's what it's referencing, maybe. But let's see. All right, next up we have the flower. Moonlit Offering's Opulent Dream. A meticulously carved floral ornament meant to highlight the resplendent beauty of the goddess of the heavenly moons, crafted in ancient times by artisans who sculpted statues of them. Oh, that's cool. All right, let's see. Once there was an age when the silver wheels that guided the primal heavens yet remained three. At that time, the law bestowed by the heavens had yet to be assembled, and the boundaries of humanity had yet to be defined. The sons and daughters of the gods were scattered across the newly wrought garden and valleys, their numbers countless. Okay, so this is like humans. Now that, like, the heavenly principles had taken care of Nibelung, and the world is truly theirs now. So the sons and daughters, like the humans of the gods, were scattered across the newly wrought gardens and valleys, their numbers countless. The envoys of the skies walked amongst benighted human crowds then, sowing prosperity and wisdom. In the end, the prosperity promised by the gods kindled the flame of intellect, which in turn stirred the whispers of doubt. Humans are getting curious. In quest of an answer, the humans chose their priests. In fear of the answer, the priests anointed their kings. Mortal folly stirred the ire of the gods' envoys. Faced with their questions, the divine envoys uttered no word. And so the people turned their gazes towards the sky, offering sacrifices to the three bright moons in the dark, sunless night. That's not good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the heavenly principles probably got ticked off by that, Because it's like, you're supposed to be worshiping us, but because we're not giving you answers, you're worshiping those 3 moons that I usurped. Those moons didn't belong to them, so they were probably like, what the hell? I'm being turned on. Above the night sky, the daughters of dreams and poetry kept vigilant, unceasing watch over the mortal's world every change. In the deep slumber of the Aryan Rod realm? Wait, what is that? Hold on. Is that another word for the human realm? Hold on. In the deep slumber of the Aryan Rod realm, at the foot of the 70-tiered staircase, behind the gleaming silver vessel, until they heard that the heart of these pitiful little humans could also stir with the lunar quakes. Oh, Aryan Road means silver wheel. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Until they heard that the hearts of these pitiful little humans could also stir with the lunar quakes. Sorry. The night cast its eyes upon the earth, just as the silver stars once lit the way for the dragon's skyfaring ships. They brought madness and inspiration back beneath the moon. It was a reply that order could not give. When the morning star rose again, the archpriestess returned from the mountain summit with a small circular talisman. Oh, this moon wheel was the new pact between the 3 moons and the people. Interesting. So it seemed like the Moon Sisters were giving out moon wheels to the people that were worshiping them instead of basically the heavenly principles turned them away. Like the divine envoy stopped giving them answers, and so they went to the moons for questions and blessings. And the Moon Sisters were like, oh, you guys can resonate with moon wheels. So they started giving them moon wheels. Interesting. What's Lunar's Quake? I think it implies, it says, until they heard that the hearts of these pitiful little humans would also stir with the lunar quakes. So I don't know what that necessarily means, but I wonder if it implied that the Moon Sisters realized that the humans could make use of moon wheels. And so then they started giving out, they gave out the first moon wheel as a new pact between the 3 moons and the people, even though the people belonged to the heavenly principles. But like, weren't the moon wheels created through the Moon Sisters? Like, it was kind of like, I think it was like the original utilization of the elements before the moons were destroyed. So it almost seems like it was like the Moon Sisters' way of, or rather the heavenly principles was like utilizing the Moon Sisters to make those moon wheels before the other moons were destroyed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this doesn't seem to be like a thing the Moon Sisters did without the Heavenly Principles' guidance, but it just seems like it's something that the Moon Sisters initially opted to do on behalf of the humans. That implies that the moon wheels existed before humanity, so maybe it was the dragon's equivalent of visions. Maybe the technology was there, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the tech was there, but it wasn't utilized because like the dragons could tap it. The dragons could just use like phlogiston and stuff. They didn't have elements. And the moon wheels are through the power of Kuvaki, so it seems like it was exclusive to the moon. Like, those powers didn't exist for the dragons didn't need Kuvaki, humans needed Kuvaki. Yeah. Yeah, but see, this is the confusing bit because Anefa's art conquests, or rather the like the dragon lord in that said that she was like, oh, a moon wheel, that device or that thing was created using from the usurper and the three gods that abandoned us. So she kind of implied that the moon wheels were made by the Heavenly Principles and the Moon Sisters. But this passage, where is it? Where is it? Hold on. This passage here says, they brought madness and inspiration back beneath the moon. It was a reply that order could not give. So this implies that the Moon Sisters did something for humanity that the Heavenly Principles wasn't willing to do or wasn't able to do. And in doing so, they formed a pact with humanity in the form of these moon wheels. So I don't know if the Moon Sisters decided to make the moon wheels and give it to humans, even though the Heavenly Principles wasn't ready to do that. But clearly the Moon Sisters did this. It seems like they did it themselves, because it doesn't say a new pact between the moons, the three moons, the Heavenly Principles, and the people, just the moons and the people. So... Oh, you guys are talking about Kuvaki. Okay. All right. Anyways, let's again, this is all just speculation, but I'm just kind of curious where I'm just kind of curious if this is something that was done without the Heavenly Principles' approval based on that last line. All right, let's see. So we got flower, we got goblet next. Moonlit offerings libation. A wine cup lost in the final revelry of an ancient rite in which believers once offered sacrifices to the heavenly moons. There once was an age when the silver wheel that guided the primal heavens yet remained three. The sleepers of the three realms had yet to awaken. Their dreams and yearnings were known only to the watchful night. To draw lost spirits into the moon's gilded halls, a giant silver ship sailed into the harbor of Meropis. Oh my god. The paradise, once hallowed for the life that flowed within the breath of the elements, now opened its gates even to mortals. Those who chase the tides loud the Silver King, offering songs and dances to the triple crown of the moonlit night. When contrasted against the wrathful and merciful, formidable father, the three moons' gentle light comforted all lost souls like a loving mother. Oh dear. So it seems like humanity is very taken to the Moon Sisters compared to the Heavenly Principles. There's the Heavenly Principles are seen as wrathful and merciless, whereas the Moon Sisters are seen as comforting like a loving mother. Like a loving mother.
Hello again.
No, I haven't read the Wing Glider yet. I'm gonna get to that I'm gonna get to that at some point during this patch. Thus, the people of the earth offered their greatest devotion to the Lady Mothers of the moonlit night. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, damn, that's what they're called? That's what they're referred to as? Yeah, chat. That's crazy. The Heavenly Principles created humanity and brought them to Tevat as an ark, as like the new home of humanity. And slowly over time, they were like, yo, we like mom way better than dad. Yeah. Thus, the people of the earth offered their greatest devotion to the Lady Mothers of the moonlit night. Some would ascend the heights. Oh my god. Some would ascend the heights of Vindagnir, presenting laurel-crowned verses to the bright moons. Others would step into the sacred altar grounds of Longon, letting finely carved jade accentuate the beauty of the night. And still others would, in the sacred grove of Arcadia, obtain golden bows of from oakwood. Before the rising of the sun, all desires to defy the heavens were born here. Oh, shit. So people were slowly starting to rebel and ask questions and become resentful of the heavens by nightfall. So this is kind of interesting. It kind of implies that the Heavenly Principles govern the day and the Moon Sisters govern the night. So during the daytime, everyone's like, yeah, we love the Heavenly Principles. Yeah, you know, we appreciate you so much. And then at night, that's when they really start vibing. They're like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. We love the Moon Sisters. We love everything that they're doing for us. So like, you know how there's like a baton pass between night and day. They said that like every night the moons would govern the night and then would pass it off to the daytime, and then the Heavenly Principles would like take over or something like that. Like the daytime would take over, but it seems like they're referring to that as the morning star. Like the morning star is the sun, and the ladies of the moonlit night are the Moon Sisters. So that's very interesting. Cause like, so here's another thing that I'm kind of thinking. Given this, I don't know if this is true or not, but like, what if the Heavenly Principles did govern the sun until their war with vengeance, right? Until the war with Dragon King Nibelung, and then they needed someone to replace them to watch over the sun, and so they got Zhongli instead or something. Cause like, he's basically theorized to be like a sun god, right? We've theorized him to be a sun god in like Sun Wukong even. But like, if he if he, like, I don't know. I don't know if that's true, though, but, like, I do remember from the Moonlit Bamboo Forest that, like, if you need the moons to baton pass the moon, like, the cycle of night, wouldn't you need an equivalent for the day? And who was doing that if not the morning star? The heavenly principles themselves. And then if the heavenly principles got, like, fucked up in the War of Vengeance, who would, like... They just decided to put a fake sun and a fake moon in the sky and emulate what they were originally doing back in the day. You know what I mean? So yeah, I wonder if the heavenly principles managed the daytime and then they just put up a fake sun and a fake moon and called it a day. No facts, brother. It's called speculation. I'm going off of vibes. No one's confirming this as truthful or like factual. Does that mean he's retired twice if he did take the office of the Sun Manager? I don't know. Yeah, there's another... I'm also really surprised that they name-dropped Arcadia, because, I mean, Kaya wasn't lying. I realized that Kaya wasn't lying because we've heard of Arcadia... We've heard of Arcadia during the Narcissenkreuz Ordo quest line, and I remember I was like, wait a minute, that's the place Kaya talked about that, like... This sword fell from Celestia that his great-great-great-grandfather found, and it helped him, like, defeat, like, Hydras and freaking Banshees and, like, whip up storms and all of that. And I thought that was the sword that, like, Aether's sword, like, if it fell from Celestia, because Aether and Lumine were fighting Asmodee. So I was like, oh my god, they found Aether's sword. Because Kaya was, like, a prankster at the start of the game, so no one took him seriously until years later. So Arcadia might be another ancient civilization that we get to go to, or we'll learn more about, because, you know, Sullivan Dagnir is Dragonspine, Long Gone is the Chasm, so I'm assuming Arcadia is somewhere into that. Maybe it's called something different now, but I assume Arcadia is something that we'll get to learn more about in the future. But yeah, Kaya got his eye patch from his great-great-great-grandfather or whatever, so I think that kind of tracks. But yeah, okay, let's lock back in and read this bit here. All right. And still others would, in the sacred groves of Arcadia, obtain golden bows from oakwood. Before the rising of the sun, all desires to defy the heavens were born here. See, before the rising of the sun. So at night, we're plotting for vengeance and defying the heavens, but during the day, we're obedient and we follow the rules. But in the homeland chosen for the children of humanity by the Lord of the eternal heavens, moonlight was no more than a single strand of sacred grace. To probe the heavens was forbidden, for every quest beyond the appointed rules led only to destruction. Finally, when the long sword at the edge of the world cut across the sky, eternity itself reached its end. Wait, what the hell? So, I mean, the initial passage makes sense. You're only allowed to do what you're doing because the Heavenly Principles allows you to. If you ask questions, that's gonna get you into trouble, because if you ask questions, you're gonna know the truth, and then the truth is gonna lead you to want to leave this planet, and y'all are gonna die, and that's gonna go against everything that I was trying to do, and like giving you the planet to keep you safe. Only when the long sword at the edge of the world cut across the sky. That almost kind of sounds like someone ripped open the firmament. Also, I can't help but think of the Musono Hirotachi because they're mentioning eternity again. But eternity could be just their way of life. right? Because they said that, like, back in the day, like, you know, there was no boundaries between life and death. Energy flowed through the world and people could basically do whatever the hell they wanted. But then after this point was when things had to become, like, grounded, and, like, the fairy tale existence of, like, mortals and immortals came to an end. I assume that that's what it's implying. And lastly, we have Moonlit Offerings Silver Crown. A silver crown set aside in the... Sorry, a silver circlet set aside by the final syllable of a hymn, worn by poets who, in ancient times, sang in praise of the heavenly moons. Once there was an age when, of the 3 silver wheels that guided the primal heavens, 2 had fallen. Yep. Times a changin'. Yeah, it sounded like Dragon King Nibelung pulled up with forbidden knowledge and, like, ripped open the false sky, and the true war of vengeance came about because forbidden knowledge was back in the world. Or forbidden knowledge was in the world, the abyss was in the world, the heavenly principles was severely weakened, and 2 of the moons were destroyed. And so the way of their life, the way of life changed after Nibelung, like, ripped... And so does Nibelung use a sword, or does he use a... I mean, in before, Nibelung uses all types of weapons. Because I swear to God, in Hymns of the Far North, they said that he used a bow and arrow. He uses the arrows of Terpychoranus. But it actually said that he left his bow and arrow at home when he left. But now it's saying Nibelung ripped open the sky with a giant sword, which is also pretty badass. So he could be a sword user, he could be a bow user. Just don't be a catalyst user, please. All right, as long as you're not a catalyst user, we're in business. Ajax moment? Yeah, probably. That's kind of cool. All right, so let's read this up. Once there was an age when, of the 3 silver wheels that guided the primal heavens, 2 had fallen. The world, no longer sheltered by eternity, marched towards its final breath, awaiting the return of the new moon. Yeah, so I think that eternity basically means if things had never changed, if Nibelung had never come back, the world would have existed in this, like, perfect eternity, this utopia. Which kind of makes sense that A would replicate that in Inazuma, because it's literally what the heavenly principles once strove to do. Create an eternity removed from the universe where, as long as you follow my rules, you can never die, you'll never have to want for anything as long as you don't ask questions. And so it seems like that, I mean, it makes sense why A decided to try that out. The world, no longer sheltered by eternity, marched towards its final breath, awaiting the return of the new moon. When the eternal moon fell, the heavens and earth were thrown into chaos. Oh my god, this is literally like the web event. When the eternal moon fell, the heavens and earth were thrown into chaos. When the iridescent moon shattered, the crimson shadows sank into the abyssal sea. When the frost moon ceased to turn, nations faltered and fell into ruin. I think that's actually from the web event, which was cool. But the primordial perfumed sea that rippled for the 1,000 lunar quakes that shook... Wait, hold on, let me read that again. But the primordial perfumed sea still rippled for the 1,000 lunar quakes that shook it each year. Oh, okay, so the moons were affecting the tides, and so the primordial sea was kind of going crazy. And the long ballad woven from golden strings never ceased. Even the silver stars were cloaked in dust. Through the layers of the sky's veil, the people of the earth could not bask in true moonlight. Yet the tides of the river of time bound them together, come shadowed night or sunlit day. Oh, I see. So I guess now people are no longer, like, old or immortal. Like, they're now bound by the laws of life. Life, death, time and space are now governed because something had to change after the heavenly principles got injured, it seems. And because of the, you know, the true, like that's what I'm looking for. And because the firmament went up. Were they immortal before? Well, I'm basically referencing when Nicole mentioned in the Nod Cry trailer. She says back in those days, she basically implied that back during the days of the moons, that there was no boundaries between life and death. And that energy just flowed through the world, and it almost seemed like it was like an eternity. Like you will never have to want for anything because no one dies and everything is perfect and there's no abyss and there's no dragons that are gonna eat you guys and all that stuff. Yeah. Through the layers of the sky's veil. I just think it means like the heavenly principles put up a pretty thick, like, it's gonna take a lot to break through the firmament. I don't think it means like they put up multiple firmaments. It just means like there's layers to that shit. There's layers to the heavenly, like, to breaking through the firmament. And because the sky's veil went up, the people could not bask in the true moonlight. We trace the path of stars or descend the stairs of shallow slumber. Between sunrise and sundown, we wander, seeking the answers behind the screen. Our hearts, no longer bound by eternity, still stir, faint yet unceasing. In dreams between the eternal and the fleeting. Yeah, see, between the eternal and the fleeting, we wait the final hour offered to the moon. Yeah, between eternal and fleeting kind of implies like between immortality and like literally mortality. So I just wonder if that was the original state of things back in the day. Which part did she say that? Oh, okay, let me pull it up because I tend to have a pretty decent memory. So, let me see. Nod Cry trailer. Hold on.
Willpower flowed free boundary between. In that era, there was no boundary between life and death. Willpower flowed freely among countless beings.
There it is. Yeah, she literally says there was no boundary between life and death, implying that you can't die. So, yeah. I thought she meant during the Dragon's Age. I assume that because like it was basically showing the three moons and the Moon Sisters. Nothing really changed in that time. The only thing that changed was that Nibelung was replaced with Like, I assume the power of the moons and everything still kind of governed that same way of life when the Heavenly Principles came about, but again, I don't know. But again, this is implied, like, this, like, I'm kind of curious then, like, what do they mean by eternity here then? Are hearts no longer bound by eternity? Eternity itself reached its end. This was an age when eternity was yet eternity. Like, it kind of implies that there was, like, some type of perpetual existence before Dragon King Nibelung came back. Are you gonna read the Hexerice? I mean, yeah, of course we are. We've been reading all day today. I don't know if I'm actually, right now, it's already 8:30. Oh, it is kind of late. It's 8:30. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I didn't realize it was this late already. I might have to save it for the next stream. But yeah. This was an interesting tale, though. This is kind of giving like a more personalized perspective of what happened between the Heavenly Principles and the Moon Sisters and Dragon King Nibelung. A little confusing. Not. I guess even with these details, there's still not a lot of like hard set facts about the specifics. I mean, it's pretty obvious that the Heavenly Principles are ruthless and calculating and lack emotion. And, like, all of that is kind of working against them when it comes to how they've been governing to that up until this point. And, I mean, things are... I mean, humanity is going to get through. They're gonna confront the Heavenly Principles. And I guess it's going to be up to humans to decide their future and their fate if they decide that the Heavenly Principles has been doing things, quote-unquote, the wrong way. But, But yeah, obviously, and obviously we got from the Archon quest, we knew a lot of those specifics too, about the Heavenly Principles working in tandem with the Moon Sisters, but I feel like they're inevitable. Like, it even said it in the passage, they chose this world. This is the world they wanted, and so they always knew I think they always knew that they were eventually going to take it, especially because they realized when they got here that the world needed some work to be done before the humans could take over. So they got rid of the sovereigns, and they made way for humans, and then Nibelung pulled up, and then the War of Vengeance happened, and then they got bodied, and then they went into, like, backup mode, like preserving everything and trying to make sure the world was good while they were incapacitated. And then the rest is history. So, interesting context in how they're setting everything up. I really need Raiden A to pull up again. I think I need A more than ever. Like, I already made that one theory where I think, like, she sent the crow, or her, or the Tengu, or even Yae Miko, because Yae Miko also had, like, sent crows off to A in her in that same trailer. But basically, I think Inazuma is going to be a lot more pivotal. The statue of the omnipresent god, and, like, potential involvement, especially with Makoto and Istaroth, and, you know, the 100-eyed statue, kind of resembling Renova in a sense. I feel like there's just so much that needs, like, clarification, and I don't really know where the story's going at this point, at the time of recording. We just got Varka. We're kind of waiting patiently to find out what's going to be happening with Linnea, and, you know, they've teased and talked about Dormanport, but even besides Dormanport, I don't really know where the story goes from here in terms of pushing the plot of the Heavenly Principles forward until we get to Snezhnaya, unless the summer event pops off. But this was a great read. I do apologize that it was kind of all over the place a little bit. I was theory crafting and trying to interpret it at the same time of reading, but yeah, I think it just gives more context to what we already knew. And I still, a part of me does feel like, man, I'm not looking forward to how social media and the portion of the community reacts to the heavenly principles, because right now we could be like, yeah, of course, we already know all of this stuff, but like once they put it, it's gonna be like Rerir. Like heavenly principles is gonna get dragged through the coals, and people are gonna take the situation, and I don't know. I just feel like some people are not ready for the discussion and the conversation regarding the heavenly principles and humanity, even if you take the dragons out of the equation. But I've always thought that that's like the whole point. The whole point is to have conversations about it instead of, you know, just saying like, I'm right, you're wrong. And you know, I say that too, but then this patch, actually, we just got an understanding of the Abyss that they are kind of salty and jealous themselves because they've never been chosen for anything, and that's been the manifestation of the chaos and the destruction of the Abyss from the jump, you know? So, like, the Abyss is getting a little perspective as well. And it's just all gonna culminate to where I feel like at the end of the day, everyone's just gonna be like, you know what? Everybody's wrong. Everybody's wrong. No one's right. And we just gotta find a way to coexist. But yeah. Unless the Heavenly Principles is like, hey, if you think you can do my job better than me, then do it. That'd be kind of a baller move. If the Heavenly Principles is like up in their ivory tower and like we run up on them and they're like, all right, here you go. Figure it out. And then just like fucks off. That would be kind of based. Because for as much as humanity has fought to get the opportunity to make the decisions that you think you would make that are better for everyone over what the Heavenly Principles has tried to do, given their hand, is, I don't know, it would just be very interesting to see how they would respond to something like that. I don't think it would happen, though, because I feel like the Heavenly Principles is too lost in their logic and rationale to be like, man, if I give them the keys, they're gonna freaking crash this. They're gonna crash this freaking ship into the earth and kill us all. So, but I don't know. Maybe that's what they're pushing for. I think that would be a very compelling perspective to give them. They've been building this entire thing up to the point where the twins came back to the planet that they were originally on. And they're like, hey, I left the seat nice and warm for you. Take over. And I assume that that's what the threads of all fate will be yours to reweave. If the Heavenly Principles is the twins' AI, this world is basically theirs to inherit by them. You know what I mean? Maybe it was never even about the Heavenly Principles. Maybe the whole point of the Heavenly Principles was to set up the world for these two to rule together. And do it in a way that is sustainable, you know? But Dragon King Nibelung and the Voyager and the Abyss kind of threw things out of whack, and so now they're kind of shooting from the hip, and it's looking pretty messy. But yeah, I really hope Paimon's the key as well. I really hope that Paimon is like the emotional counterbalance to the Heavenly Principles, because it would be such an interesting serendipitous thing given the fact that Aether and Paimon linked up immediately. Like, not immediately, but like as soon as our journey with Aether started, Paimon was there. And so she's also gonna have some type of revelation to her that I think is gonna be monumental to, it's gonna kind of bring everything together. Like Paimon, the Heavenly Principles, and the twins. And Yeah, I don't know. I think that would just be a very interesting perspective. And I remember it too, like, one thing that I keep in the back of my head too. First off, Paimon's got a circlet. Actually, let's pull her up real quick. Paimon's got a circlet. That's the circlet of Logos, aka circlet of reason, which like is the closest thing that represents the heavenly principles when you consider like life, death, space, time, and reason. And I also remember that Paimon had like this really interesting like celestial staff in her beta design. I think in the beta, or like in the earliest beta model for her, like she had a crown and she had a staff, implying that she was like some godlike being of some sort. And so if she's not the heavenly principles or not a part of the heavenly principles, I will be shocked. Because we've talked about damn near everything. Paimon's a Sealy, Paimon's a this, Paimon's a that. Paimon is Paimon. Paimon's emergency food. You know, it's like, sure, why not all of those? Why can't she be all of them? Paimon's an AI construct. Beep, construct, beep. They set that shit up as early as Sumeru. So if Paimon is an AI construct, holy cinema. They set that up in Sumeru. That's kind of cracked. But they got the Paimonial Wrath. Paimonial, primordial. So yeah. I await the day logic meets emotion. And if I'm right, you heard it here first. Paimon Polearm user. I'm not gonna cap chat. If I think it would be kind of cool if Paimon was playable in the future. It would be super weird. She would have to be like, bro, imagine the primordial one and it's literally Paimon playable. That'd be kind of sick. I'd welcome that. I would love that, bro. That'd be so cool. And it would just be all of her voice lines and all of her like character stories would just basically be, maybe it would be a mix of her travels with her journey with the traveler, but also like regaining all of her like memories and stuff from, you know, before she met us. I think that would be sick. That'd be awesome. But that's also like Giga Endgame, so I don't really know if Hoyo would consider doing that. But gamers, those are my thoughts, theories, speculations, opinions, and takes on the artifact set. I hope you guys enjoyed. I apologize for the rambles and for the constant back and forth, because reading lore for the first time, it takes a while for me to put it all together, but this was very much a depiction of the earliest recorded instances of the relationship between the heavenly principles and the Moon Sisters and humanity, and the before and after of everything, which has been like recorded countless times, but from a different perspective. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. This is probably going to be the last video that I do for today. The next session that we're going to be doing, I'm going to be reading through the other artifact set that came out, the Hexerai focused one, the A Day Carved from Rising Winds. And because this is Mondstadt focused, I was suggested to go to Storm Terror's Lair, so that's probably where I'm going to be for the next stream. And then that's where I'll also read Varka's lore and Varka's weapon and everything else that we didn't get to read today, because I've been streaming for 7 hours. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to the next one. All right, chat. Holy for moly. What a stream. Ah! Oh my god, I'm so tired. Bum 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 bum. When's the next stream? Okay, so My next Genshin stream is going to be on Wednesday. That is because I need Monday, Tuesday. I'm sorry. I need Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to edit and manage a bunch of stuff that has nothing to do with streaming. So I will be streaming the next stream I do. I really hope I get Varka on Wednesday, because if we get Varka, we're going to be finishing the last anecdote with Varka on Wednesday. And for Wednesday's stream, I'm going to be going through the Hexerai artifact set, the Nodcry Wing Glider, the history of the Pale Starborn book, Durin and Jean's letter, Nouvelette's skin, and everything else that I didn't get to today. But yeah, we're gonna go through that on Wednesday, and then I think we'll finish everything on Wednesday, especially if I stream for the same amount of time. Will you stream the upcoming Bongo Head event? Oh, when does that come out, actually? Yeah, I do want to stream that. I actually don't know what day that comes out. Not even when it comes out. When is it all going to be available? Because I would rather wait for it all to be out to do it. So we might do that next weekend, actually. We'll do that when all of it's available. So yeah, I will stream that. Absolutely. But yeah. And so Wednesday will be Genshin lore reading, like the second half of Genshin lore. It's in the... Hold on, is it in the notes? Oh, here it is. Okay. Complete the prologue, complete the True Moon first for the best experience. Oh, they got... Oh my gosh, this is... Oh, are we going on a tour? They got the Yumkasaurs, the Melusine. I forgot what they talked about. I literally forgot what they said about this event in the live stream. But I wonder if it's going to be like a picture-taking event. You know, like how we took Kichiboshi throughout the nations when that event came out? I wonder if it's going to be the same thing. So, like where we take pictures with them in different nations. Oh, okay, so it says 5 days. So if it starts on Monday, it'll probably be all out by the weekend. So we'll probably do this on the weekend. But Wednesday will be my next Genshin lore reading stream. I assume we're gonna finish all the lore reading on Wednesday. And then I think my next stream will either be Friday or Saturday. I do want to do a Honkai Star Rail stream next week. I want to go through all the Forbobo weekly stuff and some of the side content as well. So I do want to do another Plan Arcadia stream before 4.1 comes out. Oh, match the picture with the background. Okay, well, I mean, that's just as good then. But yeah, so we'll have another Genshin stream on Wednesday, and then I'll figure out what day we'll do Honkai Star Rail again. And that will probably be my plans for next week. I do have videos planned. I'm gonna have a video tomorrow out about Rerir, and then I think my next video will be Monday, and that one will be about the Abyss. And then the playthrough series will resume, because I know a lot of people have been asking me about that, and I do feel bad about not following up on that sooner. But the playthrough series will resume. Which books are you reading? The books that came out last patch. So, The Brief History of the Pale Starborn, and it was like another book on the Fae. It's like Night Murmurs or something like that. But yeah. But thank you guys all so much for tuning in and for hanging out. I hope you guys had fun. I appreciate the support. I am... Let me see if anyone's streaming right now. I'm pretty tired and hungry, so I'm gonna drop you guys off, or maybe I'll just... you guys off, or maybe I can hear myself. Okay, never mind, we're good. I'm like, Arnold, stop talking. Let's see, do we have anybody live right now? Oh man, I'm tired. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys had fun. We're gonna raid Tori Noemi. She tends to play Genshin and Star. Well, she tends to play Genshin mainly, but she's playing Pokotopia. Oh, Pokopia, the Pokemon game, the new game that everyone and their mother's playing. So I'm gonna raid her tonight, and yeah, she's been live for about 40 minutes. So if you guys can give her some massive W's in the chat, I'd appreciate it. Hashtag MurderofRaids. She's great. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. Be safe. Enjoy your weekend. And look out for the YouTube channel. Like I said, I'm going to have a couple videos out tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. And the playthrough series will resume after the weekend. So I'd really appreciate if you guys could support those videos. I know it's been a couple months since my last video, and I apologize, but yeah, I'm getting back to work on recording and editing now. So yeah. YouTube, thank you guys for tuning in too and hanging out. I appreciate all of the follows, all the subscribing, everyone that followed the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. If you guys joined late, VOD will be archived, so you guys can check that out in like an hour or so after it's done processing. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Take care. Bye-bye. See you later.
I do have quite a small bag. I think...